Tempest and Sunshine, The Finches Book 2, written by M.A. Nichols, narrated by Madeleine Brolly. Chapter 1. Spring 1836, Bentmore, Devon. A ball was a magical thing, for it was there that hopes and dreams seeped into reality, colouring the world in rosy hues. It was unlike any other place, and though some might see only the crush of bodies filling the space with noise and scents that weren't wholly pleasant, to Marian Wakefield it was a fairyland from her childhood, complete with a prince. Though not as handsome or dashing as the stories claimed such gallant heroes to be, Mr. George Finch was a prince of the highest order. The steps of the gallopade led them along at a frenzied pace as they spun about the floor. And even if Marian had wished to stifle the laugh, lightening her spirits, her partner's utter lack of decorum would have made it impossible. Mr. Finch's joy rang out as a broad grin filled his face. The fellow's expression always had a hint of impishness, begging those around him to join in the fun, and Marian's smile grew in response. "You have such a lovely smile, Miss Marian. You ought never to hide it," he said, as the hopping steps carried them around the ballroom. Marian's heart thumped against her chest, erasing all rational thoughts and words, and though she tried to hide it beneath a calm exterior, there was no controlling the grin on her face. His compliment only served to grow it. Surely there was no paradise greater than this. Even though her lungs and legs longed for a rest, Marian hated hearing the final bars of the music. The steps were invigorating, and she would give anything to remain so comfortably situated. With a final bow, Mr. Finch offered up his arm and led her from the floor. "I shall forgive you," he said. Marian's brows furrowed. "For what?" "Treading on my toes. Need I remind you that only one of us may use them at a time?" With a huff, she stuck her nose into the air. "If anyone requires forgiveness, it would be my partner, for he nearly steered us into several collisions." Mr. Finch gave a put-upon sigh. "Your partner sounds like a bounder of the worst sorts." Though he pointed them toward the area in which their friends congregated, Mr. Finch took a circuitous route, allowing them a few moments of privacy to speak whilst they had the breath to do so. "I may not offer up my forgiveness for your performance, Mr. Finch, but I will bestow a heaping portion of gratitude for your rescue. When my younger sister entered society, I had hoped Mamma would be too preoccupied with securing her and Lorena partners to notice me, but I fear she is still determined to toss me at any bachelor who passes by too closely. This will keep her at bay for a few sets." Mr. Finch slanted a look in her direction. "You do not wish to dance with the fellows?" "Not when it is clear they are only doing so under duress. I do not wish to be a charity in which men donate their dances." Marian's tone was far drier than intended, though entirely accurate to her feelings on the matter. "It is impossible to enjoy myself when everything from my partner's lack of conversation to his strained expression testifies that he is only standing up with me to keep my mother from browbeating him further." "I'm certain not all of your dance partners resent your mamma's efforts." Marian let out a huff and shook her head, though she offered no further explanation. As an heir, he had little understanding of such things. Mr. George Finch could be a hideous beast and ladies would vie for his attention, and he was no beast. He may not have the sort of features that drew the eye in a crowded room, but the gentleman was arresting, with his prominent nose and the hint of red that shone in his fair hair. Pulling her to a stop, Mr. Finch faced her. "You may feel it is charity, pity, or some other sentiment motivating them, but I assure you that is not the case. You have much to recommend you, Miss Marian. Do not sell your charms short." Mr. Finch's words swept through her, filling her as no others could, and Marian's lips trembled. She forced them to remain still, but it was difficult not to be overwhelmed by such a declaration, especially when spoken with such earnestness. The truth of it shone in Mr. Finch's eyes, demanding she see the world as he did, and Marian adored him all the more for it. Experience was a stern taskmaster, and it had taught Marian well. Her dowry was not large enough to attract gentlemen when her face and figure were unable to do so, and no man had bothered to establish enough of an acquaintance to see past the surface enticements she lacked, until Mr. Finch. And now he stood there, proclaiming his truth with unwavering faith, as though it was an unassailable fact. Wretched emotions! How was a lady supposed to maintain her dignity when her heart leapt straight out of her chest? Heavens above! Marian wanted to close the distance and press her lips to his. Her Mr. Finch. Dear George. Friends they may be, but it was entirely improper for her to think of any gentleman in such intimate terms. However, Marian couldn't help herself. Not at times like these. Her dear George. His brows rose in challenge, as though expecting her to argue, and Marian patted his arm with a smile. "You are too good to me, Mr. Finch," she said as they continued their meandering path to their friends. "I do not think that possible, Miss Marian." Yet again, Marian knew the truth, but she didn't wish to argue with him. Not tonight, and not over such a fine compliment. The pair took their time as they wound through the Huttons' ballroom, stopping for brief moments to exchange a few pleasantries with passers-by, but all the while they chatted with and teased one another. Marian had never known she could speak to a man in such a manner, and she lapped up every word of it, dreading the time when the rest of their party would intrude and steal away George's attention. It was easy to pretend the other guests greeted her solely for her own merits and not her companions', or to imagine he and she were not merely two friends meandering about the ballroom. Mrs. George Finch. Marian forced herself not to think such things, for it did nothing to help her nerves. But thoughts were a funny business. Though one was ostensibly in control of one's own mind, they crept in when one was not expecting it, and once there, they were near impossible to banish. "Marian, you must assist me." Miss Letty Donaldson rushed over and took Marian by her free arm, dragging her toward their circle of friends. "Mr. Burks insists verse is superior to novels, and he will not see reason." "I will always take my Keats, Browning, Wordsworth and the like over your Irving or Scott." The fellow in question did not waste time allowing the newcomers to grasp the subject at hand before launching into a defence of his opinion, citing all the poetic greats. "You are impossible, Mr. Burks," said Letty, though the smile in her tone testified that she felt quite the opposite. "It is far more impressive to write an entire novel than a few scant and convoluted lines that require rigorous study to decipher." Mr. Burks placed a hand over his heart, as though she'd wounded him, employing all the melodrama expected of poets and their ardent devotees. "Miss Donaldson, you are missing the point entirely. Those geniuses capture so much more emotion in a few scant and convoluted lines than your novelists do in thousands." "Heaven save us all from these two," murmured Mr. Gadd as he drew up next to George. "They've been arguing for the better part of a set, and do not seem ready to lay the subject to rest." "I suppose there is nothing to do about it," whispered George. "Until they finally accept the inevitable and marry, we are forced to witness their nauseating banter. And then, heaven save us from the doe-eyed Mr. and Mrs. Anthony Burks." Mr. Gadd fought back a smile. Marian didn't bother hiding hers, and George slanted her a warm look that had her grinning for a whole new reason. As much as the gentlemen jested and mocked, they all wished to see the pair united in holy matrimony. Letty and Mr. Burks were too perfect a match, and though Mr. Gadd had protested the debate, he joined in with as much enthusiasm as the rest. Laughing and teasing, they argued and twitted as each party staked their flag in their respective camps and argued their points with all the raucousness of parliamentarians battling social reform. Marian added a word here and there, but she was struck by the picture they made and couldn't bring herself to speak out, for it might break the magic of the evening. Heat that had naught to do with the press of bodies spread through her, warming her so thoroughly that she could have stood on the moors on a midwinter's night without feeling the chill. These were her friends. Marian's chest expanded, filling her to bursting with more contentment than anyone deserved, and she cast her gaze to the others, wishing she could share that feeling with them and spread her good fortune. A nudge at her elbow had her turning to George. his brows furrowed together before lifting in question, and Marian longed to wrap her arms around the dear man, for there was no manner in which to articulate her present feelings. How could he, who had never felt the sting of loneliness, comprehend what it meant to be surrounded by others who not only enjoyed but sought out his company? Marian shook her head, though it did little to reassure George, so she gave his forearm a covert squeeze before turning her attention back to the conversation at hand. "This is a debate without an answer," said Marian. "Both prose and verse have their place in the world, for they serve different needs. To say one is better than the other is to ignore the diversity of human existence." Mr. Gadd's brows lifted, and George murmured, "Brava, Miss Marian." Letty gave her a mocking frown. "If you wish to annihilate both sides of the debate, you have done so, but you cannot lay waste to our conversation without offering up a replacement, Miss Marian. I demand a new subject." "Yet I would argue that poetry captures the essence of human existence with far more skill than novels," said Mr. Berks with an arched brow. "Leave it be," said Mr. Gadd with a grin. "Marian has trounced your argument quite thoroughly, and it smacks of a poor loser to continue debating the fact." "Miss Hutton, how wonderful of you to join us," said George, with an all-too-dashing smile, drawing everyone's attention to the newcomer. Like a leak in one of those great flying balloons, all the air seeped from Marian, the flame that had kept her aloft extinguished, and between one heartbeat and the next, her spirits crashed to the ground with a mighty thud. Marian tried to dust her heart off, but her smile strained as she turned to greet Miss Juliet Hutton. Chapter 2. "I'm so pleased you were all able to attend," said Miss Hutton, turning her gaze to meet each of theirs, and Marian fought to keep her grin from straining. "You and your mother have outdone yourselves tonight," said George, sweeping a hand out to take in the entire ballroom. The others hastened to add their compliments to his, and Marian murmured a few words in agreement, though they all knew Mrs. Hutton had planned the majority of the event, not her daughter. Marian's heart thudded a rapid beat, and she forced her expression to relax, taking her smile from a grimace to a calm and collected raise of the lips. But her eyes fixed upon Miss Hutton. The young lady did not go so far as to place herself between George and Marian, but Miss Hutton's position made her preference for the gentleman clear. Marian eyed the narrow space between the pair. Miss Hutton inserted herself into the conversation as easily as she had inserted her person into the group, and Marian stopped herself from gnawing on the edge of her lip. It was of no consequence that Miss Hutton sidled up to George, or that his head turned fully toward the newcomer, or that he did, in fact, draw nearer to the young lady as well. Yes, he laughed at her comments, but it was in George's nature to be warm and welcoming. Still, Marian couldn't help but examine every word they exchanged and every movement between them, or notice just how much his attention was fixed on Miss Hutton and not the rest of the party. Fashion and what the world defined as beautiful were ever-changing things, but Marian was certain that regardless of time or place, Miss Juliet Hutton would be considered lovely. Mr. Burke's poets and Letty's novelists were keen to describe a lady's hair as the colour of ripened wheat, and though Marian had thought that a bit of creative licence, Miss Hutton proved it was not. The lightest shade in her coiffure had the same brightness of the sunshine skittering across the tops of a field ready for harvest, and beneath it, a dozen other shades blended into a golden hue. The young lady's lips were pink and full, and though much of the perfection was due to Mother Nature's generosity, Marian was certain it had been helped along with a healthy dose of rouge. The young lady's eyes were clear and bright, providing the perfect blue highlight to her fair colouring, to say nothing of her gown, which was a confection of silk and ruffles, with flowers adorning her hair and skirts in a manner that declared to all the world that here was a lady with means to match her beauty. Marian tried to keep her thoughts from straying into places they ought not to go, but it was impossible not to compare her own appearance to the shining example of womanhood at George's side. If Miss Hutton were akin to a kingfisher, with its bright and gorgeous plumage of yellow and blue, then Marian Wakefield was little more than a wren with bland brown colouring that blended in with the world around it. A common bird found in every part of the country, going unnoticed and unseen by the vast majority of people. Giving herself a silent shake, Marian forced such wretched thoughts from her head. A wren may be an apt metaphor for her nondescript appearance, but people adored the wren's trilling, melodious song far more than the kingfisher's squawks. There was more to attraction than plumage. "I am certain I could never do such a thing," Miss Hutton tittered, hiding her smile behind her fan as she glanced up at George from under her lashes. "You do yourself a disservice," said George, whose words were quickly followed by assurances from Mr. Gadd. "And I assure you I do not," replied Miss Hutton, snapping her fan shut with another bat of her eyelashes. "Perhaps there are other ladies who could manage such a thing, but I grow positively faint at the thought." Marian pinched her lips together, hoping they might keep her from saying something rash, but it was difficult to hold firm to that resolution. The pleasant warmth she had felt just moments ago was now a dying flicker, and Marian tried to keep that disappointment at bay as the pressure in her chest grew. The evening had been resplendent before this moment, and she wasn't about to allow Miss Hutton to taint the whole of it, even if it was her family's ball. In the 3 years since the advent of Marian and George's friendship, many ladies had vied for his attention and left disappointed, and Miss Hutton would follow in their footsteps. When all was said and done, Marian was the one left at his side after his initial interest faded. Miss Hutton smiled and simpered, never going so far as to cross the boundaries of propriety, yet still demonstrating her clear preference. And yes, George responded in kind to each of the lady's coy words, but the fellow was free with his compliments. That was all. There was a faint something about the eyes that lacked the warmth he bestowed on Marian, and it couldn't match the brightness of spirit he radiated when he spoke with his dearest friend. And Miss Hutton's conversation did not touch on anything of value, which spoke volumes about their relationship. The young lady was a flirt, and George couldn't help himself. There was no need to be alarmed, even if Marian's heart pricked with every laugh the pair shared. Turning her gaze from the group, Marian forced herself to think of other things. She and George had been inseparable for 3 years, and their bond was stronger than these little flirtations. He simply needed time to recognize how important and unique their friendship was. But calmness was in short supply when Marian's gaze landed on George's sister. Miss Evelyn stood to one side of the ballroom, her hands clasped before her as she watched the dancing, with an expression Marian knew all too well. Miss Evelyn's gaze started around the area, searching for anyone to keep her company, yet not resting long on any individual, lest that made the other feel obligated to join her or allowed them to snub her entirely. The young lady's countenance might be thought light and bright, if not for the tight edge to it. Before George, Marian had often employed that expression. 'Twas better to be thought happily alone than desperate for companionship or a dance, never allowing anyone to know how much her heart ached as each empty minute passed. Marian glanced at her companions and was struck by how much her circumstances had altered in the last 3 years. She still did not understand why George had extended a hand of friendship to her, but Marian had snatched it without hesitation. And now his poor sister was in a similar situation, just stepping into society with such a brightness of hope, only to be met by darkness. Why were some ladies so highly sought after, even when they had not the personality or wit to recommend them? True, the young lady had her mother's unruly bright hair, which people called copper when they wished to be kind, though it was far closer to orange than red. And her face was generously dusted with freckles, which many thought were akin to the plague. However, Miss Evelyn Finch had a kind and dear soul that outweighed any outward imperfections. Heaven knew the young lady was a far better person than she, yet it was not Marian who stood alone at that moment. Wind buffeted Marian's heart, bringing with it a familiar pressure of growing frustration as she considered Miss Evelyn's situation and all the other silent creatures who clung to the edges of the ballroom, desperate for some morsel of attention. The manner in which society ignored them was not proportional to their shortcomings, and far lesser beings were welcomed with open arms. It wasn't fair. Marian's breath came quicker as her muscles tightened. Yes, it was a universal truth that the world wasn't fair, but there were too many injustices that could be righted if people were simply willing to help. She had spent far too many of her 23 years among the ranks of the overlooked. She wouldn't allow Miss Evelyn to languish there. But before she could take it upon herself to approach the young lady and insist she join them, George touched Marian's arm, drawing her attention to him. "What is the matter? You look ready to call someone out," he said in a low voice, though a touch of humour coloured his tone. "It is unfair that some ladies are overlooked." George blinked at that, his brows pulling together as he considered her and then cast his gaze in the direction Marian had been looking. "You mean Evelyn?" "I do not understand why some are ignored and relegated to the side, though they so desperately wish to join in. I know it makes me sound petulant, but it isn't fair." With each word, the wind swelled in Marian's heart, buffeting it about as though a great bellows heaved in her chest, and the more she spoke, the stronger the torrent grew. George's lips tipped into a slanted smile. "Breathe, Miss Marian. Do not allow yourself to become overwrought." That familiar refrain forced her to stop, and with a sparkle of laughter in his eyes, George held her gaze as she reined in her emotions. They were still there, simmering beneath the surface, but she was in control once more. "Thank you, Mr. Finch," she said with a squeeze of his forearm. Marian didn't understand why such things stoked her temper so greatly, but he had a way of calming the storm. "You are right that we cannot change the way things are," he said, "though I wish for my sister's sake the world was different." "That what was different?" asked Miss Hutton, and just when Marian thought she had her heart under control, the pressure in her chest returned in force, but George's attentions were too fixed on Miss Hutton to give that calm assurance she needed to dampen the torrent. "We were speaking of how we wished society wouldn't overlook some ladies and relegate them to the sides of the ballroom," said George. Miss Hutton met that with a smile and a shake of her head. "If people wish to join in, they need only step away from the edges. It is they who relegate themselves to the outskirts." Marian stared at her, and George's brows rose, but before she could say a word in defence, the fellow gave the lady a considering nod. "That is a valid point, Miss Hutton. It is not as though they're forced to remain where they are, and if they wish to engage with others, they should simply walk over." Miss Hutton nodded. "Precisely. Have you ever seen someone ignored or snubbed simply because they wish to join in the conversation? I cannot think of someone who would be that cruel without provocation." Marian's jaw ached as she clenched her teeth, and it was difficult to form words when George smiled and agreed with the minx. She couldn't believe what they were saying, yet as she cast her eyes to the others in their circle, hoping someone would speak up, none of the party appeared affronted at that audacious statement. "It is not as simple as that," said Marian. Miss Hutton watched her with wide eyes. "I do not see why not. If you wish to be amongst the rest of the guests, you should simply do so. The only one insisting a wallflower remain on the edges is the wallflower herself." "Too true, Miss Hutton," said George, giving her a broad smile. "With all due respect, Mr. Finch and Miss Hutton, that is balderdash," replied Marian, drawing their attention to her once more. Pausing, she fought the impulses pushing her to rush ahead and say things that would embarrass her later. In the recesses of her thoughts, she heard George's voice prompting her to breathe, and Marian did so, allowing that calm to flow through her and her words, removing the bite from her tone. "Many ladies, and gentlemen for that matter, skirt the edges of the gathering because they have been taught they are unwanted at such functions. You may not have seen any of the slights, cuts, or uncomfortable conversations that tell a person she is an undesirable companion, but I assure you they happen. Eventually, It becomes safer to stand to one side and hope someone will approach you rather than risk being hurt again. The eyes that turned on her held varying shades of sympathy and pity, and Marian wished her cheeks would not heat beneath their regard, but her words were too personal and revealing to be ignored. Curse her wayward tongue! Yet she didn't wish the words unspoken. If they hadn't realized others had not their knack for socializing, it was only right they be educated. "I suppose so." Miss Hutton's words indicated agreement, but her tone was all puzzlement, as though that conjecture was wholly inconceivable, and Marian supposed that, to someone who was widely accepted by everyone, it was. "Mamma and I spoke about it at length when we were planning the party, as I did not know what to do for the poor dears." Miss Hutton's perfect little eyebrows drew together as she gazed at George, her fan fluttering. "It is such a puzzle for a hostess, as she wishes for her guests to enjoy themselves. Yet there are always those who are determined not to. Mamma says I ought not to fret, as their isolation is of their own making. But surely there is a better solution for those who stand at the fringes. They seem so unhappy, and it breaks my heart to see them suffering." Though Marian's heart wanted to be uncharitable at that moment, she couldn't help but see the sincerity in Miss Hutton's expression and tone. The subject clearly distressed the young lady, though Marian knew it was far more distressing for the guests of whom Miss Hutton spoke. "I had thought it best not to invite them," said Miss Hutton as her fan sent up a gale. "Then they would not feel obligated to accept, but Mamma did not think that proper." "It was kind of you to put such thought into your invitations," said George as Mr. Berks and Mr. Gadd echoed those sentiments. Marian stared at them. Though George's response was correct in principle, as most gave the wallflowers no thought at all, so any thought was a kindness, his words were not the ones she had wanted him to say. Did he truly not find it appalling that Miss Hutton's solution was to slight those outcasts in such a blatant manner, even if her intentions were good? "Neglecting to invite them is not the answer," said Letty, her gaze flicking between Miss Hutton, Mr. Finch and Marian. "No, indeed," said Miss Hutton with a sigh. "I only wish I knew what to do." Marian had a few choice words she wished to offer in response to that, but they would only paint her as callous or sharp-tongued, so she kept her own counsel. Besides, although she did not care for Miss Hutton, the young lady was not wholly terrible and did not deserve a setting down. Like too many, Miss Hutton simply believed existence was a uniform thing, viewing all of humanity through the narrow lens of their own experience. Tapping on George's arm, Marian drew his attention and leaned closer to whisper. "Miss Evelyn enjoys dancing so very much. Might you enlist someone to stand up with her? Someone who would enjoy her conversation and simply hasn't noticed her." "I had planned on doing so myself." "No!" Marian softened her tone so the next words were not quite so hard. "Asking her to dance is kind, but—" Now it was George's turn to interrupt, for he nodded and finished her statement for her. "But it is not as enjoyable when her partner is her brother." George considered that a moment, and then caught Mr. Berks's gaze, nodding at the fellow to step away with him. With only a few quick words, Mr. Berks smiled and nodded, then gave the others, and most especially Letty, a word of farewell before weaving through the crowd in search of Miss Evelyn. Marian only hoped he would hold his tongue and give no hint that George had prompted him to approach. Coming back to Marian's side, George added, "I can petition Mr. Orton as well. But do be careful how you go about it. Do not make the gentleman feel obligated to do so. Your sister is no fool and will guess if he is unwilling," said Marian. "No one wishes to feel like a charity project." "You have such a kind heart, Miss Marian," he murmured. "Hush," she said, sending a scandalized look around the room. "Do not let anyone hear that. My reputation will be ruined." George let out a bark of laughter and shook his head. "I fear you are no good at acting, my dear Miss Marian. Everyone knows the truth. but I'd best be on my way if I'm to secure Evelyn more dances for the evening." And then that smile of his reappeared, the one that belonged to her, for he gave it to no one else. It filled his expression, lightening the whole of him as his eyes danced with tenderness and joy, as though the task she had given meant the world to him. He bowed to her, but stopped at Miss Hutton's words. "At the risk of sounding selfish, I would remind you our dance is about to begin," she said, a blush colouring her incomparable complexion, and Marian wanted to growl. Must she do everything in such a lovely manner? How was a woman to compete with the living embodiment of beauty? George swung his gaze to meet the lady in question with an apologetic grimace. "I am terribly sorry that it slipped my thoughts, Miss Hutton. I've been looking forward to it since I received the invitation." Offering up his arm, he turned to lead Miss Hutton onto the dance floor, but paused by Marian to quickly whisper, "I shall talk to Mr. Orton when I have a moment." Marian nodded, though George was gone before he saw it. Chapter 3. Love made fools of everyone, and never was it truer than at that moment, for Marian's thoughts sped through the past few minutes, grasping onto every hint and sign that George's feelings ran deeper than friendship. Surely the fact that he lost himself so often in her conversation was significant. And then there were all the little tender moments they shared, the compliments, the smiles. George had all the appearance of craving her company as surely as she did his. That meant something, didn't it? Men were visual creatures, and Marian was not foolish enough to think she would inspire adoration at first sight. But it could grow in barren ground if nurtured by friendship. Surely their mutual affection could overcome outward deficiencies, couldn't it? Heart thumping erratically, Marian wrung her hands together as she watched George lead his partner onto the dance floor. As much as she knew staring at him like a bedlamite might stir up gossip, Marian couldn't turn her gaze from him. Though his hands were otherwise occupied, she felt the phantom of them in hers, his arms holding her fast as their feet carried them along to the music. But the sight of Miss Hutton's golden tresses snapped Marian out of the fantasy, and no matter how she tried to recapture that daydream, it slipped away, leaving her all too aware of the thrumming beat of her heart. "Would you care to take a turn about the room?" asked Letty. And Marian nearly jumped at the sound, for she had utterly forgotten the lady, nor had she noticed when Mr. Gadd had snuck away. Letty's eyes were trained on her with far too much speculation, and Marian forced her lips into a smile and took the lady's arm. Though she kept her gaze turned from George, Marian felt his presence every time he passed by with Miss Hutton on the dance floor. The only respite from that torture was seeing Miss Evelyn pass with Mr. Burks, a beaming smile on the young lady's lips. "You are quite distracted this evening." Letty's words snapped Marian's attention back to her companion. "I beg your pardon. I fear my thoughts are quite scattered at the moment," said Marian, giving her friend an apologetic smile. "I doubt that." Letty's words were so quiet that Marian wasn't certain she'd understood them correctly, so she thought it best to ignore what hadn't meant to be heard. The pair strolled along the edges of the crowd, weaving around the various groups standing at the edge of the dancing, and Mamma turned her gaze from her companions to give her daughter a knowing look, so Marian nudged Letty in the other direction. It would not deter Mamma from finding her daughter a suitable dance partner indefinitely, but the lady would not draw attention by chasing after Marian. Not yet, at any rate. "Your Mamma seems quite determined," said Letty. Marian huffed. "From her behaviour, you would think having 3 unwed daughters is a travesty of the highest order." Lifting a hand to her décolletage, Letty let out a dramatic sigh. "And to think you have yet another sister close to joining your ranks. Your poor Mamma, how does she manage?" Laughing, Marian shook her head. "Never mind that many families are in a similar state. Mamma insists she will have us all married off tout de suite, whether the bachelors wish it or not. I am certain she has a war room set up in some hidden corner of the house, with plans to sweep through the enemy ranks before they know what has hit them." But Letty gave only a passing chuckle in response. leaving Marian with the sour feeling that she had misstepped in her humour. With a glance at her companion, Marian found the young lady's attention quite far from the conversation, so she borrowed Letty's previous words. "You are quite distracted yourself this evening, Letty." "Not precisely, though a rather large question occupies much of my thoughts at present." Letty slanted a look toward Marian that caused that unsavoury feeling to settle hard in her stomach. "And what question would that be?" Pulling them to a stop, Letty faced Marian with a sigh, her gaze holding her friend's as she asked, "Do you have feelings for Mr. Finch?" Marian let out a laugh that sounded like someone had dropped a box of nails on a marble floor, her mouth stretching into a grin that was far too strained, and she fought to make her expression nonchalant. "I do not mean to make you uncomfortable," said Letty, and any denial Marian might have offered collapsed beneath the weight of her poor acting skills. Would it be so terrible to admit it aloud? Of all her friends, Letty would be the most understanding. After all, she had nursed a tendre for their friend Mr. Burks for quite some time before their courtship, so she knew the sweet agony of unrequited love, even if it was requited now. Nevertheless, Marian's body clenched at the thought of revealing the truth. The more people who knew a secret, the more difficult it was to maintain, and in such matters, timing was important. Too quick, and her feelings might chase George away. She would lose him forever, and her heart could not bear the loss. Better to suffer in silence and live in hope. Letty held up a staying hand. "You needn't answer me, for I know too well how difficult it can be to admit the truth." And though it was clear they both knew what that truth was, the pressure in Marian's chest eased because she would not be forced to speak it aloud. Letty took her friend's hand, squeezed it, and gave Marian a faint smile. "I simply wish to give a bit of friendly advice. Do not keep your heart so guarded." Marian opened her mouth to protest, but Letty held up a staying hand once again. "I doubt he or anyone else suspects it, but I know the signs of a lady who loves a gentleman and longs for him to see her in that light." Letty's dark brows drew together, her eyes misting as she cleared her throat. "I do not wish for you to languish in such a terrible situation, so please heed my advice." "That is easier said than done," murmured Marian. That drew a smile from Letty. "There is nothing easier. Show him he is more than a friend to you. Flirt with him. Give him a look that tells him you are thinking of stealing a kiss. At present, you treat him like a chum, and he may never see you as anything else if you do not give some sign that he is something more." I found that flirting makes gentlemen turn tail and run. Perhaps the admission was a tad too bitter, and no doubt George would chastise her for such a bold statement, but it was the truth. Marian's experience had eradicated her faith in her womanly allures. To her knowledge, George was the only gentleman in existence who complimented her. Even Papa and her brother rarely bestowed any honeyed words, and they were sparse when they did. "Other gentlemen have made you wary, but you needn't fear," said Letty. "It is clear that you and Mr. Finch cared deeply for each other. Give him reason to see you as more than a friend." Such enticing words. They fell upon Marian's ears and wriggled deep into her brain, churning up her overwrought thoughts with such fervour that it was a miracle her head didn't spin right off her shoulders, and she wasn't helped by the thunderous battle waging in her heart between that which she wanted and that which she feared. It was a wonder her body could contain so many emotions, for they filled her so thoroughly that she was certain to rip at the seams. Letty was wise enough to leave Marian to her musings, allowing silence to fall as they meandered about the ballroom, which was both helpful and disastrous. Marian couldn't help but wish George were at her side, despite being the source of her distress. He was so level-headed and calm, sorting through the chaos to help Marian find her footing once more. "Two of my favourite ladies standing together. What a fine sight you make," said the gentleman in question, startling Marian from her thoughts. How could a few words both soothe and upend? Hearing his laughing tone anchored her once more, yet it brought with it so many questions and concerns. Ought she to follow Letty's advice? It had proven effective for her and Mr. Burke's. "I would feel flattered at such a statement, Mr. Finch, but I know you are not discerning about whom you count among your favourites," replied Letty in a wry tone. George's light brows rose. "You think me devoid of taste?" "You do count Mr. Burke's as one of your favourite people," she replied with a saucy arch of her own brow. "And I am not the only one, Miss Donaldson." There was far too much insinuation in his tone for anyone to miss his meaning, and Letty laughed. "I concede the point, sir," she said, rising onto her toes to glance over the crowd. "And have you seen the errant man?" "You're Mr. Burke's?" he asked. Marian covered a laugh at the impish gleam in George's eyes that emphasised the all-important pronoun, and Letty scowled at both of them, though there was no point in doing so. Even those outside the gossip circles knew she and Mr. Burke's were near enough to marriage that if the fellow was not hers in actual fact, he was hers in every way that mattered. "After he left my sister's side, he made his way to the refreshments," said George, nodding toward the opposite side of the ballroom. "No doubt he has procured you something to drink." With a quick word of farewell, Letty went off in search of her Mr. Burke's, though not before giving Marian a pointed look. Cheeks ablaze, Marian glanced at George, but his attention was fixed on the dancers readying themselves for the next set. "She looks quite happy," murmured George, and Marian turned her gaze in the direction his had taken to find Miss Evelyn standing on the dance floor with yet another young man as the pair awaited the opening measures. A smile stretched across her face, and she beamed at the fellow. "Mr. Orton was otherwise occupied, but Mr. Bennington was pleased to take his place." "You chose well," said Marian with a nod. "Mr. Orton is a fine gentleman in many ways, but he isn't always circumspect in his words. Mr. Bennington is a good fellow who won't make her feel like a duty or let it slip that you prodded him toward it, though it is ridiculous she requires any assistance in securing a dance partner. She is such a sweet girl." But Marian knew well enough that what was prized in company did not align with men's ideals, and like too many, Miss Evelyn was not an obvious choice, making her invisible to them. Frankly, Marian thought it short-sighted, for there were plenty among the wallflowers who would make finer wives than the highly sought-after hothouse blossoms that most gentlemen prized. "You have my deepest thanks, Miss Marian," he said, turning to face her. George's expression was devoid of the usual laughter, his eyes quite serious as he held her gaze with a warmth that swept through the nerves and confusion like a summer breeze and settled in her heart. "And why is that?" "Because you are my conscience." George paused, the edge of his lip pulling up into the barest hint of a smile. "My dear sister was standing not far from me, yet I didn't see her pain, nor understand that I could do something to alleviate it. You did, and pushed me to act. Now she's happy, and I am even happier for my part in it." What did one say in response to such an admission? Of course, Marian would prefer a declaration of undying love or a proposal of marriage, but knowing she had such a profound effect on him brought with it a similar joy that coursed through her veins with every beat of her heart. "We make a good pair, you and I." Marian was quite elated that her words came out even and calm, as though they were discussing any of their usual subjects. But Letty's advice rang through her thoughts. Was she being too aloof? Projecting too much disinterest? Perhaps her fears had kept George at arm's length. "That is true." George gave a definitive nod. "I, for one, am quite grateful for you, my dear friend." Marian's cheeks flushed red, and she didn't try to hide it or turn away. Let him see just how much those words meant to her. "Do you require some air?" he asked, his brows pulling low. "A ballroom can grow quite overheated, and I do not wish you to grow faint." Marian held back a chuckle. She had never fainted in the whole of her life, and if she were ever to do so, it would be because George was staring at her with such intensity, and not from the crush of bodies around them. He nodded toward the other end of the ballroom. "Come, The Hutton's gardens are lovely, and we could both do with a stroll." Lips stretching into a grin, Marian nodded, and the pair slipped through the crowd. George cast a searching look at the room as he led her through a side door, though such care was unnecessary, as the guests were far more interested in the entertainment than in the pair sneaking away. Chapter 4. "Are you certain you know the way?" Marian asked as he led her through a series of halls and doors. The rooms not intended for the public were dark, with a few scant candles to aid their journey. "Quite." George took her by the hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. They turned a corner, and Marian spied moonlight flooding through a series of windows. Reaching for a door handle, George let in a gust of night air that swept across her flushed skin before offering up his arm to her. This wasn't the first time he'd done so, but Marian had never acclimated to the feel of her arm wrapped around his and the accompanying shiver of delight. Yes, it was naught but a kindness intended to assist her across unknown ground, but Marian revelled in it. The moon hung high above them, casting the world in a silvery glow that danced across the leaves of the garden. The bright colours of the flowers were muted in the night, but their fragrance hung in the air, filling her nose with their blessed scent. George had not been exaggerating when he'd claimed the Hutton's gardens were lovely. Even without the added impact of the rainbow of blossoms, the garden was a veritable Eden. Though the house sat at their back, she could hardly see it beneath the explosion of ivy, trees and shrubs. Windows peeked through the greenery, but otherwise it felt as though they had stepped through a doorway into another world. Turning her head, Marian met his gaze, and George smiled at her, his joy shining in his eyes. Casting doubts aside, she seized the moment and Letty's advice. Though she had little experience with flirtatious looks, Marian twisted her lips into the pout so many affected, her gaze filling with the unspoken declarations of her heart. "Is something the matter?" George stared at her as puzzlement pulled down his brows. Marian gave a tight chuckle, her voice coming out far more strained than intended. "I think I was more overheated than I realised." George nodded, drawing her further into the garden as the breezes swept away the residual heat of the ballroom, though it did little to cool her blazing cheeks. Thank all the stars in the heavens that it was too dark for him to see just how pink they were. They walked along in silence, the heels of their shoes clicking against the stone walkway. With each step, Marian shook off her embarrassment. Flirting was not her forte, it never had been, so it was little surprise that her attempt had failed so spectacularly. Faint strains of music drifted on the breeze, carried along from the ballroom like a phantom orchestra. It was a slow, languid piece that wrapped around her and begged her feet to move. Marian pictured turning to George and sharing a private waltz, but for all her wild imaginings, she struggled to get her limbs to move in that fashion. "An idea has taken hold of my thoughts and will not release it." George's voice rang out in the near silence, and Marian glanced at him. When he said nothing further, she prodded him, but George frowned, his brows pulling low as his gaze fell to the toes of his boots. Then, turning in place, he stood before her, his eyes rising to meet hers. In the light it was impossible to see the various shades of brown that made up their colour, but Marian swore they glittered in the moonlight. "Your speech about wallflowers," he said with another pensive furrow of his brows. "Though you claimed to be describing Evelyn, your words were far too personal. You were speaking of your own experience, weren't you?" Marian canted her head. "Didn't you notice that I was overlooked and ignored? If not for your interference, I would still be standing at the side of the ballroom, hoping for someone to see me." The frown deepened, and George shook his head. "Did people truly return your overtures of friendship with scorn and derision?" Sucking in a breath, Marian pulled away from him and folded her arms. "Just because you have not received such treatment doesn't mean it is impossible, Mr. Finch. I assure you those snubs were not imagined. Being told you are unwelcome is no misunderstanding, and watching others take their leave however gentle or kind their excuses, only to regroup somewhere I am not, can only be interpreted as a dismissal, though heaven knows I've tried to find other explanations." He held up a staying hand. "I am not suggesting you are mistaken or stretching the truth. I'm simply baffled that anyone would treat another in such a manner. There are few whose company I prize more than yours, Miss Marian, and I cannot comprehend that others do not see your value." Marian's breath caught in her lungs, and she was quite certain she would never breathe again. George's tone was so resolute and certain, as though the thought of someone disliking her company was truly inconceivable. "That is the greatest compliment I've ever received," she whispered. "And I meant every word of it." Some time during his speech, George had drawn closer to her, and Marian longed to reach out and wrap herself in his embrace. He held her gaze firm in his, and she swore she saw a glimmer of recognition, of something more than the friendship he espoused. Now was no time for her courage to fail. There was no more perfect moment for the truth to come forth. For years, Marian had longed to speak her heart, but never had it felt so right and proper as it did now. Though she had rather he discover it on his own, she realized Letty was entirely correct. Marian had fought so hard to keep her feelings hidden that George may not realize the depth of her feelings. All of those silent years gathered together, pressing down on her, begging her to speak. Flirting had done no good. Words were all she had left. "I care deeply for you." Marian could hardly believe she had spoken, but there it was, no longer hidden away. George gave her a warm smile. "I feel the same." Letting out a long breath, Marian closed her eyes and pressed a hand to her forehead, kneading the knot that formed between her brows. Allowing herself only a moment to churn over that unfortunate turn of events, she gathered her strength close and dropped her arms to face him once more. "I do not mean as a friend," she hurried to add. "From almost the beginning of our acquaintance, my heart has belonged entirely to you. I've hoped for so long that you might see me in such a light, but I cannot remain silent another moment. I must tell you that I adore you in every sense of the word." Why did her heart insist on beating so? Marian could hardly hear her thoughts above that rapid thump that sounded in her ears. She was certain she would expire on that very spot in that very minute. Her insides knotted together, twisting and wrenching until she was so tied up she could hardly breathe. Silence stretched out, and George stood there, blinking. "Are you twitting me, Miss Marian?" George's brows were so furrowed she could hardly see his eyes, and Marian wished she could laugh and nod, waving the whole thing away like some wretched jest. But now that her facade had crumbled, she could not erect it again. Her emotions had been unleashed upon the world, and there was no stuffing them back into the hidden recesses once more. "I am in earnest." Marian didn't know how she managed the words, but they sprung forth, disappearing into the night. The gentleman stepped backward, placing a firm space between them, and though his expression held a degree of passive politeness, Marian saw the flash of his true feelings buried beneath his manners. The tightness of his lips and tensing of his muscles were nothing to the flash of horror that shone in his eyes, and there was no other way in which Marian could think to describe it. Perhaps some might say it was merely dismay, but there was a level of dread that stretched far beyond the bounds of mere disappointment or unhappiness. "I do beg your pardon, Miss Marian, if I have raised your expectations or given you reason to believe I return your affections." The gentleman's tone grew distant and formal, his arms stiffening at his sides until he stood at attention like a soldier reporting to his superior officer. His words grew clipped, spilling out with speed and a desperate quality as he continued, "I am honoured that you hold me in such high regard, and I wish I could give you what you desire, but I fear my heart has been secured by another. I am courting Miss Hutton, and as much as I admire you, no one can compare to her. She is the best of women with such beauty and grace." George blasted out a heavy sigh, scrubbing at his face as he turned away. "I do not wish to cause you pain, but your declaration has taken me quite by surprise." Shaking his head back and forth, he sent her a wide-eyed look full of the startled shock that had taken hold of him. "You are my dearest friend, but I have always thought of you as a sister, not a woman." George winced. "I do not mean a woman. Of course you're a woman. Just not a woman. The sort I would court and marry and—" He let out another tense breath and pinched the bridge of his nose. "I am making a muck of this." The man babbled, tiptoeing around the words he wanted to say and apologizing for the ones that tumbled free, and Marian stared at him. For all that poets and lovers spoke of heartbreak as though that organ could shatter, she did not feel knives of pain slicing through it, or some great blow that splintered it into a million pieces. No, it was as though fingers wrapped around her heart, crushing it into a small, crumpled thing, leaving behind a void in her chest. Marian stood there like the cold, unfeeling statue she was, her gaze lowered to the ground, and then his hands reached for hers, taking them in a gentle grip. "I am so very sorry, Miss Marian," he murmured. "I wish I knew what to say." Pulling her hands free of his, Marian turned away, wrapping her arms around her middle. "You have made your feelings very clear, sir. There is no need to say anything further." A beat of silence before he hazarded to ask, "Might I escort you back to the ballroom?" Marian's throat was nearly too dry to speak, but she managed to say, "I would like to remain out here a moment longer. Return to Miss Hutton." His footsteps shifted on the stone walkway, and Marian felt him standing there at her back, so very close. "I do not wish to leave you alone." "Leave me be!" Marian snapped the words and sucked in a breath to hold back the tears brimming in her eyes. She would not cry. She would not. It was bad enough to have made such a fool of herself. She would not give him her tears as well. Marian Wakefield was stronger than that. Eyes closed, she willed him to listen, to go, to leave her in peace, though there was little of that to be found. Footsteps moved away, disappearing into the distance, and Marian's lungs heaved, her body shuddering as she wiped furiously at her cheeks. Alone at last, alone as she had been before Mr. Finch, and would be long after. Chapter 5. 5 years later. There were all sorts of contrivances people employed to keep their temper in check, but Marian had exhausted them all. Counting often gave her a modicum of control, allowing her the time and focus to keep herself from speaking the first, second, or even third thought that sprang to mind. But at present, even her fourth, fifth, and sixth thoughts weren't things she ought to speak. The Wrigley's grounds were lovely, and Marian tried to focus on the beauty of their surroundings and the vast swathe of lawn stretching around them. The skies above were clear and bright, allowing the sun free rein to scorch the earth below, much to their hosts' and the guests' delight. Never mind that the summer had been excessively dry, and the farmers prayed constantly for a few raindrops to save their crops. As long as the Wrigley's picnic was a success, one needn't concern oneself about petty matters like poor harvests. Marian was quite grateful for the tent above her. They had several erected on the grassy knoll, situating the majority of the ground covers under those canopies, though with a few sitting in direct sunlight for those who were less bothered by the heat. Many of the guests meandered from shade to shade, but Marian was in no mood to traipse about in the boiling sun. Even a parasol did little to hold back the heat. Puffing out her cheeks, Marian blew out a breath, casting aside such thoughts, for they added to her dark mood. "Do stop making that face, my dear," murmured Mamma. "It makes you look like a frog." Eyes narrowing, Marian breathed in through her nose and held it for a full count of 20 before letting it out again and facing the source of her present ire. "I know you do not care to discuss such matters, Mamma, but ignoring the issue shall only add to our troubles." "Now is hardly the place to speak of such things." The lady smoothed her skirts, though Marian didn't know why Mamma bothered. As they were all seated on the ground, there was little to be done about the wrinkling of one's dress. "You say that regardless of the time or place, and there isn't anyone nearby to hear," replied Marian, casting a pointed look at the blanket occupied solely by their family. "We employ Powell not because he is good at his position, but because of tradition," she said. "Most households make do without a butler, so we needn't hold to pretension, especially when all he does is decant the wine, answer the door occasionally, and make the footman miserable. Better to do away with his position, for we could pay the other servants, who do far more, the wages they deserve and still have funds left over." Marian turned her gaze to her sister-in-law, but Rachel gave her only a commiserating smile in return, which made Marian think the expression was more patronising than earnest. Could no one understand simple logic? Marian didn't think she was so brilliant to see something no one else could, but in moments such as these, she thought she must be either extraordinarily intelligent or mad. "And there are good reasons I do not wish to discuss such things, Marian," said Mamma with a narrowed look. "The butler is Papa's responsibility, and it is not becoming of you to insert yourself into others' business. Besides, Mrs. Deeds assures me the household is running quite efficiently. Surely she would inform me if Powell was creating issues." Apparently, Mamma was willing to be both stubborn and blind today, for anyone who spent more than a few minutes in conversation with the housekeeper would know that Mrs. Deeds was able to do her work despite Powell, and Marian suspected the housekeeper was rather terrified of speaking out against the butler, as he was quite capable of making even the upper servants' situations miserable. Marian turned her attention to the crowd, her thoughts churning with all the possible arguments to be made, and what might be the right thing to sway Mamma. Although the butler reported to the master of the house, anyone with sense knew it was the mistress who held sway over the household. A word from her, and Papa would acquiesce. Taking a moment to savour a few bites of cold roast beef and the particularly delightful finger sandwiches, Marian wondered what was to be done about the matter. "Might I join you, ladies?" Marian's gaze flicked to the gentleman standing to one side, his head cocked in a quick bow as his gaze took in the trio. Mr. Highmore was of middling age, middling looks, and middling personality, though even as she thought that, Marian's heart shuddered at the brutal assessment. It was born from her frustrations with the present situation, and, though true to a degree, reflected far more of her own shortcomings than Mr. Highmore's. "Certainly, Mr. Highmore," said Mamma with a warm smile. "Your company is always welcome, isn't it, Marian? She was just speaking of how much she longed for you to sit with us." With 3 daughters married, Mamma was adept at the subtlety required to nudge a young lady and gentleman together, but it seemed all pretence was to be ignored when it came to her troublesome second daughter. Marian held back a genuine smile at that thought, and turned to greet Mr. Highmore as he took a seat beside her. "You are quite right, Mamma. We have been discussing a most fascinating subject." "Which is?" he asked with an arched brow. "Household management," she said, slanting Mamma a sly look. "As the master of your household, would you not agree that running it efficiently is more important than pretension? That if a servant is not wholly needed or suited for the household, then it is best to eliminate the position and free up the resources wasted on him? It is better for the rest of the staff and your pocketbook. It seems so logical that I can hardly fathom doing otherwise." Mamma stiffened, though Mr. Highmore paid this no heed, as his attention was fixed on Marian. His brows rose as she spoke, and he cleared his throat. "This is what you've been discussing during a picnic?" he asked. "It does seem an inappropriate moment," said Mamma with a narrowed look at Marian. "I assure you we have exhausted all the usual discussion of the weather, Mr. Highmore. Wouldn't you rather speak of something of more importance?" asked Marian, clasping her hands primly in her lap. "Running an efficient household is quite important," he said with a nod. Stretching his legs out before him, the gentleman considered the idea. "I cannot say for certain what I would do without further information. What is the servant's position? How long has he worked for the family? You have a duty to him, as well as to your household accounts." Mamma straightened, giving Marian a quick nod. "Precisely what I said, sir. It is heartless to turn away a servant. A family such as ours has a duty to the town and those we employ. And if your coffers are healthy, why shouldn't you spend your wealth on the people of the town, who depend so on families such as yours for income?" asked Mr. Highmore with a definitive nod. Mamma gave a surprised squeak as he spoke. No doubt she would have preferred some euphemism rather than discuss something as gauche as money, but Marian couldn't help but admire the fellow for speaking so baldly. "But we have a loyalty to the rest of our staff as well, and if the fellow is making their work a misery, is it not our duty to free them of his tyranny?" asked Marian. Her words were met with a laugh by Mr. Highmore. "That is a tad melodramatic." "Yet true nonetheless," replied Marian. "If one of the upper staff is making unreasonable demands on the lower, and reaching beyond his purview to bully and berate them unjustly, is it not our duty to protect the lower servants who cannot defend themselves? At the very least, it is in our best interest, for the household cannot function properly when such a significant cog is causing problems." "Enough, Marian," snapped Mamma. "I refuse to treat a loyal retainer in such a horrid fashion. If our other servants are unhappy in our household, they are free to find another position. It is their choice whether or not they wish to stay, so there is nothing more to discuss." Marian's teeth clicked closed, and she dropped her gaze to her lap, though she refused to show how much that censure hurt. Yet again she was the villainess of the piece, heartless and unfeeling. Straightening, she hid the feelings away. They would do no good at this moment. "My daughter was asking after you," said Mr. Highmore, his gaze flicking between the ladies before giving them all a strained smile, though it was nothing compared to Mamma's. "Myra was wondering if you would join our family for a drive next Tuesday." "That sounds lovely," said Mamma. "I am certain Marian would enjoy that." Though the invitation had been extended to her, there was little point in Marian responding to it, for Mamma was determined she accept, even if it sounded anything but lovely. Not that she disliked Myra or any of Mr. Highmore's little ones, but Marian could not think of a more miserable way to spend an afternoon than being stuffed into a carriage with 6 children and a grown man. "The children do love to drive to the coast," he said with a bright expression that held his heart. "I can hardly fault them. It is lovely." "I am of a like mind, Mr. Highmore," said Mamma. Turning to her daughter, she added, "As is Marian." "Capital," he said with a nod. "Then we shall spend the afternoon exploring the coast, though I will warn you to bring a cloak. The weather has been quite warm of late, but if we stop anywhere near the water, I guarantee you will get wet. No matter what I do, I cannot keep the children from it. They are bound to be soaked through." Marian turned her lips upward, though Mr. Highmore continued speaking before she had a chance to say a word. "Sadie is growing into quite the young lady, but she still wades out with her brothers and sisters," he said with a chuckle. "She always looks so startled when a wave catches her, and I cannot help but think of her mother in such circumstances, for she had the same expression." Marian nodded but had nothing to add. But then Mr. Highmore didn't pause long enough to allow anyone else an opportunity to speak, as he waxed poetic about his family, sharing stories of their recent goings-on and memories of the past. In moderation, it was endearing, but the longer he spoke, the less Marian listened. After a good quarter of an hour, in which he scarcely drew breath, Mr. Highmore rose to his feet and bade them farewell, whilst doubly securing Marian's promise to attend his family's outing. Once he was beyond hearing their conversation, Mamma turned to Marian with a dainty frown. "Are you determined to frighten away every possible suitor?" With a huff, Marian shook her head. "Mr. Highmore hardly allowed me the opportunity to be inviting or aloof." Mamma waved that protest away. "You gave the impression that you did not wish to speak, which chased him away. And he is such a lovely man. He is a good father and was an excellent husband. He would treat you well." "As the mother to his children, perhaps," replied Marian. "But it is clear he has no room in his heart for another Mrs. Highmore." "What does that have to do with anything?" asked Mamma. "We are speaking of marriage, and he is an eligible man. Pitchford Place is a fine house, and you would be comfortable." "I am comfortable where I am, Mamma. There is no need for me to marry a man who is only pursuing me because he needs a mother for his children and a mistress for his estate." Mamma frowned, her brows pulling low. "Don't be a child, Marian. Not everyone marries for love." Heaven help her, but Marian couldn't resist the urge to stick out her tongue. No one beyond her family paid her any heed, so it was of no consequence, though it garnered the desired result from Mamma, who shot to her feet, brushing down her skirts. "If you are not going to be serious, I will not waste my breath," she said, stiffening her spine as she glowered at her daughter. Turning on her heel, Mamma started to walk away, but paused, giving Marian one more look that held far too much pity for Marian's peace of mind. "A love match is well and good, but do you desire to become a spinster, the joke of the neighbourhood? I do not want to see you forced into such an unenviable position, Marian. Please, think of your future before you dismiss Mr. Highmore out of hand." And with that, Mamma strode away, leaving Marian wishing that the lady had remained silent. It was far easier to brush aside Mamma's ridiculousness when the lady's dander was up, but when she spoke in such a pitying manner, it was hard to deflect the lady's machinations. Turning to her sister-in-law, Marian pasted on a smile and picked at her food. Chapter 6. "That was a tad much," said Rachel with a narrowed look that held more than a touch of mirth. "I learned quickly after my marriage to Wilfred that it is better to leave your mamma be." "How else am I to handle such ridiculousness?" asked Marian, picking at the crust of her bread. "Now that Roberta has married and left home, Mamma is determined to rid herself of her last troublesome daughter, regardless of whether it is a good match or not." Rachel sent her sister-in-law a puzzled look. "You think Mr. Highmore a poor match?" Marian returned the look with an equal measure of perplexity. "You think him a good match for me?" The lady's shoulders rose, though she did not go so far as to shrug. Her right hand churned the air as though that might supply the words she sought. "It would depend on your definition of good, but I know Mr. Highmore is a good man and a good father. From what I understand, he was a wonderful husband to Mrs. Highmore and was devoted to her. Though his property is not large, it does supply his family with a good income. You would be comfortable." Puffing out her cheeks, Marian let out a long sigh. "He is a good man by many standards, but we do not suit each other. We have no spark of friendship. We do not long for each other's company. We may not disagree, but that is only because we have so little common ground that our opinions have no opportunity to clash. Nor does he seem interested in having a closer relationship than that of convenience." "But Marian, dear, I think you do yourself a disservice when you think of marriage in such stark terms," said Rachel. "There is a whole world of possibilities between a good match and a poor one. You shouldn't limit yourself with such unyielding delineations. Mr. Highmore may not be ideal, but that does not mean he's a wrong choice either. It is well and good for you to have ideals for your future husband, but that shouldn't bar you from accepting a decent prospect." Marian turned her gaze fully to Rachel. "Are my requirements for a husband so very outlandish that I ought to settle for a decent prospect rather than a fine one? I might be willing to overlook the fact that he doesn't love me, nor does he desire that to change, but should I marry someone whom I cannot even count as a friend or confidant? Someone who shows no interest in me outside of needing a mother for his horde of children?" The more she spoke, the clearer Marian saw that future. Love was grand, and she longed for it, but friendship and mutual respect were necessities. Without that, they would be merely two people living in proximity to each other. What benefit was there to be had in accepting such an arrangement? A husband was more than a warm body with an income. "Perhaps," said Rachel, with a tone that betrayed kindly meant disbelief. "But I wouldn't discount Mr. Highmore simply because you haven't felt a connection to him. It can take time to forge a proper relationship." Marian nodded, knowing there was truth in Rachel's words, But beneath that hesitant acceptance, she knew her feelings were not likely to change. Turning her attention back to her discarded plate of food, Marian picked at the edges as her thoughts sifted through the situation and considered Rachel's advice. Was it foolish to ignore Mr. Highmore's half-hearted attempts at courtship? If she had not secured love in her early 20s, Marian knew she was unlikely to do so when her age was a black mark against her as well, even if Rachel and Mamma insisted 8 and 20 was not so very old. However, to bind herself to someone whom she could not count as a friend was inconceivable. Even without romance, marriage could be a fine situation if her husband was an amicable companion. Without that, life seemed a bleak thing. Rather like trading her current existence for a new address and nothing more. Good heavens, she was being maudlin today. Marian didn't like to wallow in such thoughts, for they denigrated all the many good things to be found in her life, and she knew herself to be quite blessed. Her family's situation was comfortable, and even if her days were devoid of close friendships, she rubbed along well with the family who remained at Wrenwood Lodge. Her sister-in-law was a fine addition to the family, and Marian enjoyed her company for the most part. A far better life than many could boast. "Hello there!" Rachel rose to her feet and waved at a passing group of people, wrenching Marian from her thoughts. Instinct drew Marian up as well, though the question of Mr. Highmore lingered in her mind, occupying much of her attention until she finally noticed whom Rachel was greeting. Marian tensed as she cast her gaze to his parents, with his sister standing to one side, though only the latter noticed Marian standing there. Forcing her breath in and out, she fought to hold on to her smile, clinging to a demure, calm facade. Miss Evelyn Finch's smile was faint, but it grew as they exchanged nods, and some of the pressure in Marian's chest eased a fraction. "Miss Rachel, how good to see you. Though I suppose it is not Miss Rachel any more," said Mrs. Felicity Finch with a bright laugh. "It has been a few years since the wedding, but I fear I shall always struggle to think of you as Mrs. Wakefield." Rachel responded in kind and added, "One spends decades with one surname, and then with a few words and a signature on a piece of paper, it is forever different. I still struggle at times to recall that my surname has altered." Leaning toward her husband, Mrs. Finch threaded her arm through his. "I know precisely what you mean. After my marriage, it was quite a few years before I stopped having any slips of the tongue." And then Rachel uttered the words Marian had been dreading. "Might I introduce my sister-in-law, Miss Marian Wakefield?" Marian moved into a curtsy, but stopped when Mrs. Finch's expression brightened. "Of course, Miss Marian. It has been quite a long time since we've had the pleasure." Brows raised, Rachel glanced between them. "You are acquainted?" Mr. Lewis Finch nodded, but it was Mrs. Finch who rushed to answer, glancing at Rachel to say, "She was friends with our eldest George." Then, turning her attention to Marian, she took the young lady's hands in hers. "It is so wonderful to see you. How have you been?" Cursing her wretched cheeks, Marian tried to calm the flush of colour that filled them and hold on to her smile. "Quite well. And you?" Despite knowing it was unlikely that their son had told anyone, no matter how shocked he may have been at her outburst, Marian couldn't help but wonder what his family knew. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and she struggled to keep her thoughts on the subject at hand as she examined every tone and word, searching for any hint that his parents knew her shame. But, like the other few times their paths had crossed, the Finches seemed as ignorant of the situation as her own family, and some of the strain eased from her shoulders. Marian had thought the passage of years might erase her discomfort, but the time was long past to accept that it would forever and always be her most mortifying moment, and the fact that only she and one other were party to it did not assuage the embarrassment. "Perhaps we shall see more of you," said Mrs. Finch. "What with George returning home?" Quite unlikely, to Marian's thinking. He had avoided her during the months between her dreadful outburst and his marriage to Miss Hutton and subsequent removal from Devon, and Marian doubted that would alter, even if he were in the neighbourhood. But she nodded, as that was precisely what Mrs. Finch expected. "And how long will he be visiting?" asked Rachel. "It is no visit," said Mrs. Finch. "Now that he has completed his morning and finished the business that needed tending to in Manchester, he is returning home." Rachel's expression crumpled, her brows twisting in sympathy. "Yes, I was so sorry to hear about his wife's passing." Mrs. Finch nodded, her bright eyes dimming. "The accident was such a shock to us all." There were moments when Marian detested her heart, and having it thump in such an erratic manner at that pronouncement was among the worst. Of course, it would be easier if she could discern what precisely it was saying to her, but it had begun hammering against her ribs the moment the Finches had appeared. George Finch was widowed? Logically, the news meant nothing to her, yet that traitorous organ flipped and wriggled, slipping about like an overexcited eel. Not that she revelled in his wife's demise, but she immediately recognised the possibility it presented. Which was the precise reason she was certain their paths would not cross. She would not allow it. No matter that he did not and would never see her in such a light, her silly heart still felt something warm beneath the layers of self-reproach, anger, and betrayal, something that would never see the light of day. Marian would not allow herself to love someone who disdained her affection. Mr. George Finch may be free, but that was of no significance to her. Now she simply had to avoid the gentleman, which shouldn't be difficult. His family's home was quite a distance from Bentmoor, so such a thing wouldn't occur naturally, and Marian couldn't fathom any reason why he would seek her out. His return was of no consequence. None at all. "Might I have your attention, please?" Mr. Wrigley's voice rang out over the gathering, bringing the attention to him as he motioned his wife forward. "We have arranged for a little competition," said Mrs. Wrigley, clasping her hands as she gave the crowd a wide smile. Motioning to the targets arrayed along the far side of the gathering, she added, "For those who wish to test their archery skills, we shall begin in 10 minutes' time. But remember, this is a partnered event, meaning your scores will be combined with those of your companion. So, ladies, choose carefully." Titters rose from the crowd, and Marian fought back a groan. Would Mrs. Wrigley not even attempt subtlety? Though she was not explicit in stating that the pairs must be man and woman together, her tone was clear enough that no one could mistake her meaning. There was no need to partner during such an event, but still she had managed to make what could be a diverting entertainment into another instance in which to bind the maidens and bachelors together, and another instance in which those without admirers would be forced to acknowledge it in front of all creation. With a bob, Marian turned to leave. "Are you joining the competition?" Rachel asked with a grin and a giddy tone that hid none of her excitement at that prospect. Holding back the words she wished to say, Marian shook her head. "I am no archer. I intend to explore the grounds a little more. I've been sitting for far too long and would like a walk." But before she could take more than a few steps, Mr. Highmore appeared with a bow. "Might I entreat you to be my partner, Miss Wakefield?" he asked. Rachel seemed close to expiring over that question. "My thanks, Mr. Highmore, but I fear I decided on a stroll instead," she said, motioning off into the distance. "Capital," he said with a nod. "I would love to accompany you." With another bow, he motioned her forward, and Marian gave a quick farewell to Rachel and the Finches, happy to be rid of that conversation, if nothing else. Shifting her skirts, Marian strode forward at a brisk pace, and Mr. Highmore moved to match it. Tucking his hands behind him, he cast her a sideways glance. "Have I told you of my Celia's adventures at Blackbriar Pond?" Marian tried to match his smile. "Yes, many times. She is an energetic child." Mr. Highmore's smile grew self-deprecating, and Marian was rather pleased to see the wry humour. "I suppose I do talk about my children's antics at length, but they are such wonderful creatures, so lovely and intelligent. I would hazard to say that there is not a finer set in all of England." And then he launched into the exact stories he had told her many times before, and Marian held back a sigh. She did not fault the man for his affection. Truly she did not. But he spoke of nothing else, leaving no space for proper conversation, for she had nothing to add to that subject. As much as he thought his children the supreme example of perfection, they were not as brilliant, lively, or adorable as he thought them to be. Lovely children, to be sure, but not ready for sainthood. "How is your property? I understand the dry weather is of great concern, and that the harvest will be greatly impacted," said Marian, breaking through his monologue about Rufus's skill at training their hunting dogs. Perhaps Mr. Highmore thought her interruption rude, but surely there was something else of which they could speak. Mr. Highmore gave a vague wave. "My steward and bailiff handle such matters, so there is no need for me to bother with it." "Do you enjoy novels, or music, perhaps?" Marian tossed out the subjects, hoping something might spark a true conversation. With raised brows, Mr. Highmore considered that. "I enjoy the odd serial and concert, but my true passion is riding." Marian's expression lightened, her smile broadening. She was by no means an avid lover of horses, but like any good country girl, she was proficient. "Which is your favourite path to take? I've always adored the moors. There is something so grand about sitting atop a horse and seeing the swathes of heather stretching around you." "I would have to agree with you on that point, Miss Wakefield. It is magnificent," he said with a nod. "Though my wife preferred skirting the Orton's fields and following the river there. My little Sadie sits a fine saddle and often accompanies me now, but she prefers the moors as well." And with that, Mr. Highmore returned to the previous subject. Chapter 7. Evelyn Finch was no mind-reader or clairvoyant, though she often wished for those gifts. Knowing the truth of people's feelings, rather than guessing them, ought to make navigating society easier. Evelyn supposed it mightn't be a good thing to know everything simmering beneath the polite surface, but there were times that such insight would be useful. However, she didn't need supernatural gifts to understand Miss Wakefield. Mamma didn't notice the young lady's discomfort, but Evelyn recognised the signs. The fidgeting, the false smiles, the tightness about the shoulders. They bespoke someone wishing to flee a conversation. Evelyn had been in similar situations enough times to understand Miss Wakefield's discomposure. Admiring a gentleman was such an amusing pastime. It made gatherings all the more enjoyable when there was someone for whom she wished to look her best, and it made her time at the edge of the gathering pass all the quicker when those silent minutes were spent watching for some sign of the fellow's arrival and following his movements once he did. Goodness, wasn't that tragic? But once those feelings ran their course, there was nothing more discomforting than having to speak to the gentleman or those connected to him. And though neither party had said a word to her, Evelyn knew Miss Wakefield had been smitten with George. So she could not fault the lady for avoiding the Finches. For the briefest of moments, Evelyn wondered if it mightn't put Miss Wakefield at ease if she told the lady how much she regretted George's decision. But she dismissed that impulse the moment it arose. Admitting that she had surmised Miss Wakefield's hidden feelings would only cause the lady distress, even if it was to chastise George for his foolish choice in wife. Evelyn had thought her brother wiser than to chase after a pretty face, especially when it was clear to anyone with sense that Miss Wakefield was a far better match for him than Juliet. In general, Evelyn was content with who she was, but at that moment she longed to snap her fingers and alter herself into a social butterfly like Mamma, the sort of person who could step forward to Miss Wakefield and engage her in conversation. Surely Miss Wakefield would welcome a friendly overture. The lady in question was tender-hearted and understood all too well how difficult it was to navigate social functions. Yet it was not so easy to silence the voices in Evelyn's head that warned her she was being forward, awkward, and embarrassing. There was too great a possibility that any attempt would end with people thinking her troublesome or ridiculous. How many times did one have to receive a snub or snide comment before one learned one's lesson? Gathering what little wits and strength she possessed, Evelyn opened her mouth, only to shut it again when Mrs. Wrigley called for everyone's attention and announced the forthcoming archery tournament. Miss Wakefield made a swift departure, leaving Evelyn with Mrs. Rachel Wakefield, mother and father, who continued their conversation as before. Evelyn glanced about the area, searching the faces for a gentleman amenable to partnering with her, though she didn't know why she bothered. She'd been in this situation far too often to expect a different outcome. Plenty of gentlemen cast their eyes about, searching for a lady, but not one of them gave her a passing glance. For whatever reason, men never saw her. She was a phantom, haunting the edges of such gatherings, and no amount of effort made her any more visible. "Put yourself forward, Evelyn," whispered Mamma as she nodded toward the gathering. "If you wish to participate, you shan't find a partner while standing with us." Evelyn shifted in place, glancing at the pairs gathering near the archery targets. Her gaze drifted back to her parents, and Mamma gave her a bright smile and a firm nod, as though following her advice were a little thing, and Evelyn knew that for that lady it was. But Papa's understanding smile had Evelyn's spine straightening. His eyes were warm and a little pained, and though he was far more comfortable among strangers than Evelyn, he understood her hesitation better than Mamma. What Evelyn wouldn't give to have a tad more of Mamma's strength. "Perhaps you might speak to Mrs. Wrigley, or we might speak to her on your behalf," said Papa. "No doubt she is working to ensure everyone has a partner." Evelyn's brows rose as she considered that. Surely it was a hostess's duty to assist a young lady in finding a partner, and approaching Mrs. Wrigley was less embarrassing than attempting it herself. However, Evelyn couldn't countenance her parents doing so on her behalf. She was a grown woman after all. Surely she could muster enough courage to speak to Mrs. Wrigley herself. Nodding to her parents, Evelyn strode across the lawn without allowing herself to consider just how wrong her petition might go. Hostesses had overlooked or ignored Evelyn standing alone before, so it wouldn't be wholly unexpected if Mrs. Wrigley merely brushed her away. But Evelyn refused to dwell on that thought. Or rather, she attempted to. There was little she could do when that worry wheedled its way into her thoughts, poking her as she crossed the expanse of green. Mrs. Wrigley was giving directions, pointing pairs this way and that, and Evelyn stood quietly, waiting for the lady to notice her. But when Mrs. Wrigley attended to 3 separate pairs who'd arrived after her, Evelyn cleared her throat. The lady turned and gave her a bright smile. "Ah, Miss Finch, you wish to participate. Who is your partner?" Evelyn fought back a blush and refused to fidget. "I do not have one." Mrs. Wrigley blinked at that answer, though she had the tact not to look askance at Evelyn's confession. Then her grin stretched wider, and the lady nodded, waving at a passing fellow. "Cousin Richard!" The gentleman halted and turned toward the hostess. "Might I be of assistance, madam?" With a few quick words, Mrs. Wrigley introduced the fellow. Then, stepping closer to Evelyn, she placed a hand on her back and ushered her forward. "Our dear Miss Finch is in need of a partner for our archery contest. Might you join her? I hear she is quite skilled with the bow." Mr. Richard Townsend was a lanky fellow, but there was something pleasing about his features and his fair colouring, and there was a spark of good humour in his eyes that spoke of one at ease with the world about him. All in all, he was a fine partner, enough so that Evelyn knew he would not accept Mrs. Wrigley's petition. Likely Mr. Townsend had already secured himself a lovely companion. Taking off his hat, Mr. Townsend swept into a low bow. "I would be honoured, Miss Finch, if you would partner with me in the archery competition." He turned a laughing gaze up to her and added, "Though I warn you I am a terrible shot, and am likely to ruin your chances at winning." Shock seized her, and Evelyn barely managed a word of thanks before Mrs. Wrigley motioned for the 2 of them to join the rest. The titter of conversation filled the green, and she was all too aware of the stranger at her side. Apart from his name, and that he was a guest of the Wrigleys, which presupposed he was a gentleman of good character, Evelyn knew nothing of the fellow, and exchanging vague pleasantries was not one of her strengths. Mr. Townsend led her along to where the others had gathered to await their turn, and Evelyn seized the opportunity to choose and test the bow and arrows that had been provided while sorting through topics she might broach. "You seem quite determined to trounce the competition," said Mr. Townsend, and Evelyn looked in his direction to find him studying her. Evelyn thought through a few teasing answers, but none seemed right. "I enjoy archery, though I cannot claim to have much talent for it. I look forward to testing my skill." "From the manner in which you handle the bow, I would say you are more talented than you claim," he said with raised brows. Then, with a wry grin, he added, "No doubt you espouse the ridiculous sentiment that requires young ladies to feign incompetence in a misguided attempt at humility." Ducking her head, Evelyn fiddled with the string of the bow, and as much as she wished to dismiss the accusation, it held a morsel of truth. It did not do to put herself at the forefront of public scrutiny, for it rarely painted her in a favourable light. "Come now, I was only jesting." Reaching forward with his foot, Mr. Townsend nudged the tip of her bow that was resting on the ground. "You needn't take me too seriously, Miss Finch. I fear I tend to say ridiculous things without provocation." Evelyn smiled, casting him a look from under her lashes. In a fit of honesty, she replied, "And I fear I tend to be ill at ease among strangers." Mr. Townsend canted his head, his brow furrowing as he considered that. "Then I suppose I shall have to tell you all about myself, so I am no longer a stranger. I'm a distant cousin to Mr. Wrigley and am visiting for a few weeks before returning home to Cambridgeshire to take up a position with my uncle, a formidable banker who has far more money than wit and is bound to find me entirely too lackadaisical and droll for his liking. But I am the favourite son of his favourite sister, and he has no choice but to put up with my useless self." The fellow's recitation was so matter-of-fact, yet with a hint of amusement, that Evelyn's grin grew, a quiet laugh on her lips. "Then you are a lost cause, sir?" she asked, unable to keep herself from responding in kind to his teasing. With a heavy sigh, he threw his arms wide as though inviting her to peruse him. "I am a selfish creature, Miss Finch, and far too self-indulgent to mend my ways. But why would anyone wish to alter such a specimen of perfection?" Evelyn laughed at that, and the ridiculous grin he flashed her. "And what does such a specimen do to fill his time, other than admiring his own perfection?" It was a simple question, and hardly a momentous one, but such pleasantries always fled her thoughts when it came time to strike up a conversation. Yet the question came naturally when faced with Mr. Townsend's mirth, and more came with it, easing forth a conversation with little effort. Evelyn couldn't say they agreed on many things. Their taste in literature, music, and pastimes did not align often, but their inherent differences did not matter, for the conversation meandered along, moving from subject to subject, with an ease she rarely found among strangers. Evelyn hardly noticed the passing time and gave a start when Mrs. Wrigley bade them to take their turn at the targets. Their hostess did not have a high opinion of her guests, for the distance they were required to shoot was hardly challenging, so when Evelyn took her stance, she felt no hint of unease, despite the gazes turned in her direction. Of course, having Mr. Townsend standing at the ready with her arrows was a fair distraction in its own right. Evelyn preferred to use a quiver, but they were conspicuously absent. No doubt Mrs. Wrigley wished the gentlemen and ladies to assist each other. Taking in a breath, Evelyn relaxed her shoulders and raised the bow and arrow in a smooth movement, bringing her right hand to rest against her jaw. Her eye followed the line of the arrow, finding the heart of the target, and she let it fly. "Well done, Miss Finch," said Mr. Townsend as the dull thunk rang out. In quick succession, Evelyn shot the other two. The trio clumped tightly in the very centre of the target. She beamed as Mr. Townsend redoubled his praise and tried to ignore the applause that could be described as polite at best, though the sounds of her family's cheers rang out above the noise. When they switched positions, Evelyn knew before Mr. Townsend fired a single arrow that it was unlikely to strike true. The fellow's shoulders pressed upward into his neck, the bow straining as he took several long moments to aim, and then several more, and when he released it, the arrow flew closer to another team's target than their own. But Evelyn cheered him on nonetheless. The fellow puffed out his cheeks and grimaced before she offered the next arrow. But the next 2 shots were no better than the first, and soon the crowd tittered as the pair relinquished their place among the contestants. "I fear I've ruined your chances to advance to the next round, Miss Finch." "It is of no concern, Mr. Townsend," she said, waving his regrets aside. "I only wished to enjoy myself, and I assure you it was quite diverting." But even as she spoke the words, Evelyn's heart sank. The contest was over for them, and Mr. Townsend would return to whatever he'd been doing before Mrs. Wrigley pressed him into service. There was no point in stretching out her disappointment, so Evelyn gave him a curtsy. "It has been a pleasure, Mr. Townsend." "Are you going to throw me over so quickly?" he asked with an arched brow. "I had rather hoped you would accompany me on a stroll. There's no need to stand here, watching the tournament and torturing ourselves with what might have been." Evelyn couldn't breathe. She'd been able to do so only a moment ago, but her lungs seized, refusing to work properly. For goodness' sake, she couldn't even form a word of acknowledgement. Instead, she gave him a firm nod and smiled as he motioned her away from the archery field. Chapter 8. A picnic ought not to be exhausting. The essence of that entertainment was to pass an afternoon lazing about with delectable food and stimulating conversation. Even if a hostess provided some recreation, lawn games were hardly taxing. Yet when Marian climbed into her family's carriage, she settled into the squabs, grateful to be off her feet and away from the hordes. Rachel and Mamma chattered on with their usual gusto, and Marian rubbed at her temples, wishing her companions would be silent. But that was as fruitless a thought as it was uncharitable. When the carriage stopped in front of Wrenwood Lodge, Marian hurried into the house, bolting into her bedchamber for a moment of peace. She cast herself onto her bed, ignoring the damage done to her skirts. The day was over, and there was no need to fuss over appearances any more. Rolling onto her side, Marian's eyes fell to her watercolour hanging on the wall opposite. She was rather proud of how she had captured the movement of the water beneath the bridge and the tufts of grass edging the river, though she couldn't ignore the little splotches of purple she'd mixed into the stonework that hadn't blended with the blues and greys as she had intended. Better to study her mistakes than give thought to Mr. George Finch. With a groan, Marian buried her face into her pillows. The picnic had done much to distract her from that subject, but now it was impossible to ignore the niggling thought that pricked at her. Mr. Finch was returning home. Years of practice had aided her in ignoring reminders of that man, but it was impossible to wipe him completely from her thoughts. Far too often she'd wondered what had become of him. Yes, she'd had vague reports of his marriage and subsequent move to Manchester to further his family's investments, but those morsels weren't hardy enough to satisfy the curiosity. And now he was widowed and returning home for good. Shooting upright, Marian cast aside the pillow and growled at herself. There was no good to be had in thinking of that man. The past was over and done with, and though Marian wished to erase the shame that came whenever she thought of that wretched moment at the Huttons' ball, she did not wish her words unsaid. Better to know where she stood than be flustered by false hope. And Mr. Finch had made his feelings very clear that night. Marian rose to her feet and crossed to her dressing table. Her tresses were in a terrible state, and she reached up to shift her hairpins and secure the wayward locks. Throwing open the doors to the wardrobe, she shifted through the rainbow of gowns. If there was reason to be grateful for her unremarkable colouring, it was that she was not limited in what colours suited her. As her hair was a shade somewhere between blonde and brunette, without giving a firm impression of either, it allowed her far more freedom than those with more distinct manes. That was a blessing of sorts. As dinner was fast approaching, she might as well dress, and with a quick summons to a maid, Marian cast aside her afternoon clothes and put on her evening gown. The maid fared far better at shaping Marian's tresses into something more fetching than she'd managed on her own. Gazing at the product of Betsy's work, Marian stifled the sigh that longed to escape. It was no good comparing that outcome with what Rachel or any of the other young ladies achieved. Snatching a book from her desk, Marian strode from her bedchamber and wandered toward the parlour, content to spend the remaining moments ensconced in the writing of Mr. James Fenimore Cooper. But when her father called out to her, Marian turned from her intended route and stepped into his study. The room was not as imposing as one expected such a place to be. Of course, Marian knew little of those spaces, apart from her papa's, but she had read of them in books and heard people speaking of those great temples of manhood in hallowed terms. Though everyone insisted on calling this a study, the truth was that Papa's sanctuary was little more than a corner of the library where he'd placed a writing desk in which he kept his voluminous correspondence. At present he sat with his back to the desk, his arms folded as he nodded for her to take a seat in the armchair he'd positioned in front of him. "You look terribly serious, Papa," said Marian with a wry smile, but her jest received no grin in return. "I have something very serious to discuss with you." Papa's brows pulled low as Marian sat, his hands shifting to intertwine his fingers across his belly. "There is no point in tiptoeing around the subject, so I will get straight to the matter. Your mother and I are concerned about your future." Marian straightened. "I am not, so I cannot see why you should be." Papa waved that response away. "You have squandered your opportunities for courtship and marriage. For years we've watched as you passed up viable choices for a husband, and after your mother's report concerning your behaviour at the picnic this afternoon, we have decided we must take a more decisive action." When Marian tried to speak, Papa held up a staying hand, and she remained quiet. A chill swept across her skin and settled into her stomach, her heartbeat slowing as her thoughts rushed forward with various guesses as to what he would say. But none of them strayed close to his next words. "You have 2 months to find yourself a husband, or I will do so for you," he said with a decisive nod, turning toward his desk as though that was all that needed saying. "You mean to choose a husband for me?" Papa arched his brows. "Only if you refuse to do so. You are 28 and have had ample time to find a man on your own. Giving you another 2 months is generous, all things considered. Many a father wouldn't have allowed you so much freedom." "So I am to thank you for forcing the matter now, simply because you haven't bullied me into it earlier?" Marian asked, gaping. "There's no need to be dramatic," he said with a sigh. Shifting in his seat, Papa leaned forward, his dark brows pulled tight together. "This is for your good, my dear. I've seen what spinsterhood is like for my sister, and it is not a path I want you to follow. A spinster's life is an empty, bleak thing that is to be pitied, and I will not see you made an object of scorn." An ache formed in Marian's stomach and spread through her with each of her father's words. Like so many others, Marian had dreamt of marriage. It was so much more than a family. It bound 2 hearts together, not by some accident of birth, but because they wished for that unbreakable connection. To share one's life with another, to find love and acceptance, to choose and be chosen. Surely there was no better feeling than having another say you are their desired partner during this journey through life. When that dream had failed, Marian had battled against self-doubt and discouragement. She could not claim to have erased those sentiments in their entirety, but neither did they plague her in the same manner as they once had. But hearing her father speak of her life in such bald terms was another matter altogether. There were whispers, of course, the petty judgments of others who viewed the success of a life by narrow margins. But few spoke so plainly as her father did now, and hearing his opinion of Aunt Beatrice's life was a hard pill to swallow. Papa relaxed back into his seat and gave her a considering glance. "You have options, my dear, if you would open your eyes to them." "Options?" Marian said in a huff. "Do not feign ignorance. It does not suit you." Papa gave her a narrowed look. "You know full well that Mr. Highmore is looking for a lady to be a mother for his children, and Mr. Clements seems keen as well, and you have all the attributes befitting a vicar's wife. You would fill the position quite nicely." Marian's breath stuttered, her muscles tightening. "Are you listening to yourself, Papa? You wish me to welcome the courtship of a man who wants a marriage of convenience or to fill a position. Surely I ought to desire more than that." Papa's brows rose. "I apologize if that offends your sensibilities, Marian, but it does no good to paint over the truth. I do not understand why gentlemen are blind to your enticements. You have them in spades and would make any man a fine wife. But there is no reason to deny yourself a fulfilling life simply because your prospects aren't plying you with flowers and sweet nothings." Marian's lips trembled, though she refused to give the underlying emotion any power over her. She had little in this world, but she had her dignity, and she would not give life to her tears. They were hers and hers alone. "My life at Wrenwood Lodge is a good one," said Marian, forcing her voice to remain steady. "It may not be what I dreamt of as a child, but I am no great burden on you or Mamma, and I do my part to assist the household. I see no need to alter it for something so cold as a marriage of opportunity." Papa watched her for a long moment before responding. "You may feel that way now, but you will feel differently when you are established in a house of your own. You have too much to offer a man to waste away in spinsterhood." Marian's teeth clicked together, her jaw straining to keep her mouth closed when there was nothing good to be said in response to that. Her heart thumped a rapid beat, and she focused on slowing it down whilst formulating something better to say than refuting the condemnation he'd spoken. It would do little good. Far too many espoused his beliefs concerning the inferiority of spinsters to persuade him otherwise. "Forgive me, Papa." Marian cleared her throat and continued, "But regardless of any edict you may set down, there is nothing that can compel me to speak the marriage vows if I do not wish to." Papa straightened and leaned forward, watching her with narrowed eyes. "We've shared many battles of will over the years, Marian, and I do not wish for this to become another. You refuse to marry simply because your life at home is comfortable and your suitor is not some love-struck swain sweeping you off your feet. As I cannot change the latter, I will focus on the former." Marian's breath caught, her eyes widening. But before she could question his meaning, he explained, "If you wish to remain a spinster, then I shall send you to live with your Aunt Beatrice, as she cannot afford to hire a companion on her meagre annuity. I will continue to give you pin money to pay for your room and board, but it will not allow all those incidentals you enjoy purchasing. No more books, no more trips to the theatre, no concerts, no paints and brushes. And as Beatrice is not musically inclined, she will not have a piano at your disposal." Papa continued to list all the things she'd do without, though it was unnecessary. The threat of being uprooted from Devon and thrust into the desolate outskirts of London was strong enough. To be far from proper nature, yet unable to afford the enticements of the city, was unthinkable. In a quick moment, Marian pictured her life at Aunt Beatrice's side, waiting on her hand and foot as the two of them remained locked away in her tiny flat, with nothing but Aunt Beatrice's cold disposition to warm them. "I see," whispered Marian, her hands clenching her skirts. Now," said Papa, coming to his feet and resting a hand on her shoulder. "It isn't as bad as all that. You have 2 months to settle things, and by the time you and your mother organise the wedding, it shall be close to Christmas, which will give you quite the festive ceremony. That will be a treat. And you have 2 gentlemen at the ready, if you will capitalise on their interest. Not to mention that Mr. George Finch has returned. You two were friends once upon a time, weren't you? Widowers are far less interested in the whole courting dance, and you might come to an understanding with him." Marian felt a twinge in her jaw, and she released the tension there. "I assure you Mr. Finch would not think of me as a marriage prospect, regardless of his circumstances." "Oh, well," said Father with a shrug. "Whatever comes, you have possibilities if you will grasp them. There is no reason you cannot be engaged of your own accord by the deadline." Letting out a huff, Marian turned her face away from her father. "I'm doing this for your own good, Marian," he said, squeezing her shoulder. "I know you do not believe it now, but in time you will see. Any marriage is better than none, so do not be so picky, my dear. My father was foolish enough to allow Beatrice to choose as she wished, and her life has been a misery. I will not allow you to follow that path." Patting her on the shoulder, Papa strode out of the study while muttering about dressing for dinner. There was a lightness to his tone and step that spoke of one certain he'd won, and, the devil take him, he had. A tear slipped down Marian's cheek, and she scrubbed it away. Her hands lay limp in her lap as she stared through the window, though she could not focus on the greenery on the other side of the glass. Her pulse thumped in her neck, echoing the painful throbbing in her chest, and though she made a valiant attempt at sorting through this mess for some solution, she knew better. Marian's thoughts sifted through other possibilities, but she was not some independent creature, free to make her own decisions. A lady had few options through which to earn her bread, and those required connections or education, or both. Marian had neither. Marriage or Aunt Beatrice. There was no providential third option. A life with Aunt Beatrice was bound to be difficult and miserable. Life as the convenient wife to Mr. Highmore or Mr. Clements may turn out to be a wretched thing, but surely they held more possibilities for happiness, and at least the choice would be hers. Chapter 9. George Finch stood like a statue, his breath frozen in his lungs. With slow movements he inched forward, drawing a low creak from the floorboards. Farley Manor had grown noisier in the years since he'd last traversed its halls, and he sent the house a silent reproof. It wouldn't do to alert his quarries of his presence before the trap was sprung. Creeping toward the parlour door, George leaned closer, listening to the murmur of voices within. Seizing the handle, he swung the door open and burst into the room with a hearty greeting, which was followed by a shriek from the ladies. "You wicked boy," said Mother with a scowl that was completely undone by the warmth with which she embraced him. Evelyn did not bother with pretense and threw her arms around his neck. "We didn't expect you for hours." Stepping back, George gave them both a wide grin. "I couldn't bear to sit in the carriage another moment, and came ahead on horseback. My trunk shan't arrive until tonight or tomorrow." "Of course," said Mother, with far too much emphasis on those words for George to ignore them. Since Juliet's passing, everyone spoke thusly whenever carriages emerged in the conversation, and though the reminder of her fight on overturning wasn't pleasant, his feelings stemmed more from the natural dislike of being rattled about for hours whilst trapped in a close space with strangers. No one enjoyed public coaches. However, arguing the point did little good, and any assurance he might have given died on his lips as George studied the pair before him. Mother had visited after Juliet's passing, so it hadn't been so very long since they'd last met, but it had been nearly 4 years since he'd laid eyes on his sister, and Evelyn had altered much in that time. In all her features, she looked much the same. Her fiery hair blazed like a bright beacon, and freckles coated her skin, both of which drew the eye in a manner the young lady detested, though George thought they suited her. But there were small alterations to his sister's bearing and appearance that bespoke someone who was no longer a girl, but a woman of 25 years. When had the time slipped by? George cleared his throat and tried not to think about those missed years. "Were you leaving?" he asked, spying the gloves and bonnets. Mother waved the question away. "We had planned a shopping excursion to Bentmore, nothing that cannot be put off for another day." With that, she turned to the doorway and called orders to the servants. A voice from his memory called out to him. Her voice. That familiar cadence and tone she'd always employed when chiding him for some fit of ignorance that kept him blind to those around him. It prodded him to examine his sister. Evelyn attempted a light countenance, but her bright temperament dimmed and her smile grew forced, which was not what a brother wished to see when returning home after such a long separation. It took no effort to decipher the source of her discontent, and with his conscience prodding him, George called out to his mother. "There is no need to alter your plans," he said with a dismissive wave. "After so much travel, I would love to stretch my legs." After riding the entire morning, George hardly needed any exercise. If his legs required anything, it was a rest. to say nothing of the utter apathy he felt towards shopping or the long drive he'd have to endure both to and from Bentmore. However, it was a small price to pay to see Evelyn smile once more. Mother studied him with narrowed eyes, though she made no further move to order the carriage sent back to the stables. "As you wish, George," she said, motioning for the pair to follow as she led them to the conveyance. Her voice rang through his thoughts again, and George smiled at it, even as a pang echoed through the emptiness in his heart. A man is master of his thoughts, yet his had a mind of its own, determined to recall that sound, though it had been some time since he'd heard her speak. Perhaps it was some great failing that he had so little control, but ridding himself of her memory required far more determination than George possessed. "You look quite pensive," said Evelyn, sliding close to take his arm as they made their way to the front door. "My life is full of upheaval at present," he replied with a half-grin. "Is it any wonder I look pensive?" "Your expression reminded me of Papa when he's lost deep in his thoughts." Mother cast a glance at them from over her shoulder and gave them both a warm smile. "The same could be said of you, Evelyn." Bumping up against her brother, the young lady asked, "And how was your journey?" There was little of interest to relay on that account, but George did so all the same as they bundled themselves into the carriage. As he was in the rear-facing seat, he had an unobstructed view of Farleigh Manor as they rolled down the drive. Built over the generations in a manner that, at best, could be described as piecemeal, Farleigh was cobbled together with discordant styles. One wing had stone with a touch of cream to the colour, another was solid grey. One bit had an Elizabethan air to it, whilst the front was clearly inspired by the Greeks. But it suited his family. His family. 2 simple words, yet they filled George to bursting. All the weeks leading up to this return did not compare to the true pleasure he felt at sitting across from his mother and sister. His whole being felt lighter than the passing breeze. It had been far too long since he'd visited Devon. Home at last. Shifting in his seat, George tried to ignore the unhappy twist of his insides. There was no need to pay it any heed, as there was nothing wrong with feeling relief at being among his loved ones again. Juliet wouldn't have spared a moment's guilt over seizing that which she wanted, so there was no need for George to harbour any such feelings. Nor would he allow guilt to dim a beautiful summer day. There was so much to say and so many things to hear. Letters were better than silence, but they never matched the pleasure that came from hearing his sister and mother's words from their own lips. The road passed quickly by, and before George blinked, they arrived in the village of Bentmore. Compared to Manchester, this corner of Devon was an insignificant town with hardly more than a few dozen shops serving as its heart. But there was a beauty to Bentmore that his previous home could never mimic. Gone were the factories and mills that, though they provided a certain sort of vitality and energy, cast a pall over the area. People didn't choke the streets, shouting and shoving as they vied for their space in the world. No doubt his associates and neighbours in Manchester would call Bentmore quaint, which implied picturesque and charming, but was spoken with a tone that meant inconsequential and backward. To townsfolk, provincial life was akin to desolation, though after several years living among the city's chaos, George couldn't imagine being anywhere but here. Surely the smell of flowers and growing things was preferable to soot and smoke. "I do hope there are people about this afternoon," said Evelyn, her gaze shooting from right to left as the carriage stopped before the haberdashery. "I would say there are," said George, nodding toward all the others scattered along the road. But, leaning close to Mother, he whispered, "I assume she's hoping to see a particular someone." "How have you guessed?" she replied, with a dollop of wry humour. Though her tone did not require an answer, George gave one all the same. "Perhaps because Evelyn mentioned Mr. Townsend a dozen times during our drive here." Despite their discussion of her, Evelyn did not notice the conversation, as she was preoccupied with searching the street around them. "I fear she's already smitten," said Mother. "What she hasn't said is that he seems intrigued by her as well. He called on us the day after the picnic, and has been making overtures of courtship." George's brows shot up, his grin stretching wide. "Is he a good sort?" "That remains to be seen, but we have high hopes," said Mother, as they alighted from the carriage. "You needn't discuss me as though I am not present," said Evelyn, with far too much prim disapproval for one who had not heard the majority of the conversation. "I am happy for you, dear sister," said George, offering up his arms for each of the ladies to take, and Evelyn did so with a silly smile pasted on her face and a lovesick sigh on her lips. But their conversation was curtailed as they entered the first shop and were distracted by all the goods Bentmore had to offer. George required nothing at present, though a fine set of driving gloves and a green silk waistcoat caught his attention, and though he could not claim to enjoy the excursion itself, warmth spread through him, filling him to bursting as he revelled in the time spent with Mother and Evelyn. Since Juliet's passing, his nights had been filled with silence, and though work occupied his days, far too many conversations focused on ledgers and goods. And so, he revelled in their attention and the discussions that ensued as they met others out and about. They moved from shop to shop, and though George's strength ebbed, he was grateful for the excursion. This may not be the manner in which he wanted to spend his first day at home, but regardless, he was home. Stopping before the bookseller's shop, Evelyn and Mother engaged Mrs. Doddington and her daughter in conversation, while George's attention waned. Miss Doddington attempted a few coy looks in his direction, but he felt no inclination to flirt with a young lady who was hardly more than a child. Besides, he had had his fill of flirtatious ladies. And so George nodded and smiled in a vague manner that would not raise her expectations, utilising the skills he had learned in many useless meetings in which men sat about discussing business affairs with voluminous and all too empty words, as though their importance increased with the amount of time they wasted. George's gaze drifted across the street and up and down the storefronts, amazed at how little had changed in the years since he'd left. He supposed it ought not to be surprising, as time rarely touched these provincial places, and when it did, such alterations were slow. But so many years of Manchester's inconstancy had altered George's expectations of the world. Just as he began pondering such philosophical things as progress and the march of time, George's gaze fell on a familiar head of hair. His stomach fluttered, and he stared at the lady, though with her back to him he couldn't confirm his suspicion. Yet it looked so very like the style she preferred. Far simpler than fashion dictated, it lacked the explosions of curls most ladies favoured. No sparkling ornaments or gaudy false flowers. Only a series of braids woven together into a bun that its mistress thought plain, but George found elegant. And it entirely suited her. No doubt a glance at her companions would confirm her identity, but George couldn't look away. His world narrowed as his gaze bored into her, willing the lady to turn. Her head shifted, giving him her profile, and George stilled. The conversation continued around him, but it was as though someone had stuffed cotton in his ears. Their words and the noise of the street grew muffled, washing away the world around him. It was at that exact moment that his mind stopped functioning, leaving him propped up in the street, staring at her. There had always been a possibility that their paths might cross once he returned, but George hadn't thought it would be when the dust and dirt of travel still clung to him. Marian Wakefield stood there like a phantasm called forth from his imagination. He ought to turn away. There was little good to be found in dredging up the past. He had sealed their fate that night at the Huttons, and there was nothing to be done about it. But George's feet moved before he realised what was happening. His instincts must be keen to survive, for they kept him from walking into the path of a carriage whilst his attention was fixed on her. And then he was at her back, standing there like a lump, his mouth opening with no words to fill it. "Why, Mr. Finch, you've returned to us," said one of her companions, though George couldn't give the lady more than a nod. His thoughts were not functioning well enough to form even polite inanities. His gaze fixed on her back and noticed the stiffening of her spine before she turned to face him. Marian watched him with a frigidity that he knew he well deserved. Good heavens, she had not altered one jot since that wretched night. He supposed 5 years was not so very long ago, but it felt like a lifetime. There were little differences, but the change had more to do with her bearing than any alteration to her appearance. She stood there with the confidence and regality of one no longer in the first stage of her life, who now knew who she was and accepted it. Gone were the awkwardness and insecurities that had plagued her during their friendship. Marian Wakefield was a woman who had found her place in the world and was content with it. Those years had wrought a change in himself as well, though George had no idea how to convey that to her. Not that it would do any good. His mouth opened, and he struggled with words. Having dreamt of seeing her again for so long, he was surprised by how scattered his thoughts were. "Good afternoon. It is good to see you again." George tried not to wince. Though it was an entirely proper greeting, it was hardly what he wanted to say. Marian nodded and gave no other response. The two ladies at her side rambled on about some nonsense that George hardly noticed, but the lady with whom he wished to speak did not open her mouth. "Pardon?" he asked when the others demanded his attention, and George finally turned his gaze to them. "I understand you've returned to Farley Manor," repeated Mrs. Wakefield. "It shall be good to have you in the neighbourhood once more." George gave a vague nod, and the other lady added, "Your mother was telling me all about it the other day." Scouring his memory, he tried to recall this lady's name. "Mother is pleased I have returned, but not nearly as much as I am," said George, just as his lagging thoughts snapped into place. Rachel Kenworth. But no, that wasn't correct. She had married the Wakefield's son. George's gaze remained fixed on Marian as he said, "I'm glad to see you have remained in the neighbourhood." Marian said nothing in reply, nor did she deign to meet his gaze. There was little point in torturing himself. Fate may have tossed them together once again, but their opportunity had passed when his good sense failed him that wretched night. Yet George couldn't force his feet away. It hurt no one but himself to linger a moment at her side. "Our family has been long established here. I do not see why you think we would leave," said the elder Mrs. Wakefield, snapping George out of his stupor. "I hadn't meant—" But George was saved from explaining when another set of ladies called to both Mrs. Wakefields, drawing their attention away from him. Marian remained in place, though she gave him no more attention than before. She didn't go so far as to give him the cut direct, though heaven knew he deserved it, but it was by no means a warm reception. Was there any reason to reopen old wounds? An apology was on the tip of his tongue, but life had drawn them down different paths, and he couldn't see how focusing on what was past and done would do either of them any good. Best to treat her like the old friend she was, and nothing more. "It is good to see you again, Miss Marian." The lady stiffened, and George gave her an apologetic smile. "I suppose it is not entirely proper for me to call you that any longer," he said, though he had not the slightest notion what other name to use. "It may take some time for me to acclimate to your new address." Marian's shoulders stiffened. Miss Wakefield is easy enough to manage. Though they were some distance from the blacksmith's forge, George was certain it was right beside him, for his ears rang as though Mr. Thomas's hammer were striking the anvil with a mighty crack again and again. George stood there, mute and blinking, and the world around him spun as his wits failed him once again. Surely he had misheard her. It had been 5 years since their last meeting, and though George was well aware of his stupidity, he hadn't expected other men to follow his foolish example. Someone else must have snatched her up. "Miss Wakefield," he repeated, drawing out the syllables as though he were a simpleton. He certainly felt like one at present. Marian stepped away, turning to her mother. "I'm going to be late, Mamma." Mrs. Wakefield pulled away from her conversation with a nod. "Time has gotten away from me, dear. Fetch us the carriage, and we will be on our way in a trice." "Miss Wakefield," called George, but she ignored him, hurrying away from him with a determination that couldn't be overlooked. He needed a seat, but more than that, he needed to stop her. However, his faculties were in utter disarray after that revelation, and his legs and arms refused to cooperate, whilst his thoughts struggled to grasp the truths dropped in his lap. Marian Wakefield was not married. How was that possible? For fleeting moments, George had dared to dream it might be, but it was only a flight of fancy, the vain hope of one who had come to understand the depth of his mistake and longed for a different outcome. Not once had he truly believed she would remain unwed after such a long time. Marian Wakefield would be married to a gentleman with far more sense than George Finch and have a passel of children. Happily situated. But instead, she was unattached. Standing there like the lump he was, George watched as the lady and her family climbed into the carriage, unaware that his very world had been upended. Chapter 10. Pious was a misunderstood term. Like bluestocking, it was viewed in extremes, bringing with it connotations of unfeeling hearts and unyielding opinions. Poor examples only added to the belief that those who embraced such terms were devoid of any merriment and viewed the world with a frown, clinging only to their beloved scriptures or intellect. They were two sides of the same despised coin. Marian had never understood why. Delving into subjects and expanding one's understanding of the world was enjoyable, and she anticipated opportunities to do so. And though many considered church merely a requirement the Lord and society exacted, which was tolerated and quickly forgotten until the next Sabbath, Marian appreciated the time for self-reflection and learning. At least, she usually did. Mr. Clements was a good man. Though he could do better with the daily ministries required of a vicar, he was earnest and devout. It was clear to anyone who knew him that the church had been his vocation of choice and not merely a convenience. But, heaven save her, he had ruined Marian's love of gospel oration. Though he took pride in his sermons, there was little substance to them. Mr. Clements delivered them with great animation, and the minutes were filled with engaging stories that drew titters from the congregation and even outright laughter at times. Yet, if the services were a feast, Mr. Clements' meal was naught but sweets and cakes. Delectable, to be certain, but neither filling nor the sort of thing one should eat regularly. Only the few final moments were meaty, but it was not time enough to delve into any subject. The moment Mr. Clements finished, Mrs. Henshaw spun around to face Marian from over the back of the pew. "I was hoping to speak with you today, Miss Wakefield. There is so very much we need to discuss concerning the concert." Marian kept her brows from rising. "We have most of it in hand." "I fear we ought to reconsider the order of the performances," said Mrs. Henshaw, her expression pinching as she shook her head. "It has me in such a dither that I haven't slept a wink in days." As it was Marian who had done the majority of the work and fretting concerning the programme, she didn't know why Mrs. Henshaw was so overwrought by it, or why other ladies on the planning committee felt the need to express concern as well. "I assure you I have considered every aspect and put the performers in the order that will best display their talents, and without too much time between the pieces. Nothing is worse than drawn-out pauses whilst the musicians ready themselves." Once more, Marian set about to explain the process by which she had determined the programme's order, but before she could give a full accounting of her methods, Mrs. Henshaw waved her explanation away. "I understand, my dear, but I cannot help but think that grouping the pieces together by instrument would be better thematically. Or, perchance, we might order it according to the style of music. Surely it will confuse our audience if they are all mixed together." Marian's hands clenched, and she forced her fingers to relax, hiding them in her skirt so as not to give herself away. How many times would they discuss this? She didn't fully understand what Mrs. Henshaw or the other ladies thought a theme was, but their attempt to organise the programme according to that ever-changing definition was a mistake. With a strained but understanding smile, Marian explained once more. "I have attempted it, but there are too many other issues to consider. We mustn't place our best performers before those who are less certain of their skill. and I would prefer to stagger those who are giving more than one performance. And then we must be mindful of the tempos, with the slower songs interspersed at proper intervals between lighter tunes. I appreciate your concern, but I have spent hours poring over every possibility. I promise you I have it all in hand." The congregation began trickling toward the doors, and the pair followed after them. "Oh, Miss Wakefield," said Mrs. Henshaw with a smile and a shake of her head. "You are such a gem, and you do so very much to aid and assist where you can. But there is no need to be so rigid in our approach to this concert. It is for charity, and all that matters is that we raise money for the poor. I fear you are far too focused on perfection and not enjoyment." "Need we choose one over the other?" asked Marian, blinking against the morning sunshine as they stepped into the courtyard. "Doing my best to organise the programme isn't going to lessen the enjoyment of the performers or the audience, nor do I insist on perfection. But success does not happen by accident, and if we wish this concert to be a triumph, we must put in effort." "But I feel very certain this is the right course of action." Mrs. Henshaw stopped just outside the church door, and with a sidestep, Marian nudged her out of the way of the crowd. "And I appreciate your concern, but this is my task to perform." Marian fought against the emotions swirling in her chest. Why were they discussing this now? This had been decided upon long ago, the work had been done, and there was no need to upset the apple cart simply because someone thought things should be different. But there was no arguing against Mrs. Henshaw's feeling, for the lady attributed every thought that popped into her mind to divine inspiration, and there was no disputing it. Not that Marian believed the Almighty uninterested or incapable of influencing the goings-on of their concert. But if he had an opinion on the matter, surely it would be far more logical and organised than Mrs. Henshaw's haphazard proposals. "Please, Miss Wakefield, I feel this is the proper order of things," said Mrs. Henshaw. Marian had no response at the ready, but luckily she was saved from answering as Mrs. Carter hurried to Mrs. Henshaw's side, gushing about her favourite fashion plates from the most recent Ladies' magazine. The pair chattered on, and as Marian hadn't cared for the gowns featured in that edition, she remained silent on the matter. "Ladies, it is good to see you here on this Sabbath day," said Mr. Clements with a bow, as his gaze drifted toward Marian. Mrs. Carter linked arms with Mrs. Henshaw and gave him a wide smile. "Your sermon was simply divine, Mr. Clements." Turning to the others, she added, "Wasn't it, ladies?" Casting her gaze back to the fellow, she continued, "You are such a fine speaker, Mr. Clements. I could listen to you preach all the day long." Mrs. Henshaw nodded throughout that statement before tacking on her own, "Excellent, quite inspired. I was moved to tears." Marian's breath caught in her lungs, and she tried to sort through what to say that would be both honest and complimentary. "It was quite entertaining, Mr. Clements." The vicar gave another bow in thanks as Mrs. Henshaw and Mrs. Carter dissected the entirety of his sermon, pointing out all the little things they enjoyed about it, and Marian struggled not to gape. She was no fool, and knew full well the world was filled with differing opinions, but she could not understand how the ladies praised his teaching as though it deserved to be included alongside the scriptures. How could someone of their years find it so enlightening? Mr. Clements spent far more time telling amusing anecdotes that vaguely touched on the subject at hand than dispersing any insight or deeper meaning to the scriptures. The fellow hardly even quoted them. But Marian had learned long ago it was better to remain silent on such points. Even if her opinions were kindly said and well-intentioned, she'd yet to find an ally in the parish who wished they might have a more hearty sermon. Mr. Clements nodded and smiled at the appropriate times, but said little, and Marian wasn't certain what to make of the fellow. The vicar was a puzzle, for he seemed so at ease while standing at the pulpit, but in company he hardly said a word. Though Mamma seemed to think he was keen on her, Marian didn't sense any particular preference. But then, it was difficult to tell much from the scant conversation he offered. Marian's cheeks flushed pink as she considered her thoughts of the past few minutes. Unease skittered through her stomach, and she was heartily glad that no one could hear them. These were good people, undeserving of such censure. They may be silly at times, but who was she to condemn them? Marian had faults aplenty, and it was unkind and unjust of her to think so poorly of her fellow man, even if they were trying at times. "I understand you are working hard to ensure the upcoming charity concert is a success," said Mr. Clements, giving Marian a considering look. The fellow was not handsome, though outward appearances were of no consequence to Marian. She had little to offer on that score, so she had no right to demand it of others. Besides, love did not sprout from pretty or handsome, and the sentiment altered the definition of such ephemeral words. But before Marian could respond to Mr. Clement's compliment, Mrs. Henshaw swooped in. "She is working ever so hard, Mr. Clements, though I worry she may be taking on far too much." Mr. Clement's brows rose, and he studied Marian. His words were soft and halting as he said, "I would hate to see you wear yourself to the bone for it." "I am well enough, I assure you," Marian said, before launching into another detailed account of the effort she was making on the charity's behalf, laying out all the reasons behind her process. The vicar smiled, his dull eyes lightening as he considered her. "That is quite admirable, Miss Wakefield." "But doesn't it seem a tad overdone?" asked Mrs. Henshaw. "She's approaching it as though we were organising some grand London exhibition rather than quaint country entertainment." Marian's heart tightened, and she forced herself not to speak the thoughts that leapt into her mind. Instead, she reminded herself again and again that Mrs. Henshaw meant well. As much as Marian wished to ascribe some darker motive, the lady's expression was so open and concerned that she couldn't help but acknowledge that it was ignorance and not malice that had Mrs. Henshaw speaking out. Just as she formulated her reply, Marian's gaze drifted to the right and caught sight of something that darkened her mood further. Mr. George Finch. He feigned nonchalance, but Marian knew him too well to believe it. His home in Oakham was a far enough distance from Bentmore that they did not share a parish, and his attending church services here was no more a coincidence than were the various times he'd attempted to call on her in the past few days. Turning her back on him, Marian focused on the conversation at hand, though it was a struggle to hold on to her patience while the ladies enumerated all the many reasons Mrs. Henshaw's approach to organising the programme was vastly superior. The more they talked, the more pressure built in Marian's chest. The ladies spoke in kind tones and with gentle words, but it didn't alter the fact that their opinion of her efforts was hardly flattering. Marian didn't strive for perfection. She merely wished to do her best, and the entire reason for planning things out so thoroughly was to prepare for when things went awry, as they always did. "I feel I must defend myself," began Marian. Mrs. Henshaw shook her head. "Oh, no, my dear. I didn't mean this as a condemnation. You are doing a wonderful job, but I feel we ought to be a touch more flexible in our approach. It isn't becoming of us to insist on a dress rehearsal, for the performers are already giving us so much." "It isn't a dress rehearsal," said Marian, fighting to keep the temper from her tone. "It is merely a short meeting in which we can familiarise them with the order of the programme and the performance space, so there is no confusion on the day. I wish to be certain we aren't overlooking some issue, and it would make the performers more comfortable if they knew what to expect on the evening. Not to mention the pianists would welcome the opportunity to test the instrument." "That is thoughtful but unnecessary," said Mrs. Carter. "As Mrs. Henshaw said, they are already doing so much. It is unseemly to ask for more when it is only a small charity concert, a bit of fun." "Quite right, Mrs. Carter," said Mr. Clements. Then turning to Marian, he added, "You are doing such good work, but perhaps it might be wise to enlist Mrs. Henshaw's aid in organising the programme. She has a vast deal of experience in such matters." Pain pricked at Marian's throat, and she struggled to swallow. Yet again she was cast as the villain. From her conversations of late, one might think organisation and efficiency the definition of cruel, But Marian didn't see why it mattered if this was a small country recital or a large London concert. Shouldn't they aim for something better than passable? If one could do so without putting undue burdens on oneself or others, what was wrong with doing one's best? But there was a constant battle between those who wished to plan and those content with focusing only on the here and now, and no matter how Marian couched her preparations, all such efforts were condemned as fussy or demanding. She never gained the victory. Chapter 11. "My, this does look quite the serious conversation," said Rachel, sidling up to Marian and putting her arm through her sister-in-law's. Mr. Clements smiled. "We were discussing the upcoming concert." With a broad grin, Rachel squeezed Marian's arm. "I cannot wait for it. I have been working day and night to get my offering ready for the evening." "I'm certain you will be splendid," said Mrs. Henshaw. "You have such a talent for singing." Rachel waved that away and leaned forward to pat Mr. Clement's forearm. "Marian was telling me how much she enjoys your sermons. They are guaranteed to lift the soul." Marian's cheeks burned, but she gritted her teeth and forced the rest of her expression to remain placid. Rachel laughed and gave the fellow another brazen touch on his forearm, and Marian wished the ground beneath her would open up. As it was, she could hardly keep her eyes raised as her sister-in-law continued to flatter and flirt with the man on Marian's behalf. "That selection from Fordyce's sermons you suggested was quite brilliant," said Rachel, turning to smile at her sister-in-law. Marian couldn't stop talking about how moving it was. If only Marian had a fainting temperament, she could feign about her vapours and excuse herself. Instead, she had to stand there and pretend nothing was amiss. And it did not help that one portion of her thoughts was forever aware of Mr. Finch's position in the crowd. Irksome man. "Did you find it enlightening, Miss Wakefield?" asked Mr. Clements with a light in his gaze. "There is nothing so enjoyable as having studied a subject many times before and stumbling upon a passage that makes you comprehend it in a whole new manner." "I quite agree, Mr. Clements," said Marian with a genuine smile, though she could hardly claim Fordyce's sermons had done so for her. "There are times when I'm certain the words on the page have altered, for though I had read the scriptures many times before, I had not felt its meaning in such a profound manner until that moment." Rachel fairly hummed at Marian's words, beaming like a great fool as the pair chatted on the subject, though Mr. Clements spoke hardly one word to Marian's three. Mrs. Henshaw and Mrs. Carter were no better, for they tittered and sent the pair far too many meaningful looks, and what little composure the Gawkers had was eradicated when Mr. Clements spoke again. "I would be interested in hearing more of your interpretation," said the young vicar, his cheeks taking on the tiniest hint of pink as he cast a glance at their audience, and Marian felt like patting the poor fellow on the head as he stammered and sputtered through the invitation. "Certainly, Mr. Clements," said Rachel before she could answer, though Marian knew full well she wouldn't have refused. Perhaps Papa would forget this ridiculous ultimatum if she put on more of a show of finding herself a husband. Mr. Clements decided on the details, with Rachel giving more of her opinion on the matter than Marian, and then, with a bow, he departed. "That was a coup," said Mrs. Carter, fairly bouncing on her toes like a schoolgirl. "Excellent," added Mrs. Henshaw. "Our vicar is in need of a wife, and you will do well together, for he needs someone who will push him to be more involved with the parish." Mrs. Carter nodded. "Oh my, it would be a good match. He is well established and would give you a comfortable home and future, and you would not allow him to sit about in the afternoons playing in his garden or reading or whatever else he gets himself up to. The parish requires a vicar who will tend to his flock, and I cannot imagine you allowing a husband to do anything less than his very best." Though the lady intended the words to be complimentary, Marian couldn't help the sinking feeling in her stomach as Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Henshaw described her hypothetical marriage to Mr. Clements. There was laughter in their tones, and Marian couldn't help but think that they were describing a shrew of a wife who would ring a peal over her husband's head at anything that displeased her. unyielding, demanding, uncompromising. What must they think of her to believe she would be such an unfeeling wife? And what had poor Mr. Clements done to deserve such an unhappy future? Marian pasted on a smile, nodding along with the jests and laughter, uncertain if she ought to be offended at their opinion or ashamed that she had given them this impression. And then she sighed as Mrs. Henshaw and Mrs. Carter took their leave and left to pester someone else. "How marvellous, Marian," said Rachel, squeezing her sister-in-law's arm. "That is quite a nice development, and if you tread carefully, I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Clements made you an offer soon." Despite her sister-in-law's excitement, Marian couldn't decide how she felt on any front. Between Mr. Clements' invitation, the revelation concerning her public persona, and the wretched conversation that preceded it, she was drained of any emotion. But then Rachel kept speaking. "It is terrible that your father is taking such steps, but see what can occur when you apply yourself." Anger was often described as fiery flames that burned through the person, but Marian had always felt her temper was more like the winter gales that blasted through the streets, rattling windows and tearing off roof tiles. And oh, how her winds began to howl. Rachel, knowing of Papa's edict, was agonizing enough, but hearing her support the wretched scheme was more than Marian could stand at present. Matters were not helped when her eyes drifted to Mr. Finch, who'd been waylaid by parishioners wishing to greet him. She didn't know why the fellow was here, but it added to the rising and falling currents churning the air into a proper storm. Marian had thought her temper spent on that account, but her thoughts dredged up their reunion, adding to the rushing winds. "Miss Wakefield?" His voice rose from her memories, bringing with it that insufferable tone he had used. Marian was well aware of her unmarried state, and she did not need him, of all people, putting such mocking emphasis on it. Despite having suffered his rejection all those years ago, she hadn't thought him that cruel. Pressure built in her chest as Rachel babbled nonsense, though Marian paid it no mind. Her sister-in-law did not often require acknowledgement or response, so Marian allowed Rachel's tongue free rein whilst she tried to tamp down the gale. Even as she cursed him to Hades, Mr. Finch's gaze found hers, and for the briefest of moments Marian thought his eyes brightened, but she rejected that idea as the folderol it was. But then he turned away from his companions and cut a path through the crowd, and no matter how she wished it to be a mistake, it was clear that Mr. Finch was coming toward her. The whirlwinds died, leaving her all the emptier because of their absence. Her shoulders drooped, and Marian fought to keep her heart from showing. Did Mr. Finch truly mean to cause her more pain? Eyes were funny things, for they loved playing tricks on their owner, bending the world into something altogether different than the truth. They may look at the same object again and again, seeing it differently each time. And though Marian Wakefield's face was entirely familiar to George, it was as though he had never seen her before. The George of 5 years ago had thought her a plain creature, but looking at her now, he couldn't comprehend how his eyes had been so deceived. Were they playing tricks on him now? He didn't think so, though he knew the others in the congregation did not see what he did. Marian was lovely. It brought his mother to mind, not that the two ladies shared similarities in appearance. Rather, they were both found lacking by beauty's strict standards. Having suffered a severe bout of smallpox as a child, Mother's complexion was scarred from the disease that had stolen away most of her family, and though her bright red hair demanded attention, the bumps marring her skin drew more revulsion from the petty and small-minded. Yet George never noticed them. It was as though he could not see those imperfections. So, were his eyes lying to him? In all honesty, George didn't know, nor did he care. All he could do was curse the young fool who had been so blind to Marian's charms in favour of Juliet's surface allures. His insides gave an unhappy turn, and George sent a silent apology to his late wife. It was not as though Juliet had been a terrible match, and she didn't deserve to have her memory blackened by regret, but there was a wide difference between happiness and merely rubbing along. a fact that George knew all too well. When the reality of life settled upon a married couple, it was not attraction or ardour that bound a pair together, but friendship and admiration. And George had discovered too late that it was far easier to develop the former than the latter. Far too many times in the past years, George had longed to seek out his friend and talk to her about everything and nothing. And now, Marian stood on the other side of the churchyard, yet George remained fixed in place, though some of that had to do with the many parishioners waylaying him. He couldn't help but study the lady and castigate himself for the choice he'd made. And he would tell her so, if given the opportunity. George nodded, offering a few excuses before tearing himself away from well-wishers, but making his way through the churchyard was like trudging through molasses. Every time he pulled free of one group, another latched onto him. George resisted the urge to scrape them off and continue on, and instead gave them platitudes, smiles, and promises to pay a call soon. It took far too much time and effort to make it to Marian's side. Miss Marian. No, Miss Wakefield. In the silence of his thoughts, he had taken to calling her by her given name, but it wouldn't do to continue that habit. Yet it felt unnatural to call her anything else. "Miss Wakefield," he greeted, though his voice was far weaker than intended. In such moments, George preferred to sound strong and unflappable, but when facing her, it was difficult to muster anything of the sort. But it was the lady's sister-in-law who answered first. "Mr. Finch, how good to see you again. I must admit I am surprised to see you so far from home. I would have thought your mother would wish you to attend services with your family." "Oakham is not so very far from Bentmore," said George. "It is some 8 miles away," said Mrs. Wakefield. "That is hardly a short journey." He nodded, though he couldn't be certain what the lady had said. His gaze was fixed on Marian, though she did not meet his eyes, and though he preferred to make a subtler attempt, he supposed it was a good enough time to show his hand. "I had hoped to renew my acquaintance with our dear Miss Wakefield," said George. "We were friends once upon a time, after all." Marian's eyes snapped to his with a hard frown, but her sister-in-law gave it no mind. Mrs. Wakefield laughed. "Then you ought to have called on us, Mr. Finch. I'm certain my mother-in-law would welcome the visit." "You are right, of course," said George, giving Marian a hint of a smile. He had done precisely that, but the hale and healthy Marian had been too overset by a megrim to attend him. His gaze sparked with a challenge, hoping it might prod Marian into teasing him, but she stiffened, her nose turning up before her eyes drifted away to study the others in the churchyard. "I was hoping to have a moment of your time, Miss Wakefield," George began, but the lady dropped her sister-in-law's arm and stepped away. "I must speak with Mrs. Norwich about a pressing matter. Please excuse me," said Marian as she moved away from him with all haste. If Mrs. Wakefield sensed the discomfort between the pair, she gave no indication, continuing to chatter on about the various events he'd missed in the past few years, and George nodded at appropriate intervals as his gaze followed Marian. George swallowed, trying to clear the sour taste from his mouth, but his throat was too stiff and dry. He stood there like the lead lump he was, useless and uncertain of what to do. For all his plans, he hadn't been able to get Marian to even acknowledge him or engage him in any manner, meaningful or otherwise. How was one supposed to apologize if the offended party would not countenance a conversation? But George knew he deserved it. Marian had given him the opportunity 5 years ago, and, fool that he was, he had turned a blind eye to it. Luckily, experience had taught him a valuable lesson, and he knew he would have to keep trying. His Marian was worth the fight. Chapter 12. Having reached the grand age of 25, Evelyn Finch was no child, but the urge to rock back and forth on the seat seized her, though she knew full well it wouldn't make the carriage move any faster. With so much of their family attending the assembly in Bentmore tonight, The Finch clan was bound to be tardy, as it was near impossible to ready 8 individuals in a timely fashion. And as Bentmore was so many miles from Oakham, Evelyn was ready to leap from the carriage and run there herself. "Calm yourself, Evelyn," said Bridget with a laugh. "Being tardy is a blessing, for you wouldn't want your gentleman friend to think you too eager." Robin chuffed, slanting his wife a wry smile. "I recall a certain young lady who was quite eager when trying to capture the attention of her gentleman friend." "Hush, dear," Bridget replied, though her tone held anything but reproof. She did not go so far as to wrap her arms around her husband, but her shoulder drew closer, their hands entwining in the shadows of the carriage. Evelyn turned her gaze from her sister and stared through the glass, though there was little to see in the dim evening light. Unable to contain her yawn, she covered her mouth with a hand, sucking in a deep breath that stretched her lungs. "Being exhausted before arriving at the assembly is a dreadful start to the evening," said Bridget with a suppressed laugh. "I cannot help it. I've not been sleeping well of late," replied Evelyn, stifling another yawn. Though she could not see it in the dark, she felt her sister's eyes glittering with wicked glee. "It has nothing to do with your Mr. Townsend, does it?" At Evelyn's side, their younger brother huffed. "Leave her be, Bridget. She doesn't need your twitting." Bridget leaned forward to squeeze Evelyn's hand. "I mean nothing by it. I'm very pleased to see you so happy." Evelyn's cheeks flushed, but there was no point in reaching for the carriage window, as it was stuck closed. Not that it would do any good, for it wasn't the temperature inside the carriage that heated her through. "Am I so very obvious?" asked Evelyn with a wince. She was such a fool. It was one thing for Mr. Townsend to show a preference for her, but she might scare him away if she did the same. "I doubt anyone but the family suspects a thing," said Bridget. She nudged her husband, but it was not subtle enough for Evelyn to miss it. "You give men too much credit, Evelyn," said Robin. "We're a dense lot. Many hardly notice if a lady admires him unless she throws her arms around his neck." Bridget elbowed him with far more censure than prodding this time, and it was Evelyn's turn to giggle. "I'm only speaking the truth, dearest," said Robin as he rubbed his side with mock affront. "Had you not been so bold—" "Mr. Townsend doesn't know your feelings," said Bridget, turning her attention back to Evelyn. "But he has made his preference for you clear." Evelyn blushed brighter, something that warranted even more embarrassment due to her bespectacled complexion, but it was joy and not chagrin that had her beaming like a fool. "He has been so kind to me, and though we have only met once since the Wrigley's picnic, I know he is the best of men." There was so much more she longed to say. Her heart soared above them, leaping through the air with all the joyful ease of a bird in flight, and Evelyn was certain she was forever altered. Her good sense would not allow her to tell Bridget everything, but in the privacy of her thoughts, Evelyn knew the truth. She loved Mr. Townsend. How could she not? "Do you not think you're being a tad hasty?" Bridget spoke in a slow and gentle tone, the words inching out with great care, and for a brief moment Evelyn feared she had spoken those hidden feelings aloud. Evelyn stiffened, and Bridget leaned forward so that her face was caught in the light of the moon streaming through the window. "I do not mean to upset you, dear, but I worry you have thrown your whole heart at Mr. Townsend without knowing him properly," said Bridget. "You have only spoken to him twice." "But do you not think there are times when you meet a person and simply know he is a kindred soul?" asked Evelyn. "Mr. Townsend is such a wonderful man, and he has shown a preference for me. This is not some flight of fancy that evaporates in a moment." "I meant no disrespect," said Bridget. "I do not know the fellow at all, so I cannot judge for myself if he is worthy of you." "He is," said Evelyn with a vigorous nod. She pondered what more to say to secure Bridget's good opinion of the fellow. "He is kind. He kept me company, though many would not have gone to such trouble. I like him very much." Bridget nodded, but continued speaking with that cautious tone. "Do not take this as a criticism. I love you dearly, and I would not wish to hurt you. But do you not think that, at times, you blind yourself to the faults and failings of gentlemen who are kind to you? A good conversation never began with, "Do not take this as a criticism." The same could be said of any compliment that included a significant "but" or "however." Whatever followed was bound to cause trouble, and Evelyn's dander rose at the insinuation, no matter how gently spoken. "I am not a fool, Bridget." "Of course not," replied her sister with a frown. "I did not mean that at all. But you have a soft spot for those who show you kindness." "I hardly think that a flaw." But it was their brother who replied. "It is when you throw your heart after people like Mr. Greer or Mr. Browning." Thankfully, he didn't know how inaccurate his list was, for there were a number of other men who deserved to be named as well, though she wasn't about to give her siblings more ammunition. It was disheartening enough to know they were so familiar with her romantic missteps. "I am not blind to Mr. Townsend's shortcomings," said Evelyn, fighting the colour rising to her cheeks, though it was futile. Only the darkness of the coach kept them from knowing just how much the conversation affected her. "I do not care for his lackadaisical approach to his profession, but that is not some great failing worthy of ignoring his interest." A niggling thought prodded her, and Evelyn brushed it aside. No man was perfect, and Mr. Townsend had flaws like all the rest. There were far more important things than whether or not a fellow would succeed in his given profession. Money was not everything. "Mr. Townsend is good to me. He is very kind and—" Evelyn sought the right word to finish that compliment, though she couldn't settle on one. "This is far different than those other gentlemen." "I didn't mean to upset you," said Bridget. "I simply wish to caution you." "This is not like the others," said Evelyn. Robin dropped a hand on his wife's knee, forestalling her argument, before saying, "I'm certain it is not, but keep in mind that courtship is like a bruising ride. It's exhilarating, but you must always keep a firm hand on the reins, lest you lose control and end up unseated." Evelyn nodded, for it was sound advice, and though she bristled at the implication, she wasn't so foolish as to turn away good counsel when offered to her, even if she wished to. Mr. Townsend was perfect for her, and she replayed each conversation with him as the carriage rolled along. Bridget and Robin continued chatting about all the little nothings of their days, while Isaac remained silent at Evelyn's side, and she turned her gaze to the window, studying the passing shadows as she considered the fellow at the forefront of her thoughts. Why did she care for Mr. Townsend? Evelyn had heard her parents ask that so very many times. It was their cure-all for questions of love. When in doubt, list the reasons why her heart stirred at the very thought of him. Yet that faint doubt wriggled deeper into her thoughts, pricking at her as she considered how little she knew Mr. Townsend. But that was of no consequence. Their acquaintance had only just begun. It was not even a sennight old, so there was no reason she ought to know him well. He was a kind man, and that was enough for now. Evelyn's foot bounced in place, and she wished she had a pocket watch and light enough to see how long they'd been travelling. Had the roads lengthened? But then the town's lamps glimmered in the window, signalling that their destination drew near. Once the carriage stopped, her brother and brother-in-law helped the ladies out, and Evelyn forced herself not to scurry through the doors and scour the assembly rooms for her quarry. Far too many gentlemen preferred coquetry to honesty. Heavens above, she'd seen gentlemen flee when she'd shown her preference for them, so it was best to be circumspect. If her family knew her feelings, it was not so great a leap to think others might suspect, no matter how Bridget assured her otherwise. So Evelyn took a breath and allowed her brother to lead her in, rather than tugging at his arm to make him move faster. There were finer assembly rooms in any number of places. Evelyn had heard of the grand spaces found in London and Bath, and she wagered many towns and cities across their fair country boasted high ceilings, luxurious decorations, and great gaping windows with dozens of chandeliers chasing away the darkness. No doubt those who frequented such settings would look down upon Bentmore's quaint atmosphere, but Evelyn thought it a fine sight. The room itself was little more than a rectangle, large enough to allow for the more rigorous country dances or gallopade, and for a small smattering of people to watch from the edges, but only if they did not expect the whole of the area to attend. Luckily, they rarely did. No decorations adorned the walls except a few sconces, and the only nod to aesthetics was the musicians' platform at the head of the room. Swathes of dark green fabric were draped from the ceiling and down the wall, framing their place of honour. But to Evelyn's thinking, a room such as this required no ornamentation. The opportunity to dance and socialise drew the hordes, and beyond the brief moment of awe that struck at the sight of a well-bedecked room, little notice was given to it when the guests threw themselves into the thick of things. For her part, Evelyn gave the space only a passing glance, for her attention was fixed on finding a certain gentleman. It required little looking, for her eyes were attuned to his face. Though mixed among the crowd, she noticed him in a trice and reminded herself of her resolution. As much as she wished to hurry to his side, she would not be so bold. Isaac mumbled something, though Evelyn paid it little heed as her brother deposited her to one side of the gathering. Running a hand down her skirts, she opened her fan with the other, hoping to ease the heat from her cheeks. Her family was only a little late to the gathering, and the room was nowhere near as warm as it would get after a few sets. If she was already feeling flush, she would be in dire straits as the evening wore on. So Evelyn stood there, fanning herself whilst pretending to be pleased with her solitary state, and not watching for Mr. Townsend. Her gaze drifted to those around her. There were plenty of people of varying ages scattered about. Having spent her entire life in the area, she was familiar with most of them, but no amount of familiarity could get her to move from her present position. It was foolish. Evelyn knew it. She fully understood that approaching others was not something that bothered most, but it always felt as though she were imposing. They never sought her out, so clearly they did not desire her company. And though many may not begrudge such boldness, Evelyn knew too well that some did, and so she stood there, waiting and hoping that someone, especially a certain someone, would seek her out. And for the first time in her life, Evelyn did not have to wait long. Mr. Townsend turned away from his companions long enough to notice her there, and he smiled. An actual smile. Not some polite but dismissive thing that held little warmth, but a genuinely pleased grin. Was there any better feeling than realizing a man was eager for your company? Perhaps it was such a commonplace thing for other ladies that they gave it little notice, but Evelyn struggled to keep from beaming like a fool as he wove through the crowd to greet her. "I had hoped you would attend tonight, Miss Finch," said Mr. Townsend with a quick bow. Then, with a motion toward the others, he added, "Please, you must join us." And with those few words, Evelyn knew tonight would be wonderful. A lady did not fan her underarms. Of course, most ladies refused to acknowledge that such a thing was necessary, but Marian couldn't deny that she was, indeed, perspiring to an alarming degree. This was why she avoided putting effort into her toilette. Primping and fussing placed too much significance on an evening. When so finely arrayed, one expected attention, one expected compliments, one expected a gentleman to notice. That was quite a lot to expect from an evening. Her gown was a sight to behold, though Marian wasn't certain it was a glorious one. Rachel was far too keen on the frilly, overly ornamented gowns that were de rigueur. The cream colour was lovely, though perhaps a tad too light for her colouring. Champagne or gold might do better. And then there were the lace flounces on her décolletage, sleeves and hem. The lines of the gown were to Marian's liking, but the seamstress had added and added and added until all the inherent beauty was hidden. Despite Rachel and her maid's best efforts, Marian's hair refused to curl, and they'd compensated with so many flowers that a veritable garden sprouted from her coiffure. Though many others wore similar floral explosions, She felt inordinately overdone and entirely not herself, even if Rachel thought her the picture of perfection. Her sister-in-law had done her level best to overcome Marian's natural shortcomings and give her a proper footing among the society ladies, yet she still stood alone at the edge of the gathering. Most evenings, her lack of outward enticements was the obvious culprit for her invisibility. However, the extra effort settled Marian's appearance in the middling range tonight. Certainly not enough to draw the eye, but placing her firmly amongst the average lady. Yet still, she stood alone. Clearly, gentlemen abhorred more than her looks. Marian fanned herself, though it did little to cool her flushed skin. This would not do. Allowing such thoughts free rein did her no credit. If she wished to join in the conversation, she ought to do so. She could always sneak away if the situation grew too uncomfortable. Gathering her courage and taking an especially deep and calming breath, Marian moved from the edge and silently slipped in beside Miss Bacon, smiling as though she had heard whatever droll thing Mr. Durrant had just said, and nodding along with the others as though she had been there the entire time. From across the way, Miss Virginia Fernsby's expression grew puzzled, though she said not a word as Marian settled into the circle. Allowing the conversation to shift along, Marian waited for a moment to insert a quick comment. Miss Bacon's smile tightened, but she nodded, and soon the subject swept Marian along, drawing her deeper into the discussion. She laughed and jested with the group, silently cursing her wayward tongue at times, but otherwise feeling quite lighter for having made the attempt. "Do excuse me," said Mr. Johansson with a bow. "I fear I am needed elsewhere." They nodded, and Marian threw herself into the fray once more. Then Mr. Durrant left to claim a dance. Miss Fernsby begged off, saying she required a bit of refreshment. One by one, the others drew away with similar excuses, and Marian found herself alone once more. But it was a different sort of solitude. Yes, she drifted to the edges once again, but she had managed a successful interaction, one that she had instigated. It may have been a bit underhanded to sneak into it as she had, but attempting any sort of socializing was a coup. Marian batted her fan, smiling at the dancers while wondering if Mr. Johansson or Mr. Durrant would ask her to stand up with them later. Now that they had shared a conversation, the gentleman might take notice of her. Nearly laughing at the notion, Marian smiled to herself and studied the room as she hunted for another prime attempt at instigating conversation. The breath left her lungs in a rush, her fan stilling until Marian stood there like a statue, staring at the circle of friends. For all their excuses, Mr. Durrant, Miss Bacon, Mr. Johansson, and the rest were gathered again near the musicians. Their numbers had changed some, but the group remained mostly intact, and on the opposite side of the room from where they had stood just moments before. Everything inside Marian constricted, and her insides turned to lead, weighing her down until she was certain she could not stand. She blinked quickly to dispel their prickling and drew up her fan, hoping the breeze might keep her from doing something dreadfully embarrassing. Or more embarrassing, rather. She had already managed to shame herself tonight. In quick succession, Marian sifted through her memories, pulling up every word she'd spoken, scouring for the reason they dismissed her. But no matter how she examined her actions, she couldn't understand what offended them so greatly. The world around her swirled, the noise of the chatter and music swelling into a screeching cacophony. The air grew heavy, pressing down on her, and Marian batted her fan faster as her eyes burned, her throat closing tight. She couldn't do this. Not here. Turning about, Marian bolted for the back door. Chapter 13. Holding fast to his smile, George refused to give voice to the litany of curses echoing through his thoughts. The hour was not so very late, but he felt like climbing out of the carriage and running to Bentmore. He ought to have taken his horse. Of course, that would have left his evening clothes in a sad state when he arrived at the assembly, and his pride hadn't allowed that. And now he suffered the consequences. Mother and father chatted in low tones, while Miles sat beside him in silence, and George's gaze was fixed on the window, grasping onto the flicker of lights that signalled their destination. Father said something, but George only nodded, not giving it any attention as he alighted the carriage the moment they stopped at the Assembly's doorstep. Straightening his jacket, George strode through the crowd gathered in and around the building. His gaze searched the faces, only paying enough attention to notice whether Marian was among them, and that Evelyn stood beside a gentleman he did not recognise. George stiffened, studying the pair, and made note to speak with the man he assumed must be Mr. Townsend. Evelyn looked quite content with her situation, but George didn't like how close the gentleman stood next to his sister. However, that was not the foremost concern of the evening, and George turned his attention back to the gathering, his eyes darting from figure to figure. The Wakefields lived in Bentmore proper, so there was no reason they would be tardy like the Finches. Then there she was, standing in a secluded corner, or as secluded as could be managed in a gathering like this, and George was certain the clocks ceased their ticking. Marian bore herself like a queen, surveying the night's offerings with a regal gaze. Her silk gown caught the candlelight, casting off glimmers as the fabric cascaded down to show off her figure to utter perfection, and her hair was swept up in an array of braids and flowers that brought out the rose of her cheeks. She was sunlight in a garden. Caught up in the sight of her, George remained fixed in place despite blocking the path into the assembly room. When he came to his senses, he nodded an apology to those he'd importuned and wove his way along the edge of the ballroom, his gaze never faltering from her position. Marian's eyes fell to the ground, her muscles tightening as she blinked in rapid succession. A flash of pain took hold of her features, but she quickly covered it with her fluttering fan. It was then that George realised her lonely position. Everyone else around her was gathered in merry groups, and no one cast her even a passing glance. She was no timid creature, withdrawn perhaps, but from their earliest acquaintance he had sensed her passion and wit. It was that very nature that had piqued his interest in her. Yet the more he came to know her, the more he sensed an inner fragility, or self-doubt perhaps. Once more, that wretched evening rose in his thoughts, but it wasn't their confrontation that pricked at him. George's throat tightened as he recalled his dismissive words in response to Marian's earnest pleas on behalf of the wallflowers. His perspective had been born from a boy's desire to impress the object of his affection by agreeing with her, regardless of the flaws in Juliet's argument. George knew he ought to apologise for that, along with many other things, but before he could, Marian turned and fled the room, slipping through the back door. He hurried after her, though navigating the throng took a fair amount of manoeuvring as the merriment was in full sway tonight. The assembly rooms had been placed beside the coaching inn, which was situated at the edge of town, and at its rear was a short alleyway between the press of buildings. But it was empty. Casting a look in either direction, George followed his instinct and turned left, following the path that led toward an untouched patch of green. The buildings gave way, depositing him into an empty parcel of land that had likely been intended to serve as a garden for one of the adjacent buildings, though it had been abandoned for some years. Tufts of grass covered the ground, and a few trees stretched up to the heavens, but it was the lady standing beneath them who held his attention. With one hand against the trunk, Marian propped herself up whilst pressing her other hand to her mouth. At the sound of his footsteps, she straightened and whirled about. "What are you doing here?" she asked with a quick brush of her cheeks before giving him her back once more. "Leave me be. I do not want your company." George's heart constricted, his stomach sinking as he considered her cool dismissal. "I cannot bear to leave you alone when you are distraught." Marian's arms drew tight around her middle, and though she attempted a tone of disdain, her words hitched. "I do not need your assistance, Mr. Finch." He flinched at the sound of his name. Not that Marian had ever used his given name before, but the firm tone she employed increased the distance between them. "Marian, Miss Wakefield." George winced at the slip of his tongue. "I know I do not deserve your confidences, But do not send me away. I cannot bear the thought of leaving you alone at such a moment." She drew her arms tighter around herself, and though George could not see her expression from this angle, he knew she could send him packing if she wished. Inching closer, George approached her like a startled animal, his hands outstretched as he closed the distance between them. "What has happened?" he asked. "It is none of your concern," she said, though her voice was quiet and shaky. "Though I know I've made a poor show of it, I am your friend." He brushed a touch against her elbow, and George detested the wretched gloves that kept him from feeling the softness of her skin and the closeness that contact would bring. Marian's gaze flew to his hand, and then her glistening eyes turned to meet his. Those brown depths so often sparked with laughter or flashed with passion, but at present they were filled with so much loneliness and sorrow. They begged for support from any quarter, and George's heart broke at the sight. "Marian," he whispered, his hand grazing her arm once more, and her gaze fell to that contact. Expression tightening, she seemed to fight against the heaving breaths that shuddered through her, the strain showing in her neck and shoulders. Tears broke free, wrenched out of her in a gasping sob, and George couldn't stand it any longer. Drawing his arms around her, he pulled Marian close, encircling her. She did not return his embrace, but her head dropped to his shoulder as she let out the torrent stirring within her. George's heart could not settle on a single emotion at present. It soared high above them at the feel of her in his arms and sank to the lowest depths at the sound of her tears, swinging back and forth before George had time enough to acclimate to either extreme. And before he knew what to do with the crying lady in his arms, Marian shoved him, shaking her head as though trying to clear her thoughts. "Do not take such liberties with me, sirrah. You haven't the right." The lady's voice was raised, but the furrow in her brow made George think a fair amount of embarrassment was mixed with the anger she unleashed upon him. Marian spun about, and George snatched up her hand. His mouth opened and words settled on the tip of his tongue, begging for her trust, but he paused as he knew he had not the right. Not yet. And so he changed tact, dredging up the many things he had longed to say over the past few years. "I cannot tell you how many times I've regretted what passed between us. I was a fool who couldn't see the value of the heart you offered me." George let out a sharp sigh, shaking his head. "I wish I could go back to that night and force my younger self to see how blessed I was to have gained the affection of such an incredible woman and keep myself from being blinded by Juliet's beauty." Marian yanked her hand out of his and scowled at him. "I am well aware of how lovely your wife was. You needn't remind me of it, sir. That is not what I meant. Simply that I did not understand how important friendship is to a marriage." With a scoff, Marian nodded. "Ah, yes, and now you see how meaningless attraction is, and wish to renew an acquaintance with your dowdy friend." "That is not what I said." Heaven help him, but George couldn't keep his voice from rising. "Those may not be the words you used, Mr. Finch, but I understood your meaning well enough," she replied, jutting out her chin at him with narrowed eyes. "Your wife was beautiful, something I will never be. You made that clear when you recoiled from me the moment I spoke my heart to you." George blinked, his gaze turning to the empty space around him as though searching for aid. He certainly needed it. In their time as friends, they had never truly argued, and he did not know what to do, especially as she seemed determined to twist everything he said. "I did not recoil from you." Marian's muscles tightened, her scowl deepening. "Do not tell me what I saw that night, Mr. Finch." Pinching the bridge of his nose, George thought through what to say, but whatever he'd planned had flown straight out of his mind the moment he'd raised his voice. Gathering his scattered faculties, he forced his voice and expression to relax. "You have every right to be angry, Miss Marian." George let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumping. "I treated you poorly, and I am heartily ashamed of it. That will forever be the greatest regret of my life." Marian inched away, her brow furrowing as she studied him. but she said not a word in response. "I said it before, but it bears repeating. I was a fool." Tucking his hands behind him, George studied the tips of his shoes, but he knew he did not deserve to hide from her, so he raised his gaze once more, meeting her eyes. No matter how much sorrow shone there, he could never convey the entirety of his remorse. Then, with a huff, he added with a self-deprecating smile, "I assure you I paid mightily for my folly. Juliet was not a terrible wife, but I quickly realized we were not and never would be friends. I had cast aside the dearest one I'd ever had, and I do not know if I can ever fully describe the pain and anguish that comes from such a realization. I suffered—" "You suffered?" Marian's question was quiet, hardly more than a whisper, but it was akin to the calm before the storm, lulling the world into believing that all was well before the heavens opened and battered the countryside. George stiffened as she stared at him with a hard and unyielding expression. "You, Mr. Finch, bore the consequences of your poor decisions, and you stand there acting as though I ought to feel sympathy for you?" With each word, Marian's voice rose, her eyes growing colder as she stared at him. "You humiliated me, and now that you realize the full breadth of your actions, you wish to be friends again as though nothing has happened?" Marian shouted at him, her muscles tightening as though she wished to unleash more than her tongue at him, and his pride longed to defend himself, but George knew he deserved her fury. The lady turned as though to leave, but stopped and faced him again as her breath heaved and her eyes glistened. "You speak as though I ought to feel compassion for your suffering, Mr. Finch, but do you have any inkling as to my own?" Though the question was asked, George knew better than to answer it. "Your dismissal hurt, but had you spoken with kindness and understanding, I would have recovered, saddened but whole. Instead, I am haunted by the look of abject horror on your face. It pierces my heart again and again, forever reminding me that even my dearest friend couldn't bear the thought of loving me." Her words broke, and Marian covered her mouth and turned away, and though George longed to step closer and give her some comfort, he couldn't move past the accusation she'd levelled at him. He'd spent countless hours recalling that evening, and the one bit of comfort he'd found in that mess was that he'd handled it with such delicacy. He wasn't fool enough to think she'd been unaffected by his rejection, but George had thought it as kind as one could hope for in that situation. Digging into his pocket, he offered her a handkerchief, but Marian battered it away, turning to face him again. A flower drooped from her coiffure, resting against her forehead, and she swiped at it, pulling it and several others free. With a jerk of her arm, she cast them aside and wiped her cheeks, though she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. "Whenever I am at my lowest, it is your voice I hear, telling me I am without worth, and others are right to shun me. It is your sneer of disgust I see when I think of opening myself to another. Again and again it is you who reminds me how little I matter to the world. So you will forgive me if I cannot find it in my heart to feel sympathy for your regrets." Whirling about, Marian stormed away, disappearing into the darkness. George's feet moved to follow, but his good sense knew better than to do so, no matter how his instincts pushed him to set things to rights again. "I am sorry." The words were too little, and she did not hear them, but he needed to speak them all the same. It felt as though Marian had taken a hammer to his heart, leaving it crumpled and bleeding, though it was everything he deserved. He longed to say something, anything, to defend against such accusations, but what was there to say? Marian may have spoken in the heat of the moment, but he did not doubt her words were true. George's stomach churned, turning about as his whole being grew heavy. Good heavens, what had he done? In the years since that wretched night, he hadn't given Marian's feelings much thought, or not as much as they deserved. He'd known his rejection had hurt her, but her accusations battered against him until his whole being felt splintered and broken. Covering his face, he sagged against the tree trunk and wondered what he could do to heal the damage he'd done. When he looked out at the world again, His eyes fell to the flowers on the ground that she had left in her wake. Crouching down beside them, he picked up a pink rose and held it to his lips. "I'm so very sorry," he whispered again, hoping the breeze might carry the words to her. Chapter 14. Fantasies were fickle things. Though they provided much entertainment, they rarely came to fruition. On rare occasions, reality exceeded expectations, but more often than not, those imaginings fell short. Marian had often dreamt of Mr. Finch returning full of regret and remorse, but it had not played out in any fashion remotely resembling what she had pictured, nor had unleashing her heartbreak brought her any of the triumph and vindication she had hoped to find. When she had climbed into bed the night before, she had expected the sun to rise on a new day full of new possibilities, a new Marian, but she had awoken to a sour stomach. Sitting at her dressing table, Marian fiddled with the flowers sitting on the tabletop and stared through her bedchamber window. The Wakefields did not own a vast estate or tracts of land, but they had a plot of green behind their home, and Marian often found comfort while gazing out at the leaves dappled with sunshine and the butterflies flitting amongst the flowers, but not today. The evening had been a disaster on every front. Despite all her efforts, the assembly had proven more vexing than diverting, and the evening had only worsened when Mr. Finch arrived. The scene played through her thoughts, and she struggled with her emotions, which swung like a pendulum. Despite the heightened emotions that drove her to flee the assembly when Mr. Finch had held her so tenderly, Marian couldn't help but accept his comfort. It was like sheltering beside a fireplace, all cosily wrapped up while the winter wind whipped up the snow billowing just outside the window, a haven in the storm. That peace had faded the instant she'd realized what she was doing, and Marian couldn't decide if she were angrier over her weakness or Mr. Finch's tripe. Standing there, spouting off about how much he'd suffered for his mistakes, Marian's teeth clenched together, and she sucked in a deep breath, flaring her nostrils as she replayed that moment again. The pressure in her chest grew, squeezing her until she felt ready to burst, and she let out a deep sigh and leaned forward, pressing a hand to her mouth and wrapping the other around her waist. She rubbed at her face as a wave of exhaustion swept over her. The day was still young, yet she felt as though it was well into the night. Had she gotten any rest? This was the problem, the most pressing and vexing issue of the lot. Others had no difficulty keeping their hearts in check. They went about their days without being so wound up that they caused a scene or spoke words best left unspoken or spent the night tossing and turning in their beds. Whether filled with giddiness or rage, Marian's heart always felt too big for her chest, pushing past her safeguards and taking control. She frowned, her teeth clenching together as she recalled her behaviour, remembering each and every detail of what she had said and done. And with each remembrance, her cheeks grew flushed. She couldn't regret the honesty of her words. She'd needed to tell him her feelings, and there was nothing shameful in that. But in the light of day, she couldn't say she was proud of her behaviour. Marian felt like a boat on a storm-tossed sea, and far too often the tiller ripped from her hands, leaving her at the mercy of the torrent as her heart raged about. Speaking without thought, acting every bit the shrew. Staring at the bouquet on her dressing table, Marian brushed a finger across the soft petals. The roses were the same as those she'd worn last night, and mixed with them were various flowers of darkest purple and richest pinks, accented with bright sparks of orange and the deep green of the foliage. She did not have a favourite flower, as it was impossible to choose just one, but the colour palette was her favourite. Despite the time apart, Mr. Finch had not forgotten it. A knock sounded at the door, and Marian tucked the flowers out of sight as she called for the person to enter. "There you are," said Rachel, sweeping into the bedchamber with a smile. "Your mother asked me to remind you of our visit to the Meachams this afternoon. She thought you might like to wear your white and pink day dress with the black trim." Marian sighed. One would think that a woman of 28 was beyond the age of having her wardrobe decided for her. Mamma might have couched it as a suggestion, but Marian knew it was more of a request or command. Of course, she was free to do as she pleased as long as she was willing to shoulder the consequences. Mamma was never cruel or critical, but neither did Marian wish to bear her mother's disappointment. It was trying enough to be forced into social settings she detested, but having her mother cast her gown's sorrowful glances only added to her discomfort. To her thinking, Mamma's choice in gown did not flatter her, but wearing it was no great burden. "What time are we to leave?" asked Marian. "After luncheon, so it is no great hurry," said Rachel, though a glance at the clock on her wardrobe told Marian the time was arriving far quicker than anticipated. How long had she sat about, thinking of Mr. Finch? With a parting smile, Rachel turned back to the door, but an urge took hold of Marian, and she spoke before she thought better of it. "Do you enjoy my company, Rachel?" Her sister-in-law paused and turned to face Marian again with a wry smile. "What a question!" "It is an earnest one," replied Marian. "Of course I do." Rachel punctuated that with a tittering laugh, and Marian couldn't help but think there was a touch of strain to the sound, though she could not swear to it. "I cannot believe you would ask." "But why do you like me?" Marian's hands twisted in her lap, and she took a deep breath before continuing. "I have been considering my conduct toward others, and I cannot help but think I am far too critical. I was not always so sour, and I cannot say with any certainty that I like the person I have become." "We all have our weaknesses, Marian." Canting her head to the side, she considered that. "True, but I cannot help but feel as though my weaknesses are greater than my strengths." "Oh, posh!" Rachel brushed that away with a wave of her hand. "You certainly have your opinions, but you are—" The lady paused, her brow furrowing as she searched for the proper word. "You are earnest." "Earnest?" Marian blinked. Rachel nodded. "I never worry you are hiding the truth from me or softening your words simply to spare my feelings. You are honest, which is unique in society." The tone was everything pleasant and amiable, but Marian didn't think the compliment spoke well of her. Perhaps she was inferring meaning to Rachel's words, but of all the qualities her sister-in-law might have mentioned, she had chosen to highlight Marian's brutal honesty. Not sparing feelings was hardly a good thing. "Do not let it get you down, Marian," she said with a bright smile. "You are a good person and a good sister-in-law." And before Marian could say another word on the subject, Rachel bustled out of the bedchamber, leaving Marian alone with her thoughts again, and they were in a far worse state than before Rachel had arrived. Was that how her sister-in-law saw her? Marian supposed she ought not to have asked the question if she hadn't wanted honesty, but it was quite lowering to know that the characteristic that most defined her was a sharp tongue. Yet was it any wonder that Rachel would say such a thing? Turning back to her dressing table, she studied Mr. Finch's bouquet. No doubt other ladies were well accustomed to receiving such tokens from gentlemen, but Marian couldn't help but think of how Mr. Finch was the only gentleman who had sent her such gifts with any frequency. Though couched in overtures of friendship, he had always ensured she received at least a few flowers after an assembly or ball. "Every lady ought to have a posy," he had said. Was it any wonder she had lost her heart to him? Few paid her any mind, yet Mr. Finch had gone out of his way to make her feel wanted. And now he was back to his old ways. Marian didn't know what to do about that. It had been confusing back then, and it was doubly confusing now. Mr. Finch's note sat beside the flowers, staring at her. She wasn't certain she had the strength to read it, though she also knew she couldn't ignore it. Life would be easier if he remained a villain. Yet as Marian considered that idea, she realized she couldn't say he'd ever been one. What was his great failing? That he hadn't returned her affections? He had recoiled from her, but surely that was entirely natural when an undesired and unexpected declaration was thrust upon a person. And for the first time, she considered the situation from his perspective. It didn't excuse the harm he had done to her, Yet did he deserve all the blame? Perhaps he'd been a touch too overt in his preference for her and raised her hopes, but it hadn't been malicious, and she certainly hadn't spared his feelings last night when telling him off. There was no denying that her words had struck their mark, for Mr. Finch's expression had fallen with each syllable. She had laid the entirety of her troubles on his shoulders, yet how much did he truly deserve? How much of that pain was her own making? Festering, an apt description. Even a minor injury could putrefy, the poison spreading until all was lost, and Marian's heart was in a similar state. Though much of that old pain did not touch her daily life as it once had, Mr. Finch had left a mark, and rather than healing it, she had allowed it to rot away until it tainted the whole of her. Gathering her courage close, Marian broke the seal of his note and ran her eyes over the pages, of which there were many. Altogether, it must have taken him some time to write out all the lines, even assuming he'd made only a single attempt. They were filled with more sorrow and apologies, and with each sentence, Marian recalled all the many little things she adored about the man. She read through the letter twice more, her heart swinging back and forth, as it had since he had reappeared. Could she accept his petition and welcome him into her life once more? Despite its ending, his friendship had been the most important of her life, and she couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to recapture that joy. Staring into the mirror, Marian recognized the features reflected there, but she did not feel like herself any longer. She did not recognize the heart beating in her chest. She didn't like who she had become, or rather, the woman she had made herself into. Her eyes fell to the flowers once more, and she had to acknowledge the truth of the matter. She was better with Mr. Finch around. He had a way of softening her edges and calming the raging storm. Despite her inability to control her wayward heart when it came to him, something in Mr. Finch had allowed her greater control over herself. Without him, and with the added pain of his rejection, Marian had devolved into chaos and bitterness. A friend. This friend. She studied the flowers and the note, and knew that if she did not tread carefully, her heart would be in more danger than before. Yet she couldn't deny that Mr. Finch had always excelled at drawing out the best in her, as she had with him. It was why she had given her heart to him so unequivocally. Knowing he only sought friendship might make it easier to guard herself. There was no need to wonder over his motives any longer, and that would allow her greater control over her wayward feelings. Yet even as she debated the issue, she laughed at herself. There was no need to pretend the decision was in question. With his apology sitting before her, Marian knew she could not turn him away. She never could. Not her Mr. Finch. Heaven help her and her fragile heart. Chapter 15. An invitation was a good thing. Surely it must be. A lady didn't ask a loathsome person to pay a call on her. Did she? George crossed his arms and stared at the road ahead, his attention only tangentially aware of the horse he steered toward Bentmore. Despite having several days to consider Marian's motives, George was no closer to identifying them, and there was little point in debating it yet again. Yet, as the gig rocked, his thoughts couldn't help but travel down that familiar path once more. He could well see her extending an invitation out of sympathy. If someone in need required the hand of friendship, even an irksome somebody, the lady wouldn't hesitate to offer it. Marian Wakefield was a tempestuous lady, to be sure, but never cruel. Yes, she might rant about her frustrations in private, and she may nurse a grudge for a time, but Marian would never hurt another knowingly. There was no malice attached to this invitation. The pressure in George's chest eased as he considered that, allowing him to relax a fraction and sway with the gig, but still he knew not what to expect when he arrived at Wrenwood Lodge, and the outskirts of Bentmore were just ahead. Of one thing he was certain: care and caution were required. For all his determination to rush in and sweep her off her feet at the assembly, the interlude had taught him in no uncertain terms that his actions had caused significant damage, and that needed addressing before he would win her heart, assuming he could. George's heart hung heavy in his chest as he replayed her words. Those eyes, so often flashing with all her fiery passion, had glistened with the silent heartache she had suffered. Like so many others who believed their agonies unique and without equal, George had believed his greater than hers, never thinking that his behaviour had left such an indelible mark, dunce that he was. Turning down the Wakefields' lane, George sat perched on the edge of the seat, his knee bouncing. Though he tried to avoid the rough patches of road, he swore it grew more uneven, for he felt shaken to bits. Surely the parish council ought to see to its maintenance. Houses dotted either side of the road, but George paid them no heed as Wrenwood Lodge came into view. The buildings were all fairly uniform along this stretch of road, and though not as imposing as his family's estate, they were good-sized dwellings for those among Bentmoor's higher echelons, and in the midst of them sat an edifice that looked so very like the rest, except that the stucco exterior was a stunning shade of peach. It hadn't been altered in the year since he'd last set eyes on it. Even the vines crawling along the edges looked to be the same as before. No doubt, their servants spent a fair amount of time maintaining the foliage, for it was a fine accent to the building without overpowering it. Leading the horses around to the stables, he gave them to the groom's keeping and wandered to the front door. George peeked at his pocket watch and grimaced. He was nearly an hour earlier than the invitation dictated. His determination not to be late had pushed him to leave his house far earlier than necessary and to drive the horse harder than usual. With Bentmoor such a distance from his home, it was always better to overestimate the travel time in case he met with trouble on the road. But George had overdone it. He debated whether or not he should wait until the appropriate time, but his feet made the decision for him and hurried up the front steps. In short order, the butler had George in the house, divested of his hat and gloves, and deposited in the parlour, though not before giving him a gimlet eye. George might have quaked beneath the weight of that gaze if he hadn't known it was Powell's usual manner. As the butler was loyal only to his position, George knew the fellow's irritation had naught to do with the upset between him and Marian, and everything to do with his showing up horrifically early, which offended Powell's sense of propriety. George watched the butler as he sauntered out of the room. A throat cleared, and George whirled about, his chest tightening as he took in Marian, allowing the silence to linger for a moment as he revelled in the sight of her. The lady he'd known all those years ago had a knack for blending into the background. More than her unremarkable colouring and features, Marian Wakefield had comported herself as though wishing to vanish into the ether. Now, Marian stood there looking much the same. Her appearance was unaltered, yet she was vastly different from the woman he'd known. Her gaze was direct and unflinching, her posture not shrinking, but meeting the world with a steadiness that bespoke one in command of her surroundings. A regality came from her very core, shining through her in a manner that seized George's attention, unwilling to release him. Marian Wakefield was not pretty. That was too flimsy a word. She was striking, eye-catching. George's gaze drifted along the sweeping curve of her neck. With several strong words, he silently reminded himself once more that his purpose in being there was to heal the friendship he'd broken and not to ogle the lady. Friendship first, then win her heart. "Miss Marian," George's voice gave out at that moment, choosing to make him sound like a veritable youth, though he supposed it was fitting since he felt as ungainly as a lad of 12. Then, coming to himself, he swept into a bow. "I apologise for not seeing you there. I fear I was so taken with Powell's austerity that I was blind to anything else. Am I wrong in thinking he has worsened since I was here last?" Marian blinked, though a spark of laughter lit her gaze. "It is not your imagination, sir. He is quite determined to set himself up as a man deserving of high regard. My parents view it as a mark of his skill. Everyone else views it as irritating." George felt like laughing, not because of the words themselves, but because she spoke them to him. And if he weren't mistaken, Marian was sharing a laugh with him. "Thank you for sending me the invitation. I hadn't—" George wasn't certain if it were better to ignore the nastiness or confront it, but fortune favoured the bold, so he finished, "I hadn't expected it after our previous conversation." Marian chuffed and gave him a faint smile that held more than a touch of self-deprecation. "Isn't that a delicate way of describing how I lambasted you?" "You said nothing I didn't deserve." George tugged at his coat and rocked on his heels. "I owe you a proper apology," but she held up a staying hand. "You said quite enough with your letters and flowers." George frowned. "I don't think that possible." "Please, Mr. Finch." She paused and furrowed her brow in that manner he remembered all too well. Marian was such a thinker and spent quite a lot of time lost in her thoughts, her brows always wrinkling in the same manner as she sorted through things. "Whatever your faults, I have them as well. I would prefer if we could simply begin again." She motioned him toward the sofa, and he sat beside her. Her hands were clasped primly in her lap, and George's knee began bouncing again. He stared at her, sorting through what he could say, but his thoughts evaporated, leaving his mind empty at present. "Your mother's at-home mornings are quiet affairs," he said, glancing at the empty room around them. "Not even the hostess shows. Scandalous." The lady's lips twitched, and Marian shook her head. "She is always present, but not when her guests arrive earlier than the allotted time." George smiled at that. Another silence descended upon them. It had never been difficult to engage Marian in conversation before, yet at present it was not such an easy endeavour. "We have been enjoying very fine weather," said Marian, though that was immediately followed by a wince. She covered her eyes for a brief moment, and then peeked at him with rosy cheeks. "I have a talent for making any situation awkward. We needn't stoop to speaking of the weather." The world grew sunnier, until it felt as though the parlour was ablaze with the noonday sun, and George couldn't stop the smile stretching across his face. This was his Marian, his friend. He had hoped to see a glimpse of her for the past fortnight, and there she was. He felt like leaping to his feet with a shout. "But it is very fine weather indeed, quite worthy of remarking," he said with a nod and just the right hint of haughtiness to his tone to draw out another faint smile from her. Then, leaning closer, he said in a conspiratorial tone, "And I adore your awkwardness. It is endearing and quite entertaining." Marian shifted in her seat, smoothing the folds of her dress as her cheeks turned a fetching shade of pink. "You needn't say such things, Mr. Finch." "What things?" Peeking up at him, she frowned. "You needn't ply me with compliments as some sort of penance for what has passed. As I said, I prefer we begin anew." George blinked at her, struggling to know what to say to that first statement. But before he could address it, Marian added, "And I've had time to consider my own actions in the matter, Mr. Finch, and I'm quite ashamed of my behaviour." "Balderdash!" Marian straightened. "Pardon?" "You heard me," he said with a frown. "Firstly, you needn't be ashamed of sharing your heart with me in any form. I hurt you, horribly. It was entirely unintentional, but I caused you great pain, and that ought to be chastised and railed against. You had every right to do so the other night." He cleared his throat, and when Marian moved to speak, it was his turn to cut her off. "I am ashamed that I hurt you so. I never realised it, or I would have tried to—" George thought through what he wished he'd done, what was feasible for him to have done, given his stupidity at the time, and what Marian was ready to hear. "I don't know what I would have done, and I suppose it does no good to sit about and muse about the what-might-have-beens, but I am grateful you will allow me the opportunity to make things right." There was something else he wanted to say, something else he needed to address. For the life of him, George could not recall what it was, but he knew there was to be a secondly in addition to his firstly. Something Marian had said that needed contradicting, but his attention was diverted again when she shook her head. "That is good of you, but I cannot lay all the blame for my unhappiness on your shoulders. I have been struggling of late, and it took that—" She fumbled with her words. "Interlude." Chapter 16. How quickly life shifted. Despite having thought of Mr. Finch in uncharitable terms for so long, Marian was now cozied up to him, discussing a subject she didn't dare broach with just anyone. But then, their conversations had always been so easy and natural, and despite everything, her heart remembered those times. It was like playing a piece she hadn't attempted in ages, and though she stumbled on the keys occasionally, her fingers knew the notes. Mr. Finch remained silent, allowing her to speak her heart as he had so many times before, and despite her better judgment warning her to keep her own counsel, Marian told him all that had occupied her thoughts that morning. In truth, she hardly noticed she was laying her heart bare, but Mr. Finch had always had a way of getting her to reveal secrets. That much hadn't changed. Marian couldn't be certain who had moved. Perhaps it had been both of them, but they drew closer on the sofa, Mr. Finch's hands resting next to hers, his gaze filled with that warmth and understanding she had missed. He didn't dismiss her concerns. He didn't laugh. He spoke a few words, prompting her when necessary, but otherwise provided the listening ear she desperately needed. "I see now that my anger has poisoned me. So often I grow frustrated and impatient with those around me, and rather than forgiving and moving forward, I allow those hurts to fester, making me spiteful and bitter. I may keep hold of my tongue better now, but darkness bubbles beneath that silence." Marian's hands crumpled her skirt, and she relaxed her grip and smoothed the wrinkled fabric. Her chest tightened, and she forced out, "I do not like what I have become. I wish to change, but I don't know how." She stared at the room opposite her. The whole thing seemed absurd. How did one fundamentally alter oneself? The task felt insurmountable, like a dream one clings to but is never fully realized. But before she could descend deeper into those denigrating thoughts, Mr. Finch spoke. "You are one of the most capable women I know, and from the earliest moments of our friendship, I was impressed by your ability and determination. I have no doubt you can conquer anything once you put your mind to it." Glancing over, Marian found him watching her with a small smile upon his lips, his eyes blazing with certainty. "You can be a tad hard at times, Miss Marian, but it is due to your passionate nature. You care so very much and feel so deeply, it is little wonder that you are plagued by a temper." Then, leaning closer, he whispered in a conspiratorial tone, "Your zeal is what drew my attention in the first place, and is one of the reasons you became my dearest friend. Your heart drives so much of your action, and you care so very much. It is difficult not to be inspired by it." Mr. Finch reached over and squeezed her hand. Marian's gaze fell to that touch, his hand warm and gentle against her own. Mr. Finch cleared his throat and shifted in his seat, yanking his hand away. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Finch." "They were the truth." Mr. Finch fidgeted with one of the cushions beside him and shifted once more. "You feel things deeply, Miss Marian, and that is a gift. But it also comes with difficulties. You needn't rid yourself of your nature entirely." "But I must learn to control my feelings rather than allowing them to control me," she said, nodding to herself. "I came to that conclusion." Mr. Finch's smile grew. "We are of a like mind, then." Marian held his gaze, surprised that she had forgotten how powerful his eyes were. Others cast occasional looks in her direction, though few truly saw her. However, Mr. Finch's dark eyes took in the whole of her, peering straight into her heart. For someone who was so rarely noticed, it was a heady feeling, stirring up sentiments that were best left undisturbed. Matters weren't helped that it was paired with such glowing words. The parlour door opened and Marian shot to her feet. "There you are, Mamma." "Mr. Finch?" Her mother blinked at the fellow. "As you see, Mrs. Wakefield," he said with a grin as he rose to his feet. "I fear I have been monstrously rude and arrived well before the appointed time. I overestimated how long it would take to drive to Bentmore." "It has been some time since you were amongst us," Mamma said, ushering Rachel in behind her. All the appropriate greetings were given, and acquaintances were renewed. And though Mamma accepted Mr. Finch's excuses and overtures of friendship, Rachel watched them far too closely for Marian's peace of mind. But it was a welcome distraction and a necessary reminder. Friendship was all well and good, but Marian knew it was folly to allow herself to form an attachment to Mr. Finch. His behaviour was too warm and friendly, making it easy to forget the past and resurrect the fantasy she had long ago abandoned. Mr. Finch had made his feelings clear, and to imagine anything more was to invite more heartache into her life. She had enough and needed no more. Marriage was in Marian's future, but Mr. George Finch was not her destined groom. She would do well to remember that. Social calls were intended to be welcoming things, and though the hostess seemed pleased at his arrival, however early, George's collar tightened with each passing minute. Not that the Wakefields made him feel out of place, but the other guests noted his extended stay. The Wakefields were not a social epicentre of the area, but they were well liked enough to have quite a few visitors pay call during their at-home hours. However, the majority of them were female, and they did not overstay the acceptable amount of time. George hadn't meant to be so gauche. He tried to be unobtrusive as Marian assisted her mother in the hostess's duties, but he couldn't bring himself to leave. Not after having accomplished so much. At least he hadn't been so indecorous as to monopolise all of Marian's attention. Just the majority of it. But it was well past the time for him to leave. Wandering to the parlour door, George asked Powell to ready his gig and turned back to take leave of the hostess, only to find a gentleman had taken his place at Marian's side. George didn't know the fellow, but there was no mistaking his eagerness. The gentleman was of middling years, and though the fellow's looks weren't displeasing, he wasn't handsome either, a rather bland-looking man. Heat stirred inside George as the stranger smiled and chatted amiably. Judging by Marian's expression, she was not diverted by the subject, which was of some comfort, but it didn't stop the fellow from rambling on. Could he not see her boredom? Marian had learned to school her expression to a degree, but there was no hiding the blankness in her eyes as she watched her companion. She was a passionate creature. The absence of her spark was telling enough. But George had lingered too long. Moving to Mrs. Wakefield's side, he gave his parting thanks and stepped toward the door. He cast one final look over his shoulder in time to see Marian laugh with the man. Not a polite titter, but an earnest chuckle that lit up her face. Pain radiated through George's jaw, and he forced his teeth not to grind together, though it did little good when he saw Marian lay a hand on the man's forearm with another beaming smile. Good gracious! Mr. Highmore's conversation was so monotonous that Marian knew precisely what he was going to say before he said it. The details varied some, but the subject never strayed far from his preferred topic. A flash of irritation had her muscles tightening, but Marian forced herself to relax. Mr. Highmore was a good man. So many ladies spoke of love as the only measurement for a happy marriage, but many of them married poor choices simply because their heart was swept up in fickle feelings such as attraction. Marian had known plenty who had made such a mistake, and she would not follow in their steps. Ideally, she would find a good and loving match, but with the weeks ticking by, patience was no longer her friend. Remaining unwed was not a possibility. Father had made that clear again and again. Marrying for love wasn't either. So, Marian must find a man with whom she could form a friendly union, and surely if she gave Mr. Highmore a proper chance, he would fit the bill. And maybe if she put more effort into the relationship, he might prove to be something more than a decent choice. Marian was not a flirt. She had never excelled at such things, but there was little more damage to be done to her pride, so she cast her thoughts toward the ladies who excelled at capturing a man's attention and tried to recall the things they did. At the top of her list sat Juliet Finch, née Hutton. The lady had done a fine job at entrancing the men around her. Of course, she was aided by dazzling looks and a healthy dowry, but Marian refused to focus on that. Mr. Highmore's interest in her was apparent, so there was no need to worry that she would frighten him away by reciprocating. Mr. Highmore regaled her with his children's antics, and she decided now was as good a time as any to begin. The story was not as amusing as Mr. Highmore believed it to be, but she let out an encouraging laugh. It felt strained, but the gentleman joined in, seeming all the happier for her show of mirth. Fans featured in so much of the flirtatious behaviour she had witnessed, and Marian had none at present, so she was forced to adapt. Leaning forward with another bright chuckle, she patted him on the arm. "Oh, you are droll, Mr. Highmore, and your children are such dears." Though the first statement was not the entire truth, Marian assuaged her guilt by being fully truthful about the second. Though they could never match Mr. Highmore's high esteem of their precociousness, talent, or appearance, they were dears, like so many other children. Marian scoured her thoughts for something of interest. "Is little Edwin feeling any better? The last time we spoke, you were afraid he might be coming down with croup." "Thank the heavens, he is well," said Mr. Highmore with a broad grin, and though Marian might be generous in her appraisal, he seemed to lean closer with far more interest than before. She complimented each detail he shared, punctuating her remarks with coy smiles and tittering laughs, but though she felt like a fool, Mr. Highmore's expression brightened with each one. "Might I join you?" Marian gave a start as Mr. Finch's voice washed over her like a bucket of icy water. Turning, she found the fellow just behind her. "Oh, Mr. Finch," she said, turning so she might face both gentlemen. "I thought you had left." Mr. Finch tucked his hands behind him. "I was about to, but I hadn't gotten my fill of conversation." "Of course, after so much time away from Bentmore, I expect you are eager to renew all your acquaintances," said Marian, though Mr. Finch's gaze was fixed on Mr. Highmore. Glancing between the pair, she added, "Mr. George Finch, might I introduce Mr. Wentworth Highmore?" "Am I mistaken in thinking you purchased Pitchford Place?" asked Mr. Finch. "You are correct, sir, and I assume you are related to Mr. and Mrs. Lewis Finch?" replied Mr. Highmore. Mr. Finch smiled, though there was an odd strain to it that had Marian frowning. "I am honoured to be their eldest. Though business has had me in Manchester for some years, I have returned to my family seat." "Mr. Highmore was just telling me of his children," said Marian, giving the gentleman's arm a playful tap. "He has 7 lovely little dears." "I understand you have an orchard, Mr. Highmore," said Mr. Finch. Stepping forward, he placed himself directly between Marian and Mr. Highmore, forcing her to shift her position. Before Marian could say another word, Mr. Finch launched into a discourse on the price of apples. Mr. Highmore's attention fixed on the fellow, and though Marian tried to reinsert herself into the conversation, she was entirely unnecessary. Marian tried to hold on to the giddiness of her successful attempt at flirting, but she couldn't help but notice that Mr. Highmore seemed far more engaged in speaking about apples with another gentleman than discussing his children with the lady he wished to court. Good heavens! The minutes slowed until Marian was certain she would never be free of this interminable conversation. Perhaps she could simply slip away and read a book in her bedchamber. No doubt no one would notice her missing. Not even Mr. Finch paid her any heed, choosing instead to focus all his attention on Mr. Highmore. Chapter 17. A man of 28 ought to be in control of his faculties. Until today, George had thought himself possessed of intelligence and understanding. He excelled at managing so many of his family's holdings, which suggested he was of sound mind and sensible. Yet, as he thought through the day, he found himself lacking in both. What had happened at the Wakefields' home? George pondered that question throughout the long journey to his family seat, and as he wandered the empty halls of Farleigh Manor. Going into the parlour, he dropped onto the sofa and stared at the ceiling. What had he done? Though able to recall all that he'd said, George couldn't countenance his actions. He had arrived at the Wakefields determined to take the first steps in securing Marian's friendship once more, and that was well and good, but his plans were trampled under boot the moment he'd seen Mr. Highmore and her together. Juliet had been a flirt. It was in her nature to flatter and fawn over others. It meant nothing, and George had paid it little heed. Not that he enjoyed seeing his wife behaving in such a manner, but it was no threat to their marriage. Juliet was an honourable woman, and even when their relationship had shifted from love match to partnership, George had never doubted she had honoured her marriage vows, just as he had. His wife had given George far more reason to be disconcerted, yet her flirtations had never stirred a fraction of the desperate jealousy Marian's timid attempts had. If Mr. Highmore had been any less amiable, George would have called the man out the moment Marian touched the fellow. Scrubbing at his face, George tugged loose his cravat and studied the stucco swirls on the ceiling. But there was no avoiding the truth. He had never been uncertain of Juliet's affections, nor had he cared so much about winning her good opinion. The past replayed in his thoughts, reminding him of those heady days of his youth in which he'd courted and won Juliet's heart. He'd thought himself so enamoured, so lost in the throes of love, so captivated by her. George had thought his feelings the pinnacle of adoration, but the manner in which his heart wrenched at the possibility of losing Marian only proved how weak his feelings for Juliet had been. Attraction. To the fool's heart, it felt the same as love, and only with age and experience had George realised how wrong he'd been. He had adored Marian even then, but had allowed his schoolboy infatuation with Juliet to overshadow it. Now he felt both in heaping portions for Marian, and Mr. Highmore might snatch her away. George's insides twisted, and he groaned, rubbing at his face. Friendship, that was supposed to be his focus during the visit, yet one flash of jealousy and he'd inserted himself between Marian and her potential swain, diverting Mr. Highmore's attention away from her whenever it wandered from him. Friends did not do that to each other. Yet all was fair in love and war, as they said. What sort of suitor would George be if he cried defeat the moment an opponent entered the field of battle? Marian was too special a lady to surrender without a fight. Of course, he wasn't a suitor at present. He could hardly claim her as a friend. And so, George lay there like a lump, agonising over all that had been and what could have been, none of which was of any value at present. All he could do was hope their next meeting fared better, but that didn't stop him from replaying every moment again and again. The parlour door swung open, and Evelyn's head poked over the side of the sofa, looming above him. "Have you seen Mamma?" George pinched his nose. "No." With a huff, Evelyn came around to stand before him. "Are you certain? I'm missing my green jacket, and I'm certain she knows where it has gotten itself to." "Why would she?" muttered George. With something akin to a harumph, Evelyn dropped onto the adjacent armchair. "Mrs. Collins hasn't seen it, and I cannot find it, but I simply must. I need to look my best." "And why is that?" From the corner of his eye, he saw Evelyn beam, and George straightened in his seat to get a better look at her. "Mr. Townsend is taking me on a drive." Her tone was everything a love-struck young lady ought to sound like, all heaving sighs and longing. "After what happened, I despaired of him, but he sent a note not a quarter of an hour ago to beg me to join him." "What happened?" Evelyn fiddled with her bracelet, turning it about her wrist. "Nothing of importance, not any more." Watching her with narrowed eyes, George stiffened and repeated his question. "What happened?" With a casual flick of her hands, Evelyn waved the inquiry away. "He promised to call and did not show, but it was hardly worth noting." George studied her expression, though Evelyn did not meet his gaze, choosing instead to focus on straightening her skirts and playing with her bracelet. It was not difficult to see it had meant something to her, and certainly had been noted. George frowned. He had heard plenty of Mr. Townsend, though most had been from his sister. Not having met the fellow, George had no opinion of the gentleman's character, though the fact that he admired Evelyn was a mark in his favour. But even as George contemplated whether or not some action ought to be made on his sister's behalf, he tossed the thought away. Who was he to judge another beau's shortcomings? George's list of sins was mighty indeed, and he had no right to cast the first stone, especially as the fellow was taking steps to rectify his misstep. "He is taking you on a drive, alone?" George gave an even fiercer frown at that. Evelyn levelled a narrowed look at him. "You and Juliet did so many times while you were courting." "That is not the same." But that objection sounded hollow even to his ears. His sister didn't even remark upon it, choosing instead to shoot from her seat to sit on the sofa beside her brother. "You will never believe what his cousin said to me." With brows raised in the appropriately curious manner that Evelyn's eager tone demanded, George replied, "If you do not tell me, I cannot say whether or not I believe it." Evelyn shunted aside his teasing and fairly buzzed with excitement, a beaming grin filling her face and lighting her up like a bonfire. "He confided that Mr. Townsend said he was quite intrigued by me and that Mr. Townsend has spoken of me at great length." George's brows shot upward, and his sister's brightness dimmed at the sight. Shifting away from him, she mumbled something about not wishing to importune him any further, but George rushed to explain. "I am not surprised that a man should feel that way about you, Evelyn, only that his cousin was so free with his words." George turned a warm smile to his sister, sorting through his words with great care. He couldn't call the fellow a friend, but he was acquainted enough with young Mr. Wrigley to know he wasn't a reliable source. "However, I would be cautious about giving weight to gossip." "You too?" Evelyn asked with a huff, her shoulders drooping. "Bridget is convinced I must guard my heart, and that I am rushing into things. But this isn't merely gossip. Mr. Townsend cares for me. He does. Why would Mr. Peter Wrigley say a thing if it weren't true? Mr. Townsend himself has confirmed it with his visits and compliments, and he spent the entire assembly at my side." Then, casting a glance at the clock on the far table, Evelyn shot to her feet. "Time is getting away from me, and I must find my jacket before he arrives." In a flurry of bubbling enthusiasm, she hurried out of the parlour while muttering about the necessity of having her most flattering jacket on hand, and whether or not her blue might do. George smiled after her and sent out a silent prayer that Mr. Townsend was worthy of his dear sister. Left to his own devices, George's previous thoughts returned in force. Evelyn's conversation had not diverted them in the slightest, and they demanded his entire attention. Having spent the long journey to Farley Manor contemplating the mess he'd made of his heart, he knew there was little good to be done sitting about stewing over it. Rising to his feet, George went in search of answers, or guidance at the very least. His father may not know how to win the day, but Mr. Lewis Finch was bound to have some nugget of wisdom for his son. After all, his parents' love had sprung from friendship. Surely father had some insight that might aid him with Marian. George wandered through the halls, hoping his father was not at the office today. With both George and Miles handling much of the day-to-day minutiae, father had been granted more and more time away. But as George had taken the day, perhaps his father had gone in. But as he neared the study, he heard the unmistakable sounds of his parents inside. With a knock, George entered and found the pair cosied up on a sofa together, each holding a book, though father's had been abandoned as mother was reading a passage aloud and laughing at the author's witticism. So often he heard people describe love as the heady throes of kisses and longing looks, but George knew now this little domestic scene was a truer version. The pair were not gazing into each other's eyes with whispered declarations or tantalizing touches. Though seated next to one another, there was little in their posture that conveyed romance in the traditional sense. Yet there was something in their tone as they spoke, the look in their eyes, the shared laughter. It was two lives knit into one. George's heart ached at the sight, his unhelpful thoughts supplying an image of himself and Marian in such a pose. "And what might we do for you, dear?" asked Mother, shutting her book and setting it aside. "Has Evelyn found you? She was asking after her green jacket and was in quite a state to find it." Though it wasn't the reason George stood there, it was true enough. With a sigh, Mother gave Father an exasperated look and rose to her feet. "That girl is going to run herself ragged fretting over Mr. Townsend. I'd best go help her find it." Giving her son a squeeze of his arm as she passed, Mother smiled and left the study as Father returned to his book. Though George valued his mother's opinion on many matters, he felt a sigh of relief that she had left. Though they lived in the same house and worked in the same office, George had hardly seen his father since arriving home, and a young man needed courting advice from his father. "Might I speak with you a moment?" asked George. The fellow looked up from his book and nodded, placing it aside and motioning for him to take a seat. Dragging an armchair around, he faced it toward the sofa and sat with a heavy sigh. "I need advice." Father straightened. "Is something amiss with the Beaufort investment?" "Not at all. All is going as well as can be expected in that venture," said George with a shake of his head. "My issue is of a personal nature." "Miss Wakefield." George stiffened, his brows raising. "How did you know?" "We all surmised Evelyn's feelings for Mr. Townsend by the sheer volume of words she said concerning the man," replied Father with a spark of humour in his gaze. "I would say you've outmatched your sister, even if you are subtler in your mentions of Miss Wakefield." Clearing his throat, George shifted in place, hoping his cheeks would cool quickly, though he supposed he need not fear the truth coming out. His issue was getting Marian to accept it. "I have made a muck of things," said George. "Yes, you have." Chapter 18. George straightened at his father's blunt words. "I thought parents were required to be sympathetic to their children's trials and tribulations. It is difficult to muster up such tender sentiments when those pains are merely the consequences of your poor decisions," said Father, crossing his arms. "I may not know the whole of it, but I'm certain that this mess is of your own making. Yet you've arrived here, hoping for a pat on the head and a few trite words that will solve all your troubles." "Steady on," replied George, but Father shook his head. "You have no concept of how very blessed you are, George. You are the heir to a thriving estate and various holdings. You have so many possibilities and choices. The majority of men are not granted such bounty, and though I do my best to provide for your brothers, they will have to work far harder to secure such a comfortable position in life. You were able to marry however you wished, and you had the affection of a woman whom you counted a dear friend, yet you cast all that aside to marry some chit who batted her eyes at you." "You needn't curb your tongue, Father. Please, speak the whole truth," murmured George in a flat tone. The gentleman leaned closer, his gaze darkening. "I love you and your siblings far more than I can ever say, but your mother has and always will hold the chief place in my heart. Children grow and leave the house, and it is your spouse who remains with you long after the pitter-patter of little feet has faded from memory. You and your Juliet hurt my wife again and again during your marriage, and I don't know if I am ready to forgive you for the pain you caused her, George. So, my sympathies are for Miss Wakefield. I hope she can forgive you, but I do not falter if she does not." "I hurt Mother?" Simply saying the words made his heart twist, and though George hoped Father would deny it, he wouldn't have said it if it weren't true. I didn't mean to. Of course not," said Father, waving that away. "But that is the issue, George. You are a good man, but far too self-focused and blind to the world around you. Juliet was the same way, and together you made each other worse. And when she inserted herself into the family, it was often accompanied by unintentionally hurtful words. George opened his mouth, though he knew not what to say, but was cut short when Father raised a staying hand. "Had there been anything overt, I would have said something," said Father. "Juliet never meant harm, but her comments pained your mother and Evelyn all the same. Bridget never paid it any heed, but then Juliet never viewed her as lacking." "What did she say?" asked George, though he could well imagine what Juliet might have done in the spirit of aiding. Father's jaw tightened, his fingers curling into a fist as he studied the pattern of the rug. "She was fixated on your mother's complexion, determined to set it to rights. Kept hounding Felicity that, with a little bit of effort, all could be made right, and there was no reason for her to go about with such ghastly scars." George's eyes slid closed, and he leaned forward, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Your mother embraced the woman she is long ago, but having another point out a flaw again and again would try anyone's composure. Juliet thought she was helping, but she only reinforced society's view that Felicity's imperfection is unacceptable, which is ridiculous. Your mother is a lovely creature, and I cannot fathom why so many fixate on a feature that accentuates the unique woman she is. Had I known, Father, I would have put a stop to it." "But that is the problem, isn't it?" Father arched a blonde brow at his son. "It was happening in front of you, and you were as unawares as Juliet." Worse than that, George had thought his wife suited his family. Reaching up, he rubbed his forehead, but that didn't ease the ache. "Your mother is a grown woman and can fight her own battles. She told Juliet that her assistance was unnecessary, and she was quite content with her appearance." Father paused, his lips curling in disgust, and George's heart sank at what he knew would not be a happy conclusion to the story. Just as Father was about to finish it, a memory flashed into his thoughts, and George winced once more. "The box. Juliet was so proud of what she had done that she told me all about it. I hadn't thought—" George didn't know how he could finish that statement in any happy manner. "Did she tell you about the note?" asked Father, and George braced himself for the answer. "It assured Felicity that she needn't continue to suffer in her current state, and that there must be something among the mountain of creams, tonics, and makeup in the box that would do some good, and that she had the potential to be quite pretty if she expended some effort." George shot to his feet, one hand fisted against his hip, and the other pinching his nose as he paced the length of the room. Then, stopping before his father, he threw his arms out wide. "You know I had nothing to do with that. Mother requires no improvements, and I would have spoken to Juliet had I known what was happening." "I tried to talk to you, George," said Father, his voice hard and unyielding. "I had several conversations with you on the subject, but you wouldn't see the truth. You were so convinced your bride was perfect in every way. But then she embarrassed your sister, chastising her timidity, in public, no less. And Evelyn cannot protect herself as readily as your mother. I had to send you to Manchester. It was the only way." George's feet felt rooted to the floor, his whole being hardening as he stared at his father. "Pardon?" Sucking in a deep breath, Father let out a long sigh. "I didn't want to, George, and heaven knows I tried to find another solution, but I had to protect the well-being of my wife and daughter. We needed someone to oversee operations there, and I decided you were the perfect candidate." Father's eyes dimmed as he held his son's gaze. "You were a grown man who had made your choice, and it was time for me to make mine. I had to protect my wife and daughter." Crossing his arms, George moved to the window and stared at the expanse of green surrounding the estate. His conscience wriggled, unsettling his insides as he considered his father's words, though he didn't know if it was worse to discover the truth behind his removal to Manchester, or that Father had done the right thing. Marian's words came to his mind, calling forth a similar hollowness in his chest. She did not care for the woman she'd become in the last few years, and at this moment, George realised how aptly that sentiment applied to him. Of course, he hadn't seen the alteration when it had crept upon him, but it was there, plain as day. George Finch was not a wicked man, nor cruel, nor vindictive, but he was blind to the needs of others, so ignorant of their pains that his own father exiled him to Manchester. Though they hadn't been happy together, George hadn't considered his marriage to Juliet a disaster. But now he saw the truth of it. His marriage was no mere mistake, but a hefty regret. How different would his life have been if he had chosen Marian? She would never have allowed him to remain in his blind state. That massive heart of hers may cause her pain, but George wished he'd had a piece of it for himself. Then perhaps he might not have been absent from his family's life for so many years. Who else had suffered because he was too self-focused to notice the world around him? "You were right to send me away, Father. I am sorry to see my marriage was a burden for more than myself." Pausing, George turned to face his father as he reconsidered that. "I wasn't miserable, per se, but we were not happy together either, and it pains me to know I was not the only one made to suffer. It seems my marriage brought no happiness into the world. I only wish you had stopped me from making that mistake in the first place." Though he had meant that last bit to be spoken in jest, there was far too much truth in it for his voice to be as light as George had intended, and his father met that with the same level of compassion and understanding he had demonstrated throughout this conversation. "As if it would have done any good," said father with a huff, his gaze narrowing on his son. "You were determined to marry the girl. Had your mother or I objected as we'd wished to, it would have forced a wedge between us. We had hoped to salvage things." Taking his seat once more, George faced his father, speaking the words that needed saying. "I know I ought to have said something before, but I am sorry for the heartache I caused you and Mother. I wish I could undo it all, but know that I never intended to hurt you." Father leaned forward, holding George's gaze firmly. "That is the point. You didn't intend it, yet it happened all the same. Open your eyes and do better next time." Leaning an elbow on the arm of the chair, George sighed. "I am trying, Father. Unfortunately, the lady isn't ready to accept my affection." With an arched brow, father studied his son. "Have you told her you love her? I don't know if she would care to hear it, but I suspect she wouldn't believe it if I did." George propped his elbows on his knees and leaned forward. "How do I stand by and watch as she flirts and fawns over other men? I don't think I can bear it." Levelling another unsympathetic look at his son, father gave him a wry smile. "You ought to keep in mind that your Miss Wakefield had to do the same. Unrequited love is never an easy burden to bear, but many have done it before. I'm certain you can manage it." Father's features softened, his gaze drifting from his son. "It isn't easy for some people to believe they are worthy of love, George. You cannot rush it." He paused and canted his head to the side, considering that idea. "I suppose you can help it along with a heaping dose of honesty, as your mother did, but even then it takes time." "That isn't very comforting," said George with a sigh. "The truth isn't always comforting," replied father with a genuine grin. "But if you love that young lady, be her friend, be honest, and be patient." George nodded, though he couldn't help but think that the last bit of advice would be the hardest to take. In the years he'd known Marian, she'd never shown a marked interest in a gentleman before, and Mr. Highmore seemed equally keen. There was no impediment to their marriage, and then where would George be? Watching in silence as she bound herself to another? His stomach rolled, his heart squeezing at the thought. Taking a breath, George forced his pulse to calm. No good would come from fretting about that hypothetical. Marian had accepted his offer of friendship, so all was not lost. They had sat together and talked and laughed like old friends once again. There was still work to be done on that front, but they were on the path to becoming what they once were, and then surely she would come to care for him again as she had before. George nodded to himself and rose to his feet. "I am sorry for my behaviour, Father. I will do better." "See that you do, son," came the reply, accompanied by a challenging look that brooked no other response than agreement. Taking his leave of the study, George wandered the halls of Farley Manor, his shoulders falling with each step. His heart hung heavy in his chest as he considered all that he'd learned, though there was far too much to comprehend all at once. Father's revelations followed him, haunting his thoughts like the spectres that were said to reside in the corners of old country manors. Friendship, love, sacrifice. George knew of these virtues, but realized he hadn't truly understood them. His footsteps quickened as he considered just how much he was likely to be tested on all fronts in the coming weeks. But his steps were firm and unshakable. He would do this. He would do better. For his family's sake, for Marian's sake, George would be a better friend, brother, and son. Chapter 19. There was nothing finer than a stroll on a beautiful summer day. Marian preferred weaving through fields of ripening wheat to trudging along the road, but with the sun shining above her and the sense of summer filling the air, she was quite content. Birdsong trilled in the distance. Breezes shivered through the trees lining the lane, and she could almost pretend she was meandering about without purpose, simply drifting about the world as she mulled over all the many things in her life. A carriage rumbled by, breaking the fantasy she'd painted in her thoughts. This was no rambling path, and she did not have the luxury of taking her time. She longed for a proper walk. It was such a cleansing thing to do. Whether it was simply being amongst nature or the solitude, strolls gave her time to contemplate and sort things out. Marian needed a bit of clarity. She took in a deep breath, hoping it would calm the flutter in her stomach as she passed the houses of Bentmore, winding her way through the town. Patience and tranquility. Marian needed both of those in heaping portions, for the forthcoming meeting was bound to be fraught with issues. Things would be so much easier if she could simply arrange the whole concert herself. She knew there was too much to do on her own, but so many of their conversations devolved into disagreements, and she couldn't bear another conflict. "Miss Wakefield!" She turned to see the vicar hurrying over with as much decorum and dignity as one could have, whilst avoiding the messes the horses had left on the road. "Mr. Clements," replied Marian, with a far warmer smile than she was wont to display. Not that she disliked blatant overtures of affection, but flirting felt unnatural. Her attempts with Mr. Highmore hadn't been entirely successful, as she doubted a lady like Miss Juliet Hutton would have been so thoroughly ignored for a discussion about apple crops. But she suspected that, like any other skill, mastering it required consistent application. The vicar came to her side, and though he did not match her grin, Marian liked to think there was a pleased spark in his eyes. "You are going to visit Mrs. Norwich?" he asked. "We are meeting to discuss the concert. 'Tis a fortnight away, and there is still much to plan." Tucking his hands behind him, Mr. Clements nodded. "Excellent. As I oversee the charity benefiting from your efforts, Mrs. Henshaw asked that I attend as well. Might I accompany you?" The petition was by no means romantic, but Marian would not cast aside an opportunity to further her acquaintance with Mr. Clements. "Certainly, sir. I welcome your company." Marian fought back a wince. Were her words as insipid and saccharine as she felt them to be? But there was no unspeaking them now, so she cast aside her discomfort and kept pace with Mr. Clements as they took the lane that led to their destination. "Your sermon was very fine last Sabbath." Marian sent out a silent apology for that falsehood, but as it was kindly meant, she hoped the Almighty would not condemn her for it. Otherwise, everyone's salvation would be in peril, for Marian was certain everyone was guilty of sweetening conversations with exaggerated compliments. It would hardly endear Mr. Clements if she told him his sermon had been vapid, with hardly a shred of doctrine to be found in it. The vicar smiled at her and nodded. "I am pleased to hear that. What was your favourite part?" Marian's smile stiffened, and she shifted through possible responses. "The stories you shared of your childhood were quite endearing." It took some manoeuvring, but Marian cajoled him with honeyed words, drawing him into conversation. And though it didn't unfurl easily, it did come. She couldn't claim some deep stirring of her heart toward the man, but he was more interesting than Mr. Highmore, and Mr. Clements appeared interested in her as something more than a convenience. Try as she might, she couldn't avoid comparing the two, and, with all things considered, she thought Mr. Clements the far better choice. An impulse seized her, and she glanced at Mr. Clements' arm. No doubt other ladies wouldn't hesitate to take hold of it, but Marian couldn't bring herself to be so bold. Though the road was in good condition, she forced herself to wobble, hoping it might push him to offer his arm. It did not. And then Mrs. Norwich's house drew close, and the opportunity slipped by. Marian comforted herself with the thought that she had laid a foundation upon which she could build. But Papa's edict poked at her, reminding her that time was speeding by. It had already been a fortnight, and she had hardly made any progress. Only 6 weeks remained, and as she hadn't found success in the 10 years since she'd entered the marriage arena, every moment mattered. When the maid answered the door, Mr. Clements ushered Marian in, assisting her with her bonnet and gloves, before they were led into the parlour. Only Mrs. Norwich was there at present, but that was no great surprise. For some reason, people believed they ought to arrive at the exact time a meeting was set to begin, or even later. Suggest to them that they must arrive before the appointed hour for it to begin on time, and they acted as though it was ludicrous, unnecessary, or both. It was not such a difficult concept to grasp, yet so few paid it any mind. At least Mr. Clements was punctual. That was another point in his favour. Marian couldn't bear forever hounding a tardy husband or arriving late to every function. Better to be absent altogether than to disrupt the proceedings. The others arrived soon enough, though Mrs. Henshaw meandered in 5 minutes late, full of her usual apologies. Marian would believe her contrition more if the lady wasn't a habitual offender, and she contented herself by imagining sneaking into the Henshaws' home and setting all their clocks 10 minutes fast. That might be useful. Mrs. Henshaw eventually settled, and the ladies began their discussion in earnest. Mr. Clements sat in their circle, though he offered no comments, merely watching as they outlined their plans for all the various details that needed sorting. Marian braced herself. She knew what was coming and that she must speak up, but she also knew her opinion would not be well received. Yet she could not remain silent on the matter. Then Mrs. Atwell was given the floor. "I have the most delightful ideas for decorations," she said, opening a bundle of papers to reveal sketches. Handing the sheets to the ladies and vicar, Mrs. Atwell described the utter beauty that would be their concert. The flower arrangements were magnificent, and the sketches were breathtaking, but Marian couldn't help but stare. "How many arrangements will there be?" asked Marian. 2 pedestals for the entrance, and on either side of the stage, and then 1 for each of the refreshment tables," said Mrs. Atwell. "I had wanted to put a few along the walls, but after our discussions about economizing, I thought it best to reduce the number." Marian blinked. "That would bring the total to 7. "The drapery and bunting would fill in the gaps," said Mrs. Atwell. "I assure you it will not be too bare." The words of the immortal bard declared, "Screw your courage to the sticking place," a phrase that sounded like little more than gibberish, and of course she hardly liked the idea of taking advice from the wretched Lady Macbeth, but the words strengthened Marian's resolve none the less. Taking in a breath, she dove into the heart of the matter. "That was not my concern. The purpose of this concert is to raise funds, yet we are speaking of taking on extraneous expenses. Surely there are better things we could do with the money than pour it into decorations." "But we do not want it to look shabby," said Mrs. Henshaw, turning to the others with an expression that showed so much horror that Marian might have laughed aloud if it weren't for the situation. "People expect decorations." "Do they?" asked Marian, struggling to keep the bite from her tone. "People are coming for the performances. Though they appreciate the decorations for a moment, it is the music that is the highlight of the evening, and it seems a waste to put so much money into frippery." She winced inwardly at her word choice, for she knew it was a mistake the moment she spoke it. The other ladies puffed themselves up like agitated hens, positively affronted that Marian dared to use such a flippant description for the masterpiece. But before she could apologise or soften the offence with further explanation, the ladies all began speaking over one another, defending the necessity of having an abundance of flowers for the evening. The lady spoke with such a tone of incredulity, as though only a fool would disagree with them, and though there was nothing malicious to their tones and words, they grew agitated, making Marian feel like a rain cloud at a picnic. Casting her thoughts inward, she examined her motives and her suggestions. No one else in the group hurried to defend her stance, and it was hard not to wonder if she mightn't be wrong. "I do not wish to denigrate Mrs. Atwell's efforts," said Marian, holding up one of the sketches. "This is beautiful, and I am awed at your talent for creating such masterpieces. But I am concerned about the excessive costs of this evening. If the purpose is to raise money, it ought to be simple." Then, turning to Mrs. Henshaw, Marian added, "Was it not you who lectured me about how I ought not to try for perfection?" But the lady in question brushed this away with a dismissive hand. "This is not the same, Miss Wakefield." "How?" "We are not expecting everything to be perfect, but to put no effort into the decorations is ghastly and smacks of laziness." Mrs. Atwell leapt back into the fray before Marian had a chance to open her mouth, adding with a vigorous nod, "And your concern over costs is precisely why I have asked various ladies to donate much of the greenery and fabric. We shall need to supplement it, and if we do the work ourselves, it shan't cost us more than a few pounds to decorate." Marian fought back the instinct that begged her to gape at that assertion. "That is still a significant expense, Mrs. Atwell. And how much time will it take to create this masterpiece?" The lady waved that away. "That isn't a concern. If we each spend a few hours a day sewing, we can ready the bunting in time. Together we can manage the arrangements on the day, though I would ask that we all arrive in the morning to ensure that it is done in time." "So it is well and good for us to waste time with decorations, but for me to request the performers to meet before the concert to discuss the particulars is too demanding?" Marian couldn't help it as her tone grew more brittle. How else was she to react when they were holding her to such hypocritical standards? "It is not the same, Miss Wakefield," said Mrs. Norwich with a frown and a hearty shake of her head. "Without decorations, the room would be bare and the evening ruined. But you are asking more of the performers than is necessary. There might be a few imperfections, but the evening will still be enjoyable." The others nodded, adding various comments about the details, and the more they spoke, the more Marian's stomach sank. Even with those economies, it was costly and would require hours of labour from the entire committee. Having participated in such planning efforts before, Marian knew too well that the cost and time required were always underestimated and necessitated great sacrifice and anxiety for little reward. "Again, I feel I must emphasize that the focus of the evening is the music," said Marian. "Is this the most efficient use of our time and resources? Even if we were to get all the supplies for free, the amount of work to be done seems a tad much. The festival is coming up, and the charity stalls can always use more donations. Perhaps we might sew clothing instead of bunting." "Miss Wakefield," said Mrs. Norwich with a gentle smile, though her tone warned Marian she would not like what was to follow. "Your concern does you credit, but we wish to make the evening a success, and surely we ought to put effort into making it lovely." In turn, the other ladies echoed that sentiment, emphasizing the desire to do their best in presenting the concert, and Marian could not argue with them. She did not disagree with the sentiment, simply the manner in which they chose to go about it. They ignored or brushed her aside, acting like so many others who thought efficiency akin to heartlessness. and no matter how Marian tried to defend her position, they paid it no mind, remaining firm in their conviction that the evening would be a disaster without an overabundance of flowers and drapery. Perhaps this issue was not as dire as some, but the funds the ladies were going to spend could be given to a family in need, or help pay for a child's education. It might be naught but a few pounds to them, but to the people they were serving, it was a fortune, and they were spending it on frippery. As no one could hear her thoughts, Marian felt no guilt at thinking of it in such terms. It was not but a bit of fluff that, though beautiful, added little to the evening. Simple decorations would not detract from their patrons' enjoyment, and would make the whole ordeal easier on the committee and leave more funds for the charity. Why could they not understand that? And why must they always cast aside that which she deemed important in favour of their priorities? Surely having a properly organised programme was of utmost importance. It was the highlight of the evening, yet they were spending more time discussing fabric choices and colour schemes. Marian's breaths heaved, and her chest tightened as she listened to it all. Even as her temper flared to life, she tried to keep it in check. This may seem a small issue, but it was important, and she couldn't leave it be. All she wanted was to do good with this concert, and this would lessen the amount they could do. Keep hold of her tongue, rein in her heart. Marian clung to those thoughts, trying to do better, but it was impossible not to frown or reply in clipped tones at the logic thrown about. The longer they spoke, the more out of place Marian felt amongst them. From their expressions to their words, it was clear they thought her wrong in every sense of the word. Mr. Clements cleared his throat, casting her a sidelong look. "I believe there are some discretionary funds available for such things. It should cover the decorations." At that, the other ladies beamed and tittered, and Marian stared at the lot of them. "Just because the charity is willing to pay for it, that doesn't mean we ought to spend it," said Marian. "What better things might be done with that money?" But her question fell on deaf ears, and she was left at a decision point: leave it be or press the issue. To choose the former would be to deny her good sense, but the latter would bring about an argument. Though Marian was not afraid to fight for that which was right, her temper was too close to the surface, and wasn't entirely within her control at present. In the end, she realised it would do no good. No amount of arguing would get them on her side, and they were determined to do as they pleased. All she could do now was count it a victory that she had gotten them to economise some. At least that was something. The conversation moved ahead without her, and the others discussed the various issues that were of utmost concern to them, whilst Marian fought back a frown. Their opinions were not batted aside. Of course they weren't. The rest of the group were so identical in their way of thinking that all ideas, however impractical or unnecessary, were readily accepted. Marian kept her mouth shut, for it was clear she had taken things as far as she could without devolving into a brawl. "As for the programme, I feel confident it will be perfect," said Mrs. Norwich, sifting through the papers on her lap. Marian forced her smile to soften, but before she could open her mouth, Mrs. Henshaw spoke. "Mrs. Norwich and I have put together what I feel shall be a wonderful concert," she said as the other lady handed out slips of paper to the group. "Pardon me, Mrs. Henshaw, but I am very confused," said Marian, staring at the elegant script detailing the pieces. "Organising the programme was my assignment." The ladies in the circle slanted sideways looks at each other, and no one spoke for several seconds as they shifted quietly in their seats. Mrs. Norwich finally lifted her lips into a smile. "We had hoped your talents might be used in organising the refreshments," said Mrs. Norwich. "As we have promised the patrons a fine array of food after the music, we need to be certain that our offerings are perfect, and we felt you were the best candidate to manage the task. Outside of the music, this is the most important aspect of the evening, and we cannot entrust it to anyone else. As that will be quite the task on its own, we wouldn't want to put too much on your shoulders with the refreshments and the programme." Marian blinked, trying to comprehend the shift in her expectations, sorting through what had been said to grasp its meaning. She was no lackwit, but the suddenness of it all stunned her. "I beg your pardon, but I have already prepared the programme," she said, untucking a sheet of paper from her reticule. She hadn't thought to bring copies for everyone, but then she hadn't expected to defend her position. "I have spent countless hours organising all the musicians, and I am certain you have done a wonderful job, Miss Wakefield," said Mrs. Norwich, "but we do feel you are better served handling the refreshments. And Mrs. Henshaw had some splendid ideas for the programme. We have already finalised it." "Correct me if I am wrong, but Mrs. Henshaw has already made a plan for the refreshments. I fail to see what more I can offer to that task, but as I have the programme finished, there is no reason I cannot do both," said Marian. Mrs. Norwich leaned forward with a kind gleam in her eye that had Marian rankling, as it had far more than a touch of pity to it. "You have seemed so overwhelmed of late, and we do not wish to burden you further." "I assure you I am not overwhelmed." True, her life was a bit of a jumble at present, but the concert had naught to do with that, and there was not a lady among this group who had any inkling of Papa's edict or Marian's history with Mr. Finch. If anything, the concert was a blessed relief, giving her something else on which to focus her attention, a refuge of sorts. Or it was when the committee wasn't being entirely irksome. "There is no need to be embarrassed," said Mrs. Atwell, leaning over to pat Marian on the knee. "We all need assistance from time to time." "I am not embarrassed." Marian's tone had a touch more bite than intended, but it was hard to keep her voice steady as the pressure grew in her chest. Her posture stiffened, and it felt as though her head might pound itself to dust, but she forced herself to stay calm. They meant well, but how could they possibly know what she was feeling when none of them knew her beyond a passing acquaintance? They may chat from time to time at various social functions, but not one of them knew anything of significance about her. "There is no need to become vexed, Miss Wakefield," said Mrs. Henshaw with a placating and far too condescending tone, making Marian feel like a mix between a naughty child and a raving animal. "I appreciate your concern, ladies," said Marian, attempting to infuse more gratitude into her tone than she felt. "But I am well, I assure you, and I have put quite a bit of effort into organising the programme properly. It would be a shame to waste it." Casting a look around, Marian hoped to find an ally in the group, but they all watched her with varying levels of pain, as though they expected her to strike them. The storm in her heart died an unceremonious death, evaporating into a puff of wind. Did they think her a monster? Yes, she might speak with determination and attempt to win them over to her way of thinking, but she had never badgered or belittled them. The vicar leaned toward her and smiled, though it had a touch of strain to the edges. "Your passion does you credit, Miss Wakefield, but Mrs. Norwich is the chair of the planning committee, and the majority supports her decision. I think it best to let the matter drop." The reprimand in his tone was clear enough that the ladies all fell silent. Though not hard or condemning, it was a clear message. As there was no other recourse, she closed her mouth and nodded. With indulging smiles, the ladies turned back to the business at hand, and Marian tried to grasp what had happened. She could not look at the others, her eyes blinking rapidly as she replayed the conversation again. They had sacked her. Of course, they had given her some seemingly important task in return, but there was little to be done with it anymore, so the gesture was meaningless. Even if there was much to do, Marian's spirits couldn't help but sink. She held on to a tranquil expression, her hands folded primly in her lap, but it was difficult to keep the tears from gathering as the others prattled on about the concert. Chapter 20. Once the fields were cleared, the one closest to Bentmoor's town centre transformed into a bustling thoroughfare. Gone were the golden tufts of wheat and grains, replaced with revellers soaking up the excitement of the annual harvest festival. Stalls filled the space, and however haphazardly cobbled together, each was painted in bright colours or draped with multicoloured bunting. A great tent had been erected to one side, and raucous laughter echoed from behind the canvas as the patrons tippled spirits and wagered on the boxing matches, shouting their support for the various fighters who graced their celebration. The sounds mixed with the hawkers and performers calling to the passing crowds, each fighting to be heard above the noise. But best of all was the scent in the air. Many of the vendors sold some form of cooked apples, smothered in sugar, spices, or both, and their crisp aroma called out with far more force than the hawkers. So many things fought for the attention of the passers-by, but George hardly noticed them. With his family gathered around, they meandered through the festival, examining all its many offerings. But George spent more time searching the crowds than the stalls. "You and Evelyn are hopeless," said Mother, nodding toward George's sister, who was similarly distracted. As they had both inherited their father's height, they needn't rise to their tiptoes to see through the crowds, though Evelyn kept doing so. Turning to her husband, Mother added, "Were we this ridiculous when we were courting?" Father answered that with an arched brow and a rueful smile. "You are always ridiculous, my love." "Too right," said Mother with a nod before turning to her son. "You'd best go enjoy yourself." George wasn't one to blush, though his cheeks warmed a touch. "But we came together. I cannot abandon you now." Leaning closer, Mother gave him a pat on the cheek and said in a low voice that wouldn't carry over the din of the festival, "You have spent the last sennight being so solicitous and kind, George, but you needn't fret. Your father told me of your conversation, and I assure you, you need not stay at my side as some sort of penance." "I am sorry," but she shook her head. "I am as well, but that is over and done with. If you wish to make me happy, be happy yourself. Learn from the past and make better choices." Then, with another pat on his cheek that made him feel all of 10 years old, Mother smiled, "And stop wasting time with your father and me. Go find Miss Wakefield." Needing no further prodding, George smiled and hurried into the crowd. Having gone to a few of these with Marian, he knew which entertainments and offerings were her favourites. When he did not find her at the stalls selling apple fritters, George purchased a few to share with her and moved toward the ring in which the circus was doing regular acrobatic and trick riding shows. Though everyone in the area had decided to descend upon the festival today, George soon caught sight of her tucked amongst the makeshift dance floor. Marian was a fiery woman with so much spirit that George couldn't understand how she contained it all. But her expression had the unfortunate habit of appearing more strident than intended. When she smiled, however, all her severity melted away, and her whole heart shone bright, lighting her up like a beacon. The Marian he had known had been apt to grin, eschewing her naturally stern appearance for that lightness of spirit. The lady he'd found upon his return to Bentmore rarely gave such a display. However, the Marian on the dance floor was the same he'd known all those years ago. She moved with her partner, skipping through the lively dance with a smile that showed the whole of her lovely soul. Being an informal dance, it was rather chaotic as the musicians played through their country tune, but that only made her grin grow as the pair navigated through it. They collided with another, and Marian laughed, drawing out a chuckle from her red-faced partner. Mr. Clements. George nearly crushed the fritters in his hand as he watched the vicar leading Marian about, looking quite as pleased as she, despite all the missteps they took. With each, Marian squeezed the fellow's arm, giving him a few laughing words and cajoling him back into good humour. George had thought Mr. Highmore his only opponent, yet it was clear from the warm looks Mr. Clements sent her that he was quite pleased to add his name to her list of conquests. It ought to be no surprise. Marian was such a conscientious person, and would be a boon to the vicar and his flock, to say nothing of her intelligence and pious nature. Father's voice came to George, echoing those words of wisdom. He had to be patient. This course of action was a fine one. Now was the time to secure Marian's friendship once more. She was warming to him, but there was still much trust to regain before he could secure her heart. She'd fallen for him before without any effort on his part. Surely George could do better this time around. Appearances were odd things. For some people, they gave a very different impression than what they really were. Though some hid a dark heart behind warm smiles, others hid kind natures or sharp wit behind staid facades. Unfortunately for the world, the first group did so consciously, but the second did so unknowingly. Marian was quite pleased to know that Mr. Clements was counted among the latter. The vicar spun her about the dance floor, and the more she prodded him, the more Mr. Clements spoke. She couldn't say he was an intelligent man, but he was no lackwit either. Their conversation was not sparkling with witticisms, nor especially intriguing. But with a little effort on her part, Mr. Clements was engaging. The subjects were varied, and he showed as much interest in her opinion as she did his, which made up for any of his other conversational deficiencies. But Marian struggled to hold on to her smile as the memory of their previous meeting played through her thoughts. Growling inwardly, she forced herself to focus on better things. She had allowed hurt feelings to taint too much of her life, and it was not good for her to hold on to his reprimand. Mr. Clements wasn't a cruel man, and though he had made his opinion clear concerning her conduct during the concert planning meeting, he hadn't belittled her or badgered her about it during their walk home. It was hardly worthy of being called a reprimand. To Marian's way of thinking, a husband and wife ought to be better together than apart, so she couldn't nurse her wounded pride simply because Mr. Clements had called attention to her shortcomings. Yes, he might have done it in a more politic manner, but it had been a good reminder not to allow her temper to get the better of her, a nudge to aid her in making a better choice. Marian widened her grin and laughed, drawing a smile from Mr. Clements as the music wound to a close. Offering his arm up to her, the fellow led her off the dance floor, his gaze drifting to where Miss Little stood. The young lady had only just taken her first steps into society, and there was no mistaking the covetous manner in which she gazed at the dancing pairs. "Gird your loins, Mr. Clements," said Marian, nodding at the young lady as the other gentlemen in attendance walked by without remarking her. "Pardon?" he asked, raising his brows at her wording. Marian blinked, hoping she was mistaken and that the vicar had misheard and not recognized the biblical turn of phrase. "Gather your courage and ask her to dance." "I do believe I mentioned that I lack courage," he said, giving her a sideways glance. "Yes, but you also mentioned how much you wish to brighten those young ladies' evenings by asking them to dance. I assure you, wallflowers are grateful for any gentleman who wishes to stand up with them. You needn't be embarrassed about following a kind impulse." Mr. Clements swallowed, his complexion paling as his gaze darted between Marian and Miss Little. Giving him a gentle nudge to match the metaphorical one, Marian nodded toward Miss Little. "She clearly wishes to dance. Your invitation will make her happy." "I wouldn't wish to abandon you. I am your escort, after all." "It would make me very happy to see you brighten Miss Little's day. I can entertain myself in the meantime, and you will be back at my side in a trice." With a stealing breath and a nod, Mr. Clements wove through the crowd and stopped before Miss Little. His movements were jerky and awkward, and the young lady watched him with wide eyes, but Marian knew she wouldn't reject Mr. Clements' offer. Indeed, Miss Little's smile blossomed, and her nod was so very emphatic that no one could doubt how warmly the invitation was received. Marian grinned as the pair took their place on the dance floor. Mr. Clements might have required prodding, but in the end he'd done as bidden. She considered that and realized how manipulative that might sound to another, but the glow that flickered in her heart wasn't because he had done as instructed, but because Marian had helped him to do something good, something he had wanted to do. She had helped him to be better. That brought her thoughts around to the same issue that had haunted her since that frightful meeting 2 days ago, weighing down all her lightness of spirit until she felt rooted to the ground. That meeting had been a disaster on many fronts, and Marian was still uncertain how to proceed. The ladies clearly did not wish for her assistance during the concert, or at least not in any meaningful manner. Ought she to bow out? or simply gird her own loins and do as bidden. "That was quite the heavy sigh," said Mr. Finch, and Marian turned to find him standing at her side. Chapter 21. "It is nothing, Mr. Finch." "You ought not to tell fibs. What is the matter?" he asked, studying her with a furrowed brow. Forcing a bright smile, she waved his words aside. "I assure you I am well." Stepping closer, Mr. Finch lowered his voice, though she doubted anyone would overhear him amidst the cacophony. "You can tell me, Miss Marian." Sucking in through her nostrils, Marian clamped her teeth together, her eyelashes fluttering as she studied him. The crowd jostled her, and Mr. Finch held up a hand and nodded toward the dance floor. But then she noticed the crumpled fritters in his hand. Mr. Finch grimaced with a self-deprecating smile. "I fear they did not survive the journey from the vendor." "I love apple fritters." "I know." Two small words, yet they filled her with far more contentment and pleasure than that small statement ought to inspire. Mr. Finch had remembered. Of course he had. Marian sighed, her shoulders sagging, and he handed the mangled treats to a passing child, who gave no thought to the state of the food, simply accepting it with a grin. With a quick brush of his hands, Mr. Finch led her onto the dance floor. She hadn't noticed the song before, but the slow strains of the waltz wrapped around her as Mr. Finch placed a hand at her waist. Forcing herself not to look at it, Marian realised that although they had shared many a dance, they'd never waltzed before. Mr. Finch led her into the throng, and they turned in time with the other dancers, though Marian could hardly think while his hand lingered at her waist. Her eyes slid closed for a moment, and she reminded herself not to be so foolish. With everything that had happened of late, her heart was in a raw state. That was all. "Now, tell me what has you so distraught, Miss Marian." Mr. Finch drew her eyes to him, and her chin trembled at the concern she saw in his gaze. Though he ought to call her by her surname, it felt right for him to call her by that old appellation. She only wished she could call him Mr. George. And though she knew it was a mistake to visit that subject at present, she needed someone to hear her. Rachel had been sympathetic, though Marian suspected she felt the same as Mr. Clements and Mamma. No one else understood, but she knew Mr. Finch would. And so she unravelled the entire story of the concert, beginning far earlier than necessary and explaining each frustration 2 or 3 times, revisiting each hurt she'd felt during the whole debacle. As she spoke, the emotions flooded through her with the same fervour as they had the first time, until she felt strung taut. Marian recognised the warning signs that her heart was taking control once more, but she couldn't bear to stuff it away again, even if she was liable to snap. At least she managed to keep herself from raising her voice or bursting into tears, both of which would add to her turmoil. Her voice did wobble at times, but she maintained a touch of dignity. Mr. Finch listened to it all, guiding them along with an easy grace. His gaze never left her, yet he managed to avoid the other couples clogging the dance floor, and the sight of that tender sympathy was enough to lighten Marian's spirits. The gentleman had occupied her thoughts quite often during their time apart, yet she had forgotten just how wonderful it felt to have his whole attention fixed on her. "Do you wish me to call them out? I doubt Mrs. Norwich knows how to handle a pistol, but I suspect Mrs. Henshaw is a dab hand at fisticuffs," said Mr. Finch with a contemplative frown that was so earnest that his jest was made all the more comical for it. Marian let out a sharp laugh, lifting her hand from his shoulder to cover her mouth as more giggles slipped out at that ridiculous image. The serious glint in Mr. Finch's eyes faded, his lips tipping up. "You have a talent for making me smile," she said. "I would rather rush in and resolve the issue for you, but I cannot, so the least I can do is lift your spirits. You are capable and intelligent, Miss Marian. I know you shall sort it out." His tone held such certainty that it set her insides fluttering, and Marian turned her gaze away from him to hide her blush. "I thank you for your confidence, Mr. Finch, but I assure you I am at odds. I do not know why they accepted my aid in the first place, if they're simply going to shunt aside every idea I have. And every time I speak, they act as though I'm trying to bully them into what I want, or will come to blows if I do not get my way. Yet I am open to their opinions and have been willing to compromise. I am not immovable or unreasonable. I am opinionated, but that is not the same thing. Her muscles tightened and her words came quicker. I understand there are differing opinions, but why am I always in the wrong? Why are my ideas deemed unnecessarily complicated? They focus so much of their time and money on the areas that do not matter and denigrate that which I put my efforts toward. They accuse me of demanding perfection from the program, yet they weep and wail over the idea that our concert won't look splendid. "Breathe, Marian," said Mr. Finch with a gentle smile, before emphasizing his advice by filling his own lungs. Marian followed suit, and was astonished to realize just how tense she had grown, and how tightly she held his shoulder. Relaxing her fingers, Marian sighed. "You are not wrong," he added. "I have never understood why such functions have gratuitous decorations, but far too often people lose sight of what is important. They busy themselves with surface issues, overlooking far more pressing matters. All you can do is try your best to help, and you've done that. You have nothing with which to reproach yourself." Holding his tongue required every bit of his self-restraint. George had learned long ago there was little more to be done in such instances except offer a sympathetic word and a listening ear. Marian had taught him that, in fact. After a young Bridget had come to him with some heartache, and he had bumbled into the middle of it, determined to solve it for her, his Marian had given him quite the talking to, a lesson he'd needed to learn, and one that had served him well. So, George contented himself by imagining calling each of those ladies out. Marian sighed again. They are going to spend who knows how many pounds to beautify an already lovely space that requires no ornamentation and organise the programme in a nonsensical manner. We will earn less money for the charity than anticipated and leave the patrons unwilling to attend our tedious events in the future. But you did some good, Marian. Do not underestimate the effect you've had and will continue to have. You've certainly blessed my life. The words slipped out before George could think better of them, though he couldn't say he was upset at the slip, even if his collar tightened around his neck. Out of respect for his wife and his sanity, George had banished Marian from his thoughts during his marriage. Beyond the odd fleeting moment, he hadn't allowed himself to dwell on her. But since reuniting with her, Marian had taken up residence in his mind, an ever-present companion. It was as though his heart demanded recompense for those empty years, and George could hardly go a moment without Marian flitting through his thoughts. Holding her gaze, he felt all the things he wanted to say. They pulsed through him like a heartbeat, and Marian met his gaze steadily, her eyes mirroring the warmth George felt. She was here, in his arms, smiling at him. Father's words rose to his thoughts, and George realised that in all the time he'd known Marian, he had never fully conveyed just how much she meant to him. And now it encompassed far more than any of the light sentiments he'd felt all those years ago. "Miss Marian?" George's voice cracked, and he cleared his throat, searching for the proper words. Goodness knows he had dreamt of this moment many times before, so he had plenty of ideas. However, not one of them seemed right. Releasing her hand, George quickly wiped his palm against his dark jacket and gave her a comical grimace with a mumbled apology. Why was his mouth so unbearably dry? When he took her hand in his once more, it sent skitters along his arm. Between one heartbeat and the next, George saw all the possible responses she might give to a declaration, and far too many of them ended with him having ruined this opportunity. Should things go poorly again, he would not be granted a third chance. It was too early. Things were still too tenuous at present. If he only knew her heart better, he wouldn't hesitate to tell her everything. But what if Mr. Clement's hold was firmer than George realised? What if she was still too hurt by his past behaviour? If he could but discern whether the possibility still existed for them, he would know what to do next. "What is the matter, Mr. Finch?" Her brows rose, and her expression filled with such sweetness that George's thoughts emptied. His eyes dropped to her lips, and he focused on her, leaning a touch closer. Filling his gaze with all those hidden feelings, he reached out to her in silent invitation. There was no mistaking his interest or intention, and he held her there, hoping to see it mirrored in her eyes. "Is something amiss?" she asked with a furrowed brow. "Not at all," he replied, whilst redoubling his efforts. But she answered with a halting chuckle. "Are you certain? Your expression is quite odd. Did I tread on your toes? I was certain I had not, but it is hard to tell on such uneven ground. They tried to flatten it as much as possible, but not enough for my peace of mind." "No, Miss Marian, you did nothing wrong." George let out a sigh, though he covered it with a strained smile as the musician struck the final chord. Then that wretched Mr. Clements was at her side, thanking her, though George could not countenance the reason behind it. He was certainly not grateful for the vicar's interruption. "We were to visit the circus next, Mr. Finch," she said, taking Mr. Clement's arm as they wandered from the dance floor. "Please join us, if you are interested," added the vicar. The fellow's wits were lacking, for George could not imagine inviting another gentleman on an outing with his lady, but that was Mr. Clement's mistake, and George would not follow his example by passing the opportunity by. In a trice, the trio meandered through the stalls, and though he stood with them, the pair were quite content to continue with their previous conversation, leaving George alone with his thoughts. Letting out a heavy sigh, he steeled himself for the hours to come. Chapter 22. "What is the time?" asked Evelyn, casting a look at the crowd around them. She forced herself not to shift from foot to foot and focused on keeping her breathing even. Mamma laughed with a smile as bright as her flaming hair. "It has been 2 minutes since the last time you asked. Your fellow should be here shortly." Evelyn's cheeks bloomed red, and she glanced at the surrounding crowd, though there was no one about to overhear. "He is not my fellow." With an arched brow, Papa slanted her a smile. "Is he not?" The trio wandered out of the throng into a quieter section of the festival, all while Evelyn's gaze swivelled in constant motion. "You needn't worry, dearest. I'm certain you will have a wonderful outing together," said Mamma. "It is a bit much to call it an outing," said Evelyn, her eyes scouring the area for the gentleman. "Mr. Townsend wished to attend, but not alone, that is all." "Nonsense," added Papa, pulling the trio to a stop and facing her with a gentle smile. "He has taken you on drives and called on you multiple times, including one that was for the sole purpose of inviting you to attend the festival with him. You are a gem, Evelyn, and clearly he recognizes it. Do not doubt yourself." Her insides fluttered at that description, and Evelyn thought through the past 3 weeks. The whole thing seemed a romantic whirlwind. Though there was plenty of evidence, she struggled to believe she and Mr. Townsend were courting. But if Papa and Mamma had noticed his marked interest and said it was such, then surely Evelyn was not a fool to accept the truth. "Perhaps we ought to invite him for dinner," said Mamma, which was met with a nod by Papa. "That is a fine idea. Beyond his relationship to the Wrigleys and his excellent taste in ladies, I know little about the fellow." As her parents plotted, Evelyn caught sight of him in the crowd, and anticipation thrummed through her, her skin prickling as he drew near. Mamma shooed her away, and Evelyn needed no more invitation. Forcing herself to remain calm, she strode forward with purposeful but not hurried steps. It was one thing to demonstrate her preference before her family, but she clung hard to her resolution to encourage Mr. Townsend, but not rush him. Calm, collected, Evelyn eased her smile into something more fitting for the situation and less energetic. "Miss Finch, there you are," said Mr. Townsend with a broad grin, whilst closing the final distance between them with hurried steps. "I had all but despaired of finding you here. I hadn't expected the festival to be so large. It is quite extraordinary for this quiet corner of the country." "Yes, we take great pride in it," said Evelyn, forcing herself to break his gaze and survey the stalls around them. "And I hope you enjoy apples, for we have some of the best baked goods you shall ever taste." "Excellent," he said, rubbing his hands together. Then, turning away, he added, "And may I introduce Miss Diane Abbott?" Mr. Townsend ushered a young lady forward, and Evelyn stared at her. Though the Finches couldn't claim an acquaintance with everyone in the area, they knew most, and Evelyn didn't recognise her. She was taller than one might expect, but stately in her bearing, with the air of one unbothered by a few added inches, and though not eye-catching, Miss Abbott was attractive. The lady nodded with a faint smile, and they exchanged curtsies. "Welcome, Miss Abbott," said Evelyn, her eyes flitting between the lady and Mr. Townsend. "Her family lives some miles from here, and are old friends of my parents, so I decided to renew our acquaintance whilst I was in the neighbourhood," said Mr. Townsend, and some of the tightness in Evelyn's chest eased. A friend. That was perfectly understandable. "I was shocked to discover she has never attended Bentmore's Harvest Festival, and knew I must rectify that." Miss Abbott smiled, but there was a hint of ennui in her gaze that had Evelyn bristling. Bentmore may not be as grand as some places, but a festival was always a diverting manner in which to pass a day. "Then she is joining us?" asked Evelyn, trying to keep the surprise from her tone. "This isn't the party I'd hoped to gather, but as you two are far more interesting than my cousins, I do not see why we shan't have a delightful afternoon." Evelyn blinked, sorting through the words so that they might make sense, for she could not comprehend them. A party? Evelyn thought through Mr. Townsend's invitation and recalled no instance in which he'd implied that it extended to anyone beyond her. Even her parents had been convinced of that fact. Sending a bitter smile inward, Evelyn turned her gaze away from Mr. Townsend so he could not see her expression. So it had not been a proper outing for a courting couple. Evelyn's heart sank at the realization, but she brushed that away. It was a slight issue, hardly worth noting. Disappointing, to be sure, but it did not alter Mr. Townsend's other actions that showed a marked preference for her. The addition of Miss Abbott or any others did not change that fact. "I am certain we shall have a marvellous time," said Evelyn with a nod. "Capital," said Mr. Townsend, motioning the ladies forward. Turning her attention toward the festival's offerings, Evelyn cast Miss Abbott from her thoughts. It was difficult, as she and Mr. Townsend quickly launched into a lively discussion about the latest news, which was little more than thinly veiled gossip concerning people she did not know. Taking in a breath, Evelyn forced herself to smile. Jealousy was not an attractive quality, and there was nothing of which to be jealous. Miss Abbott was a family friend, and not a good one if the acquaintance required renewing, as Mr. Townsend had said. Besides, Miss Abbott looked askance at the slice of pumpkin bread and mug of cider Evelyn had procured, and studied the festival with an air of long-suffering that was not becoming, especially as Mr. Townsend was enjoying himself so thoroughly. "A puppet show," said Evelyn with a grin, pointing them toward it. Mr. Townsend huffed, his tone biting as he replied, "Such a childish entertainment." Evelyn stopped in place and turned to face him. "It may be intended for children, but that does not mean we cannot find enjoyment in it." "Nonsense," said Miss Abbott with a scoff, though her expression held a hint of mirth. "What grown person is amused by puppets? I hardly found them worthwhile when I was a child." Over the years, Evelyn had often cursed her complexion. On some days it was because of the abundance of freckles that speckled her porcelain skin, but on others it was the fact that she was prone to turning as bright as a strawberry. There was no hiding it, and her embarrassment was on full display at that very moment. Forcing her throat to swallow, Evelyn replied, "Even if the story itself is not diverting, It can be amusing to watch the children's enthusiasm. It is impossible not to laugh when surrounded by such glee." "Calm yourself, Miss Finch," said Mr. Townsend with a jaunty smile. "We did not mean to offend you, and I shan't condemn you for having such juvenile tastes, but there are so many better things to see that we needn't waste our time." Evelyn nodded, pasting on a smile, and followed the pair along, content to allow their conversation to continue with only a few minor comments from herself. It was better to keep her own company than allow something so silly to slip from her lips again. She did not usually make such a fool of herself in front of Mr. Townsend, and if she could not keep herself in check, it was better to remain silent for now. Miss Abbott would be gone soon enough, and Evelyn would have him to herself again. George Finch was a coward, a fact he had ample time to consider as they strolled through the festival. Had he simply opened his mouth and told Marian his thoughts, would she be holding his arm instead? Hiding a wince, he replayed the disaster again and again. It was after the third time he nodded at something directed at him, and the fourth time picking apart the details of what had happened during that waltz, that he was struck by a realization. Slanting a look at Marian, George studied her profile while weaving between the children hurrying to and fro. His heart stirred, expanding as he considered just how brave she'd been to speak her feelings to him all those years ago. His courtship with Juliet had been simple. She hadn't hidden her affection for him, and his declaration had been no surprise, nor had he anticipated anything but an acceptance. Their future had been known, so speaking to her hadn't required courage. Not so with Marian, and whereas she had been brave enough to speak out, George had turned tail and fled. Yet even with that dose of understanding, George couldn't imagine laying himself bare to her. Not yet. It wouldn't do to hurry things along, simply because he was impatient. This afternoon was about friendship after all, laying a foundation with her. Father's words returned to George's thoughts, and though he didn't care to admit it, he saw the merit in them. Marian had spent years as his friend, watching as he flirted with and courted other ladies. She had smiled as he had waxed poetic about their qualities and beauty, given him a listening ear when he debated their merits, and never once made him feel anything but supported as her heart silently broke. This was his penance, and it was only fitting that he should be made to suffer as Marian and Mr. Clements walked together. Chapter 23. "George!" called his sister, and he turned, eager for relief from this torture, only to find something equally troubling. Mr. Townsend stood beside a young lady who was most certainly not Evelyn, and though his sister smiled broadly at her brother and his party, George noticed the distance between her and the fellow who had invited her on this outing. George held on to his smile, though it strained at the edges. "Miss Finch, how good to see you again," said Marian with a genuine show of warmth that softened George's expression once more. Evelyn gave the introductions, making certain to mention that Miss Abbott was a friend of Mr. Townsend's family, her smile never faltering. George watched for any sign of distress, and though Evelyn seemed not wholly pleased, neither was she overwrought. Slanting a narrowed look at Mr. Townsend, George inwardly promised the fellow retribution if he treated her poorly, though Mr. Townsend never noticed. "We were going to the circus performance," said Marian. "I heard there shall be trick riding." "That sounds delightful," said Evelyn, turning her gaze to her companions. "Do you care to join them?" Miss Abbott wrinkled her nose. "I doubt they will rival the shows I've seen in London." "You've been to London?" asked Mr. Townsend, with far more awe than her statement demanded. "I managed a short visit there a few years ago, but I fear I wasn't afforded the opportunity to explore it properly." "My family has spent many holidays there, Mr. Townsend," replied Miss Abbott. "It is such a wonderful place to visit." As the pair seemed content to lead the conversation in different directions, George herded it back with a quick, "The circus?" Mr. Townsend blinked. "What do you think, Miss Abbott? Ought we to give it a chance?" but the lady wrinkled her nose once more. "I hardly think it entertaining." "Then how about we sample some more of the culinary offerings?" asked Mr. Townsend. "I, for one, would like to sample some more of that delightful cider and maybe even a slice of cake." "One must be careful with street food," said Miss Abbott with a frown. "It is often tainted with unsavoury things." George blinked at the lady and caught Marian giving her a look that was remarkably like his own, not so much disgust as disbelief. Who attended a festival without sampling the food? Giving Marian a slanted smile, he held her gaze and shared a silent laugh over the ridiculousness of it all, and her eyes sparkled with repressed laughter. "Oh, what a lovely puppy!" Miss Abbott beamed at a nearby performer who had his dogs prancing about on two paws. "Come, Miss Finch and Miss Wakefield, it is positively delightful." To his thinking, George couldn't see how that was preferable to the circus's equestrian tricks, but Miss Abbott would not be put off, hooking the other two ladies by the arms and hauling them to where the dogs danced. Yes, they were handsome creatures, but Miss Abbott cooed over them an inordinate amount, growing even more animated as the little dears circled her on command. "We shall secure some refreshment," called Mr. Townsend, nodding at the gentleman to follow him to the nearby stalls. Though he did not wish to, George tore his gaze from Marian and followed Mr. Clements and Mr. Townsend. It was not fair to judge his sister's beau after such a short acquaintance, and this would be a good opportunity to know the man better. She clearly liked him, so George would give this Mr. Townsend a fair shake. And as Mr. Clements was no longer hanging on Marian, George found the vicar's company not wholly detestable. Leading the trio over to the cider stand, Mr. Townsend ordered 3 mugs, while Mr. Clements ordered one for himself and Marian, leaving George with a solitary drink. Heavens, it would be quite pathetic if he allowed himself to dwell on that. "Your sister is a fine girl," said Mr. Townsend with a grin, handing over his coins and taking the mugs in hand. "She is," said George. "It's been a joy to know her," he added, taking a sip. "I'm glad to hear that," said George. "I understand you're visiting your cousins. How long do you plan to stay?" Mr. Townsend cast a warm look in the direction of the ladies and smiled. "Father wishes me home at once, but a month is hardly long enough. Nothing is waiting for me at home but my position, and it's wretchedly boring, and I'm all thumbs when it comes to figures and ledgers. My uncle's business is better served with me remaining where I am. Besides, I'm in no mood to hurry home when I'm having such fun here." The man spoke with that jovial air of one who assumes the rest of his party agree heartily with his opinion, though Mr. Clements frowned and George's brows furrowed. Mr. Townsend either ignored it or did not notice, more likely the latter, choosing instead to study the crowd. Then, spotting a sign pointing toward the boxing ring, the fellow nodded toward it. "The ladies are occupied with their fluffy little creatures. Do you want to catch a few minutes of something more diverting?" Mr. Clements gave that all the response it deserved and shook his head, while George tried to cobble together a more politic reply. "My thanks, but I do not wish to get separated from the ladies." "Nonsense," said Mr. Townsend, sucking back a swig of his cider. "They're fine where they are, and we shall be back before they notice we're gone." But when neither fellow accepted his offer, Mr. Townsend handed the ladies' mugs to George and sauntered off in search of other diversions. Mr. Clements huffed, that small noise conveying enough irritation and disapproval that George couldn't help but smile, though he hid it by sipping from his drink. There were plenty of fribbles who matured under the influence of a good lady, and George knew Evelyn could be the making of such a man, but he couldn't see why his sister was giving the pompous twit a second glance. Though Mr. Townsend held her in esteem, George couldn't see any other redeeming qualities about the fellow. He supposed he ought to withhold judgment until they had gotten to know one another properly, but George dreaded a second conversation with him. His eyes darted from where the lady stood to Mr. Clements and back. The gentleman slanted George several silent glances as well, and the pair stood there sipping their drinks and waiting. "Have you known Miss Wakefield long, Mr. Clements?" George was rather pleased with how nonchalant the question sounded. Though he had no desire to know the vicar better, if one expected to meet a rival in the field of battle, it was best to arm oneself with knowledge. But that thought had George wincing. He and Marian were friends, nothing more, for now at least. He was here as her companion, her confidant at best, and it was better not to think in terms of battles and rivalries. "I had the pleasure of making her acquaintance when I took over the parish a year ago. She is involved with the church and various charities, and thus our paths have crossed often." Mr. Clement's tone warmed as he spoke, a faint smile lifting his lips, which had George's expression tightening. "For as long as I've known her, she's always been quite industrious," he replied with a nod. "Always working towards something. Though she can enjoy a quiet afternoon, I'm quite certain she's not happy lazing about for long." That thought brought to mind Mr. Townsend, and George found himself shaking his head at the fellow once more. Mr. Clement's gaze met his, a spark of understanding in his eyes, and they shared a silent laugh at Mr. Townsend's expense. Shaking that away, George brought his cider to his lips once more. One ought not to fraternize with the enemy. "It is a shame how things unravelled with the concert," said George, speaking the words aloud before he could think better of it. Mr. Clements nodded. "It is a shame Miss Wakefield's temper got the better of her." George's ears pricked at that. Though he was well acquainted with the strength of Marian's temper, he was also equally certain it was not she who had caused the ruckus. It may get away from her at times, but the lady was quite aware of that shortcoming and had admitted as much during her tearful confession. "I find Miss Wakefield's determination to do her best admirable," replied George, "especially when it is in regards to helping others." With a furrowed brow, Mr. Clements clarified, "I was not denigrating her charitable heart, Mr. Finch, and I apologize if that was the impression I gave. I simply meant that she can be a bit—" The vicar frowned and stood there, sorting through his words, and George bristled at the implication rife in his tone and the faltering manner in which he spoke. While the vicar considered what description to use, George's mind raced through the possibilities and how he would refute them. Marian had flaws like anyone else, but he would not stand silently and hear her character impeached when her strengths and virtues far outweighed the weaknesses. "Miss Wakefield is—" But Mr. Clement's words drifted off once more as he studied Marian. Then, turning to face George, he said, "I hate to be so bold. We hardly know each other after all, but I fear I am not well acquainted with many in the area, and you have known Miss Wakefield for some time now, and I wished to know—no, I need to know, that, perchance, if it might—" The man continued to babble on, tiptoeing toward something, though never explicitly saying anything, until George finally came to the point. "You may ask me anything," he said, though he wasn't certain he wanted to hear it. Puffing out his cheeks, Mr. Clements looked far more like a young man than a stodgy vicar. "Is Miss Wakefield always so forceful in her opinions?" George fought back a groan, and his thoughts cobbled together a litany of condemnations for that question. Did he prefer to court some silent, wilting flower who merely smiled and gave a quick, "Yes, dearest," to any petition? If so, Mr. Clements had proven himself a fool of the highest order. But a heartbeat before he was going to tell Mr. Clements just that, George came upon a startling realization. Was he truly trying to convince Marian's suitor of how unique and wonderful she was? If the vicar could not see it on his own, the wretched fellow did not deserve her, just as George hadn't all those years ago. Mr. Clements was unsuited for Marian, but before he could tell the fellow just that, father's words came to mind once more. As much as George wanted to believe he would have been wise enough to listen to his parents' counsel, if anyone had confronted him about Juliet during their courtship, he would have clung all the tighter to her. Hearts were silly organs at times, especially when one's pride was pricked. No, this required a more subtle hand. And if Mr. Clements were asking such questions, he wasn't wholly snared yet. For both Marian and Mr. Clements' good, George had to speak up. It was his Christian duty to aid the pair in avoiding a foolish decision such as the one he had made. He was Marian's friend, after all. "Miss Wakefield is an opinionated creature, Mr. Clements. Though she listens to reason, she will not be swayed by anything less." And as much as George thought that adequate, doubt pricked at him, prodding his tender feelings with questions about whether or not it would be enough for Mr. Clements to see how poor a match they'd make. Shifting the mugs of cider in his hand, George cleared his throat and added, "If I may speak candidly, I would not fret about Miss Wakefield's forthright manners. She will champion many good causes and do much good in your parish, and you can soothe whatever feathers she ruffles among your parishioners. Look at how you managed the charity concert. Yes, you shall be called upon to mediate many disputes, but that is of little consequence. As a man of the cloth, you can manage it well. You already spend so much of your time tending to your flock's needs, so expending a little more is hardly noteworthy." George spoke carefully, straying not into falsehood, but he placed subtle emphasis on disputes, echoing that tone throughout his speech. It was better to simply hint at the issues that would likely cause him trouble, as George suspected Mr. Clements was the sort of short-sighted fool who preferred a calm and biddable wife. And frankly, there was a reason so many vicars chose mousy ladies. When one's income was directly impacted by how well both he and she were liked among the parishioners, a lady who treaded on toes was not an asset. And though Marian was a gem of a woman, she struggled with social politics. Taking another sip of his drink, George gave Mr. Clements a moment to think that through. Marian was a lovely woman, but she was no vicar's wife, and the fact that the fool hadn't seen that already only added to the rightness settling into George's heart. This was for the best. "You have given me much to think about, Mr. Finch," murmured Mr. Clements with a frown. "Thank you for your insights." Mr. Clements watched the ladies as they enjoyed the little performance, and Marian cast her gaze over her shoulder, catching George's eyes and widening her own, as though pleading for an escape. Needing no more invitation than that, he crossed the distance between them and came to stand at her side. Chapter 24. Only a curmudgeon turned their nose up at a festival, and Evelyn was no curmudgeon. Everything about the day was diverting. Even the simplest and silliest things, like a puppet show, provided boundless entertainment. In other situations, she would never choose to spend so much time watching foot races or dogs prance about, but everything was better at a festival. Except for the company at present. That was unfair of her. Miss Abbott was not as wretched as she appeared, but after days of imagining herself and Mr. Townsend sharing this moment, Evelyn was not pleased to have another hovering about, to say nothing of the fact that Miss Abbott was not as merry as the others in attendance. Thankfully, the addition of George's party helped to dilute the dourness of Miss Abbott's company. "So, Mr. Finch is your elder brother?" asked Miss Abbott, turning her attention away from the cavorting dogs. "Yes." Evelyn had thought that clear when she introduced them. Miss Abbott glanced at the fellow in question with a coquettish expression before turning back to the performance. "And is he unattached?" Evelyn's gaze darted to Miss Wakefield, though the lady seemed not to notice the conversation. "That is a question you shall have to ask him." "What a thought," said Miss Abbott, with the first true show of mirth she demonstrated that afternoon. And then the gentleman joined them once more with mugs of cider in hand, but Evelyn's heart sank when she found Mr. Townsend missing. George made the fellow's apologies and handed her a drink, though it was a poor substitute for her beau. "Do you wish to get a slice of ginger cake?" asked Evelyn. She did not need any more food at present, but it was a better diversion than watching the same performance again and again. It had been entertaining the first time, but Miss Abbott seemed determined to spend the entire day watching the dear little puppies. Miss Abbott waved the suggestion away, and Miss Wakefield tried to follow Evelyn, but the other lady took her by the arm and kept cooing over the creatures. With a dejected sigh in her gaze, Miss Wakefield nodded for Evelyn to go on. At least one of them would escape for a moment. For their part, the gentlemen were both focused on Miss Wakefield and oblivious to the other ladies. A sense of deep and profound loneliness struck Evelyn without warning. Having been in such situations many times before, it wasn't unusual for her to be standing with others whilst remaining unnoticed. But the sour sentiment was sneaky, for it crept upon her with little provocation, leaving her heart aching. Shaking her head, Evelyn cast the feeling aside. A festival was not a place for such morose thoughts, and even if she had not the appetite to gorge on another slice of something sweet, she would enjoy it all the same. Digging into her coin purse, she counted out the required funds and made her way to the ginger cake stall. Just as she was about to step into the queue, Mr. Townsend sidled up next to her. "Are you sneaking off for more goodies?" he asked with a twinkle in his eyes. A smile broke across her face, and Evelyn answered in a saucy tone. "You are one to lecture, sir. The rest of the gentlemen rejoined the party, and you were nowhere to be seen." Giving her an overly dramatic wince, Mr. Townsend bowed low over her hand. "I must beg your forgiveness, dear lady, and throw myself at your mercy." "Only if you purchase me a slice of ginger cake." Though Evelyn had meant it as a jest, the fellow produced the necessary coins with a grin and handed them to the vendor. Clutching the treat, she beamed at him, and the pair started the slow trek back to the others. Mr. Townsend filched a corner of her cake, and she smacked at his hand, though he winked in return. "I thought this was to be your penance, Mr. Townsend. It does no good if you are going to steal it." Gracious! Evelyn didn't know what possessed her. She was not a flirt and could think of no other man whom she dared to tease so mercilessly, yet something in Mr. Townsend welcomed her humour, and she could not keep her tongue in check. "I'm glad to have a stolen moment with you, Miss Finch," he said, offering up his arm to her. Evelyn slanted him a look and fought to keep her pulse under control. If she wasn't careful, her cheeks would start blazing pink once more. "Are you?" "I wanted to ask your opinion about Miss Abbott." Though she didn't think herself possessed of much grace or poise, Evelyn was quite astonished at how she was able to hear such a statement without gaping, tripping over her own feet, or simply hurrying away to avoid it. "My opinion?" Evelyn was quite pleased with her tone. To anyone listening, she sounded like a considerate and curious friend, nothing more. "Do you think she cares for me?" Mr. Townsend's grin grew as he asked that, and Evelyn's lungs seized. Her whole being paused, trapped between one heartbeat and the next, holding her prisoner in that moment as her thoughts struggled to grasp his meaning. In a flash, her memory scattered, dredging up every word and action, each smile and laugh from the moment they first met to this very one, including all the opinions and comments of those who had seen them together. It was one enormous blast of thought and feeling that assaulted her all at once, as she tried to align the reality of a moment ago with this revelation. The whole of the last 3 weeks flew through her, leaving her utterly befuddled. Mr. Townsend was asking her opinion about another lady? Miss Abbott? Evelyn couldn't grasp that truth. She was quite familiar with unrequited love. It was the only sort of romantic entanglement with which she had any experience. But this time had been different. She may not trust her instincts, but what of his cousin's assurances of Mr. Townsend's affection? Her father and mother's certainty that Mr. Townsend's behaviour was not just that of a man desiring friendship. All the little signs that spoke of something more than platonic affection stirring in his heart. Each shock and surprise gathered together en masse, appearing from nowhere and striking her with devastating force. "Does Miss Abbott care for you?" Evelyn repeated, and though her heart cracked beneath the pressure of everything crashing down on her, she couldn't help but feel a frisson of joy at how unaffected she sounded. Tears flowed inside, yet not a single one showed, and that was a triumph worthy of celebration. "Yes, Miss Finch," he said, bumping her with his shoulder. "Do you think she's keen on me?" From what Evelyn had seen of the lady, the answer was clear enough, but Mr. Townsend seemed so pleased at the prospect that her tongue froze. She was certain her thoughts had never churned so quickly as they had in the last few minutes, taking in everything around her and plastering it together into something useful, and at that moment she knew she was at a crossroads of sorts. The friend was a familiar role to Evelyn, and though she had never seen anything come of it, other than being summarily dismissed when the fellow found a lady he admired, she now had George as a bright beacon of hope. He had come around, hadn't he? He was enamoured with Miss Wakefield, and that could happen with her and Mr. Townsend, couldn't it? And maybe this was all just a misunderstanding. Perhaps she could dismiss her family's opinion of Mr. Townsend's motives as being biased in her favour, but his cousin had no reason to tell Evelyn that Mr. Townsend's interest was piqued. And though she tried to look at his wording from other perspectives, there was no mistaking Mr. Peter Wrigley's meaning. Perhaps Mr. Townsend was merely distracted at present by Miss Abbott. Even if she didn't suit Evelyn, the lady was pretty, and it was understandable that she might rouse Mr. Townsend's interest. Speak truthfully, and Evelyn may put a wedge between them. Embrace the role of the friend, and she need only be patient. That was no debate. The only trouble was wording her answer so it wouldn't wound Mr. Townsend's pride or venture into falsehood. There was a great difference between the truth and a fib. "I fear I may not be the best person to ask. I do not know Miss Abbott well enough to discern her heart," said Evelyn. Mr. Townsend smiled at that. "You give yourself too little credit, Miss Finch. You are an intelligent, feeling young lady. Quite remarkable, in fact. I think she showed a marked interest in me. What do you think?" "I am not very good at catching all those subtle cues, and I am not one to employ them myself," said Evelyn, wincing inwardly, as that was as close to a lie as she wanted to get. "I would suggest speaking to one of the gentlemen. No doubt they have noticed." Giving that a firm nod, Mr. Townsend smiled and led Evelyn back to the others. She picked at her ginger cake as she mulled over all that had happened and all that could happen, and though she could not make sense of her current position, she held on to her faith that Mr. Townsend would come around. Eventually. Chapter 25. The scent of baked apples and the echoes of the raucous crowd followed the pair as they wandered the streets of Bentmore. Marian slanted a look at Mr. Clements and smiled to herself. It was quite the afternoon. Momentous, even. Perhaps that was overinflating its importance, but Marian couldn't help but feel as though something had shifted between them. This had been a proper outing, even if it included several additions to their party throughout the afternoon. And though she didn't yearn for Mr. Clements, the day had taught her more about the fellow. He would never be chatty, but she didn't mind that. He wasn't particularly well-read or intellectual, but stimulating conversation or debate was hardly a key factor in the success of a marriage. Mr. Clement's conversation was preferable to that of Mr. Highmore, and it was more voluminous than his original scant words had led her to believe. As they walked along, Marian sorted through all that she'd learned today, and it was clear to her that Mr. Clements was the superior choice. She couldn't claim they were perfectly suited for each other, but they suited enough. There were only 5 weeks left, after all. "This was a lovely afternoon," she said, slanting him what she hoped was a coy smile. It was a bit difficult to manage whilst walking side by side, but Marian thought it successful. "Thank you for inviting me." "You are quite welcome," said Mr. Clements with a nod. "And thank you for accepting my invitation." But he said not another word. Surely that was the perfect moment for him to secure another outing with her, but Mr. Clements remained silent. Perhaps he was awaiting their farewells. They reached her lane, and Wrenwood Lodge came into view. Marian fidgeted with her shawl, straightening the fringe as their destination grew ever closer, and though she scoured her thoughts for something more to say, there was nothing there. or at least nothing witty or interesting. "Have you spent much time out on the moors?" she asked. "Some, but not much." "I love looking out at the rolling hills dotted with heather. Have you seen them in bloom?" Mr. Clements shook his head. "You ought to." Marian waited for him to chomp on that well-baited hook like a hungry fish, but Mr. Clements merely nodded as they stepped onto her family's drive. He must be gathering his courage to ask her. He had proven himself quite timid in social situations, so it was unfair of her to expect him to seize upon her hint so readily. Then they stood on the front steps, and Mr. Clements gave his farewell, turning away without a backward glance. Surely the fellow only needed a bit more encouragement. Marian fought against a blush as she forced out the words, "It would be a shame to miss the heather. You cannot go another year without seeing the moors in their glory. I know of a lovely vantage point, and it is not far from here." Good heavens! Why hadn't she simply just thrown herself at his feet and begged him to accompany her? Marian shifted in place, her gaze darting to the front door and the gravel at her feet and anywhere else that wasn't Mr. Clements. "I apologize if that is too forward. I did not mean to put you in an awkward position. I simply thought you might enjoy the view and that you might enjoy my company." Marian groaned inwardly and changed direction. "Not that I think you have a marked interest in me." What was she saying? She could hardly hear herself speak with her father's edict ringing in her thoughts. Her heart thumped in time with the clocks, ticking down each second that drew her closer to Judgment Day. Mr. Clements held up a staying hand. "I apologize, Miss Wakefield. Though I had hoped to avoid speaking to you directly, I have given you reason to anticipate another invitation, and it is only right to tell you I shan't be calling on you again." Marian's heart did not sink at that wretched news, for that supposed her heart still existed, and at that moment it fled her altogether. She blinked at Mr. Clements as the fellow shifted from foot to foot, and she struggled to know what to do. Why ever not? Of all the things she could have said, that was not the right one. Not the worst, perhaps, but one could not maintain one's dignity after such a question. "You are a fine lady, Miss Wakefield." Mr. Clements said that with a sincerity that would have warmed Marian's heart had it still resided in her chest, and she wished he would simply end it there, but he added, "However, I do not think you are the right lady for me." Gathering closer her self-respect and decorum, Marian gave the gentleman a gentle nod as Mamma or Rachel would do in such a moment. A lady accepted loss with grace and equanimity. "What have I done wrong?" The question slipped out, and she longed to shake herself, but the world pressed down on her as she realized exactly what was happening. Mr. Clements was taking his leave of her. He wouldn't renew his addresses, and she had naught but 5 weeks left. 5. Mr. Clements shifted from foot to foot, his gaze darting away as he cleared his throat. "I enjoy your company, Miss Wakefield. You are a fine lady, and I know you shall make another gentleman a good wife. However, I have spent some time pondering, really, what I need in a marriage partner. A vicar requires a certain type of woman at his side." The fellow hemmed and hawed, his sentences beginning and ending without reaching any conclusion, which was quite an odd thing to see when considering that the gentleman made his living giving speeches every Sabbath. "Mr. Clements, please," said Marian, raising a hand to forestall yet another rambling sentence. "Be honest with me, sir." Tucking his hands behind him, Mr. Clements nodded. "I need a wife who will aid me with my parish, and though you are active in your charitable pursuits, I do not wish to be forever mediating disputes between you and the other ladies. I enjoy your company, but you will not suit as a vicar's wife." Marian struggled to breathe. It was as though every muscle constricted, pulling at her all at once as she considered his words. "I can change, Mr. Clements. I can improve. I am trying, I promise." Mr. Clements gave her a quick bow. "My apologies, Miss Wakefield, but my mind is made up." Turning on his heel, he left with far more speed than he had arrived, and Marian called after him. Closing her eyes, she winced at her pleading tone, but she couldn't help it. Papa's voice echoed in her thoughts, reminding her of the coming deadline and dredging up her matrimonial prospects. He counted many widowers amongst his friends, many of whom wished to remarry and would be eager for an easy conquest. Marian wasn't desirable enough to be a trophy on her husband's arm, and those gentlemen no longer cared about marrying for status or wealth. No, she would be a nurse, a workhorse, a body to warm his bed, a tool. Marian's stomach churned, sending a wave of nausea through her. Tears gathered, but they were kept at bay by another possibility. Mr. Highmore may be a bore, but surely that was better than marrying a man of her father's choosing. He would treat her with respect. He had all his teeth and did not smell of decay. Good heavens, what had she come to? When had good hygiene become the only requirement to which she clung? But that question was easily answered. With Papa's deadline looming, Marian had not the luxury of being choosy. And with Mr. Clement's dismissal, Marian had only one prospect left. Mr. Highmore it was. Chapter 26. An invitation was a small thing. George had received enough of them in his life that he gave them no thought. He certainly did not lie in bed imagining the forthcoming event, or primp before his bedchamber mirror, especially not for something as simple as berry-picking. Yet he had spent an inordinate amount of time doing both. Of course, when he'd arrived home 4 weeks ago, George hadn't anticipated anything more than basking in the joys of family and perfect afternoons precisely like this one. Though autumn's chill crept into the shadows, in the glorious light of day, the weather was what everyone would wish it to be for berry-picking. Neither too hot nor too cold. With Michaelmas fast approaching, everyone gathered blackberries aplenty to fill their tarts, pies and puddings. However, such afternoons were focused as much on the lively conversations as the fruits of their labour, with a good many berries landing in mouths rather than baskets as they laughed and chatted the hours away. But today's festivities were not nearly as diverting as he recalled them being. George glanced down at the pile of berries spilling over the edge of his trug. At this rate, he'd have enough for all of Cook's goodies all on his own. Evelyn stood beside the large bush, an apron draped over her skirts, though she had long ago abandoned her gloves and bonnet. Mr. Townsend was situated less than an arm's length away from her, spending more time distracting her than picking the berries. She laughed, her smile as bright as the afternoon sun, and George's heart lightened at the sight of it. But heaven help him, if Mr. Townsend fed her one more berry from his hand, George would break the fellow's fingers. That might teach the fellow a thing or two about discretion. Most of the party were occupied with their work or chatting with others, so they paid the pair no heed, but the man was hardly being discreet. George huffed, and his skin itched as he considered the fellow. That he made Evelyn happy was nearly enough to make George like him, but on his own, Mr. Townsend didn't improve upon closer acquaintance. The fellow was good-natured, to be sure, but there was a glibness to his manner that did not sit well with George. Carefreeness and flippancy were close bedfellows, and he feared Mr. Townsend strayed too far into the latter. Reaching gingerly around the thorns, George tugged a few berries free and dropped them into his basket, thinking about what he ought to say to Evelyn. Surely she could do better than Mr. Townsend. She was such a sweet and loving girl, and deserved a man who was equal to her. But father's words returned to George's thoughts, reminding him of his courtship with Juliet. With another pull, he grabbed a few more berries. A thorn caught his hand, and his fingers tightened on reflex. Dropping the ruined berries to the ground, George flicked away the drops of juice and looked for something with which to wipe his hand. But the reason he was gloveless was the same reason he did not wish to use his handkerchief. Anything that touched this mess would be irrevocably stained. But there was no helping matters, so he pulled out the bit of linen with his clean hand and wiped off the other. George's mood, and berry-picking hand, was not helped by the fact that his gaze more often travelled to the lady on his other side than the blackberry bushes and their many thorns. Marian's attention was fixed on her work, hunting her quarries with a determination that ensured not one was left for those following her. The lady's brows were pulled low, frowning at the offending brambles. Knowing that he had been the source of such irritation, George scoured his memory for anything he might have done to send her into such a state. However, he held on to the remnants of his good spirits by realising that if he'd been the cause, Marian wouldn't be working beside him. She had no qualms with telling him precisely how he'd vexed her. Straightening, George brushed off a few leaves and twigs clinging to his jacket, and considered how greatly his heart stirred at that thought. What man was pleased to have such a forthright woman as his wife? But after living with a lady who preferred her husband to divine her frustrations rather than simply telling him, George preferred honesty. But such musings did nothing to answer why Marian was lost in her troubled thoughts. If he had any hope of pulling her out of them, and thus freeing himself out of his own doldrums, George needed to identify the annoyance and eradicate it. Of course, there was one clear source, though he did not wish to broach that subject. Setting his basket down, George studied the treasure he had gathered. A friend did not hesitate to speak about any topic, even the other's courtship. Besides, it might grant revelations about how to draw Marian away from undeserving beaux. "Are you unhappy that Mr. Highmore is not in attendance?" asked George. But Marian did not pause in her work, her attention never wavering from the brambles. Raising his voice a touch, he asked, "Is Mr. Highmore not joining us?" Marian finally shook free of her thoughts and turned her gaze to him. "He is occupied with his family today. They have some picnic tradition they did not wish to throw over." "And you did not wish to join them?" George felt like patting himself on the shoulder for how evenly he asked that question. But his glee faded when she answered, "I had already accepted the Meacham's invitation." Turning back to his work, George reached for a few berries as his mind churned over the issue. But there was no helping it. "What is troubling you, Miss Marian?" The lady paused, her hand hovering in the brambles for a moment before she straightened and looked at him directly. "I like that you call me Miss Marian." "That is your name," replied George with a grin. But her expression dimmed, which he hadn't thought possible, and Marian turned back to her work. "I have only been Miss Wakefield since my sister married, and it makes me feel old. Miss Marian sounds like a young lady." "You are a young lady. 28 is hardly ancient." "Perhaps." Marian whispered that word with such a sad tone that George felt like taking her by the hand, or into his arms, or any number of inappropriate things. Instead, he returned to the question at hand. "I ask again, Miss Marian, what is troubling you? I know my foul mood is due to my forthcoming trip to Manchester, but I cannot surmise yours." "You are leaving?" she asked, straightening to look at him, and George's heart lightened at the disappointment colouring her gaze, or at least he thought he saw disappointment there. "There is a delicate bit of negotiation that requires my assistance and is best done in person." George fought to keep the frown from his expression. There was little point in moping about it. Were there any other solution, he and his father would have found it. Perhaps his brothers might keep an eye on Marian's swains during his absence. Her brows pulled tight together until they nearly touched, and she fiddled with the handle of her trug. "I had hoped to have an ally at the concert." Everything inside him clenched, twisting into a knot as George thought through his schedule. He had fully planned to fulfill that friendly role, but the date had crept up on him, and in his haste to plan his trip, the concert had slipped his mind. In quick succession, he thought through what needed to be done, weighing once more whether or not his trip was important, but he knew better. Were there any other choice, he wouldn't leave at this juncture. "I shall do my best to return in time for it," said George, holding that promise close to his heart. Then, turning the conversation back to its original path, he asked, "Does the concert have you at odds?" The lady shook her head. "It is trying my patience at times, but I am holding firm to my equanimity and focusing on that which I can control. Things are well in hand, or as well as they can be with the haphazard manner in which they're putting things together." "Then what is troubling you?" Marian's lips quivered, her voice catching, though she fought to keep her expression calm. "I have had a miserable week, Mr. Finch." Casting a look around them, George gathered their baskets and led her toward a quieter location. The bushes had been mostly picked clean, which meant the others were unlikely to join them, and George took a place between her and the party to give her a modicum of privacy. "What has happened?" he asked, giving a few cursory reaches into the bush, lest anyone glance their direction. Marian shook her head, but George would not allow her to avoid the question so easily. It was one thing if she wished not to discuss it, but the pain shining in her gaze said she needed to unburden herself, and George wondered if she had anyone else with whom to share such heartaches. He reached into his pocket, but his handkerchief was no longer there, and the purple-stained linen sitting in the corner of his trug was hardly worth handing to her. Marian's gaze fell to it at the same time his did, and her lips lifted in a tremulous smile. "Oh dear," she murmured. George patted at his other pockets, but Marian waved this away. "I shall be fine, Mr. Finch. Do not trouble yourself." But that is precisely what George wanted to do. Marian could not comprehend just how much he longed to trouble himself with everything about her, every joy and burden, every tear and laugh. "Speak to me, Marian. Tell me, what has you scowling at the poor blackberries?" George slanted her a teasing look, and that drew a firmer smile from her, though it fled as her thoughts turned inward. "I am only bemoaning my romantic prospects, Mr. Finch. That is all. Nothing of note." Marian tried valiantly to match his light tone, but there was no mistaking the heavy heart waiting each word, and George's own ached in response. If seeing her so distraught was a knife to the heart, then hearing her speak of romantic prospects twisted it, leaving him doubly wounded. With a few prompts, Marian told all, detailing the scene with Mr. Clements, and George couldn't decide what he ought to feel, for his heart was doing an admirable imitation of the acrobats they'd witnessed at the festival 3 days ago. A megrim took up residence in his head as he swung from joy to sorrow. It seemed impossible that his chest both swelled with pleasure at having one less opponent on the field of battle, and tightened at the sight of his dear Marian's sorrow. How did one manage friendship when one's heart was so involved? How did he celebrate the victory of gaining ground in her affection, yet wish to undo all that which had caused it? Not that he wanted Mr. Clements to renew his addresses. The fool was too easily scared off and did not deserve her. "I apologize for going on so. This is supposed to be a wonderful day, and I am ruining it," she said, turning back to the brambles. "You are not, and there is nothing to apologize for. I am grateful you trust me with your heartaches." George stepped closer, holding her gaze so she would see the truth of his words. "Thank you, Mr. Finch. You are such a good friend to me." The knife did not twist this time. It pulled free of his chest and plunged back in with greater measure, digging deep into his very soul. Surely such a pleasant term ought to inspire more joy, but friend was a pale imitation of what George longed for. "You are welcome, Marian." That was all he could manage at present, especially with her gazing at him with such gratitude. It was not what he wanted to see. He sifted through what he felt and that which he ought not to reveal, hunting for something to lighten her mood. "You can do far better than Mr. Clements. He was a lukewarm suitor, and you deserve better." The lady's lips turned into a crooked smile that held no mirth. "A lukewarm suitor is better than a cold one." "You needn't settle for either, Marian." That was met with a derisive huff, though no further explanation followed. "You two wouldn't have suited each other," he added. "Vicars want docile, listless brides. You have many wonderful qualities and would do much good for the parish, but you are too passionate and outspoken for such a position. Mr. Clements already enumerated my faults, Mr. Finch. You needn't repeat them." "I didn't mean to offend. I simply meant that Mr. Clements is too foolish and tepid for a woman like you. I do not think you would enjoy being a vicar's wife, so it is best that he has—" He wasn't certain how to describe Mr. Clements' snub, for any words that came to mind might add to her distress. Gaze dropping to the ground, Marian shifted the edges of her shawl. "I only wish I knew why his opinion altered so quickly. The obvious culprit is my outburst at Mrs. Norwich's, but he invited me to the festival after that, and he seemed so keen." Her words wobbled, and George's own throat clamped shut, strangling him. "I keep revisiting our conversations, wondering what I did or said to change his opinion so swiftly," she added in a whisper. "You mustn't think such things," said George with a shake of his head. "Put it from your mind." "If only it were that easy, Mr. Finch, but it plagues me, and I can think of little else." Her lips trembled, and she raised her gaze to meet his. George couldn't breathe at the sight of her tears. "What about me is so repugnant that a gentleman goes from swain to stranger between one moment and the next?" Hearty objections rose to his thoughts, demanding he speak, but George couldn't get the words past the pain in his throat. He straightened his jacket, shifting the layers of cotton scratching at his skin. The thrill of victory over Mr. Clements fled, and his ribs constricted, squeezing him tight as his conversation with the fellow pricked his conscience. When George had hatched the plan, he hadn't considered the possibility that Marian would mourn the loss or fashion it into some indictment against her character. It wasn't as though Mr. Clements had won her heart. Of that much George was certain. Yes, rejection stung, but what did it matter when Marian didn't truly wish to win the fellow? And now he was faced with the sheen of tears in her eyes, and those wretched doubts made him wish he could turn back time and choose another path. But that was not a new feeling. If George had made a very different choice all those years ago, none of this would be an issue. "I am so very sorry, Marian." She swiped at her cheek and shook her head with a brittle laugh. "You had no hand in it, Mr. Finch, so there is no need to apologize. The fault lies on my shoulders. Many have found me lacking, so it shouldn't be a surprise that Mr. Clements came to the same conclusion." "That is not true, Marian, and the fault lies with me." Pressing a hand to her forehead, Marian let out a sharp huff, though the smile she turned on him was more akin to a grimace. "As gallant as it is for you to shift the blame, false comfort is of no use to me. My sister-in-law has spent hours assuring me Mr. Clements is the flawed one, and that someone or something else is at fault. But with my history, I cannot blind myself to the truth of the matter. I am the one constant in all my failed interactions with men." George winced, his head lowering as the weight of those words pressed down on him. Not only was he one of the men of whom she spoke, but his actions had now added doubly to her self-reproach. A better man would meet her gaze, but George could not bring himself to do so. Though his insides twisted at the thought of speaking the words, he knew he would suffer more if he allowed Marian to bear the brunt of this disaster. "I am not speaking in vague terms, Marian. I convinced Mr. Clements you two were not suited for one another." Chapter 27. Blinking at the man, Marian tried to comprehend his meaning, but the words were too strange to be understood. But then Mr. Finch continued to spew more. "I spoke with Mr. Clements at the festival and enumerated the difficulties of a vicar marrying a woman of your passion." Mr. Finch shifted from foot to foot, fidgeting like an ill-mannered child during church services, and still Marian stared at him. His gaze finally rose to meet hers, his eyes wide as he added, "Mr. Clements cared more about your position in the community than your liveliness of spirit, and I couldn't stand by silently as such a milksop courted you. If he doesn't love the whole of you, he doesn't deserve you." The air thinned, or had the world begun spinning quicker? Marian couldn't be certain of anything, except that she needed to sit, and there was no place for her to do so. "You filled his head with reasons to break with me," she whispered. Mr. Finch's gaze darted away from her, his cheeks pinking. "I only nudged him, that is all. The fellow is a fool of the highest order." Marian pressed a hand to her stomach, her eyes closing as she turned her back to the blackguard. Her lungs jerked as she struggled for breath, and her ribs strained against her corset as a storm began to blow in her heart. It flowed through her veins like an icy river as Mr. Finch's confession mingled with Papa's edict, their words battling one against the other. Time was short, and Mr. Finch had driven away her best marriage prospect. Heavens above! "Miss Marian, I am so very sorry to have caused you pain, but it was for the best. He didn't deserve you—" "What do you know of it, Mr. Finch?" Marian fought to keep her tone calm, but there was no mistaking its bite as she whirled on him. "What do you know of what I need in a husband? What do you know of my plans and future? What gives you the right to deem him unfit?" "I was only doing what I must to protect my friend." "Friend?" Marian's voice rose, and her words came clipped and fast. "You do not know what the word means, Mr. Finch. A friend does not scheme and manipulate. Without knowing anything about the situation or asking my opinion on the matter, you barreled in and caused me pain. That is not friendship." "Miss Marian—" "No!" She forced herself to breathe, pulling the air in and out of her lungs. The winds buffeted her sails, and her tiller tugged at her grasp as Papa's voice ticked down the days until her future would be chosen for her. Marian did not require a handsome man. She firmly believed in the transformative power of love and respect that made plain people beautiful. However, not even in her wildest imaginings could she picture being content with a fellow like Mr. Biddlesby, who had only a passing acquaintance with soap and water, and whose remaining teeth were rotting in his mouth, to say nothing of his gruff manner and dour disposition. "For all that you claim Mr. Clements was a poor choice, the husband my father chooses is bound to hate my flaws far more than the vicar. Perhaps even those decrepit lechers will not have me, and Papa will simply place an advertisement in the newspapers. Wanted, one husband, willing to take on a difficult spinster." Marian's hands flew to her mouth, holding back the words that wished to fly out of their own accord. Her skin flushed and her pulse raced, ripping all but the last bit of her control from her grasp. "Breathe, Miss Marian." Mr. Finch's hand was at her back, his voice low, and though Marian longed to shove him away, she longed more for a rescue from the Tempest, anything to keep her from being dragged down into its depths. Casting aside the pride that hung about her like a lead weight, Marian focused on Mr. Finch's calm tone. She would conquer this. She would remain in control. And slowly, carefully, Marian seized hold of the tiller again. When her lungs worked once more, she stepped away. Mr. Finch's hold on her heart was tenuous, but it was there, allowing her to look at him without shrieking about the unfairness of the situation or cursing him to Hades. "I am sorry for causing you such pain, Miss Marian." The fellow's brows pulled low, his gaze echoing the agony she felt as he stammered and stuttered through more apologies. Though her frustration and disappointment picked away at her, Marian couldn't help but appreciate the contrition. They were little words, but there was no doubting he meant them. Unfortunately, they could not undo the damage done. "Why did you do it?" she whispered. But Mr. Finch shifted in place and answered her question with one of his own. "What do you mean about your father? What does he have to do with this?" Mr. Finch's voice was quiet and soothing, calming the waves and winds buffeting her. Tears filled her eyes, filling the void left by her fury, and Marian looked at Mr. Finch. There was no space left in her for embarrassment or fear, and so she offered it all to him. "Papa is determined to see me married. I have 1 month left to find a husband of my choosing, or he will pick one for me." The weight of guilt and shame redoubled, pressing down on George until he was certain to break beneath the strain of it. He wished Marian would fly into a rage again, for that was far easier to bear than the gathering tears. She was not one to cry, and each one that fell sliced at him, digging deeper into his heart. "Surely you needn't accept," he began, but Marian barked out a bitter laugh. "Ha! If I refuse, he will cut me off and banish me to live with my Aunt Beatrice." Marian's voice was empty, testifying as readily as her words that the prospect was bleak. However, George couldn't help but ask, "Is that such a bad thing? I would think it better to be free than to shackle yourself to a man you do not love." "To be shackled instead to a sour old relation who will spend her days making me miserable as well?" Marian shook her head, wiping her cheeks. "And I cannot fend for myself, for I have not the connections or education to find a position as a governess or companion. Believe me, Mr. Finch, I have thought it through. I will marry." George bowed his head, studying the toes of his shoes, and sorted through what he could say to solve this problem. So much of his daily work with his family's holdings revolved around meeting a challenge and formulating a solution. Yet though he easily managed those business affairs with the skills his father had taught him, he could not sort out how to tidy the mess he'd made of her already messy life. "Mr. Clements wasn't ideal, but he would have treated me well. I would have been content, happy even." Marian let out a long sigh so full of her heart that George felt it to his core. Her gaze did not fix on him, but stared off into a distant place. The guilt twisted in him, tightening into a knot that George wasn't certain he could ever undo. Marian ought never to look so bleak. She was lively, but without that passion blasting through her, she looked worn and weak, as though unable to fight the coming future any more. And George knew precisely what he could do. "You needn't settle for a content life, Miss Marian." Those tear-rimmed eyes turned to him, a weak smile lifting one corner of her lips. "Choosing contentment is not settling, for it is a far step above my other prospects. There is still Mr. Highmore, so I am not without hope. However, we have nothing in common, nor do we enjoy each other's company. He is far less of a gamble than whomever my father chooses, but Mr. Highmore desires only a mother to care for his children." George's shoulders tightened, his heartbeat picking up its pace, and though he had thought himself quite tightly wound before, he'd been wrong. It was an odd reversal for them, as Marian was the one who was usually so excitable, while he remained calm and collected. Now she stood there, composed. She may not be at peace exactly, but she was far more in control than he felt at present. Time. It was a funny thing. George wished to hurry it along, but knowing he had plenty had been a comfort. Time to build their friendship again. Time to heal the wounds he'd inflicted. Time to woo her. Their present footing was too uncertain for him to rush ahead and lay bare his heart. One did not build a house atop a shaky foundation. It must be shored up before it can handle the weight. George was now contending with more than other suitors. Heavens save him. His pulse fluttered like a hummingbird's wing. He had pictured asking for her hand, but the speeches he'd practiced fled his mind, leaving him a stuttering, sweating fool. And he didn't even have a handkerchief on hand to dab at the droplets gathering at his temples. When had the afternoon turned so blazing hot? "You needn't settle for contentment, Miss Marian," George repeated, filling his tone with a significance that could not be ignored, or so he thought. When Marian did not reply, he cast a glance around them, though no one paid them any heed. The others were all too engrossed in their conversations and work to notice he and Marian had abandoned their baskets. Reaching forward, George took her hand in his. "You need a husband, and there is a gentleman eager to fill the role." Marian merely stared off into the brambles as though she hadn't heard him, and George laced his fingers through hers. The movement drew her attention, her gaze falling to their entwined hands and then up to his eyes, her brows furrowed. "Marry me, Miss Marian." George may have struggled to form the words, but they emerged clear and understandable, and there was no mistaking his meaning. Again, the lady's gaze darted down to their hands and back up to him, her expression scrunching further. Then, with a sharp huff of air, she yanked free of him. "I am in no mood for jests, Mr. Finch." Marian snatched her trug and stalked away before George's slow wits comprehended what she had said, and then his chest constricted, making it impossible for him to breathe enough to speak out. George had thought a blatant rejection was the worst possibility, and he had been wrong. Chapter 28. Shifting the punch bowl, Marian moved the ladle to the right and straightened the name card. Not that it mattered. Contrary to the other lady's belief, she did not require everything to be perfect. However, fiddling with the refreshments was preferable to wading back into the crowd and suffering more false praise concerning the evening's success. They used varying words to say the same thing. They lauded the decorations, food and drink, but the concert itself was declared enjoyable in a tone that said it was passable at best. The focus on this evening was to be the charity and the music, yet the final bill for their expenses was excessive, and the concert itself was nowhere near as engaging as it could have been, leaving people in a far less generous mood. As they had already sacrificed their time by sitting through such a wretched programme, they were content to leave their purses closed and the donation baskets empty. Marian filled some of the cups, though the guests were quite capable of doing so themselves. Busy hands helped to keep her jaw from clenching so tight that her teeth ached. "Why are you hiding here, my dear?" asked Mamma, startling Marian enough that a bit of the liquid sloshed over the side of the cup and onto her hand. Reaching for a napkin, she dabbed at the mess. "I'm not hiding, Mamma." "It is a shame about Mr. Clements, but you ought not to mope." Mamma gave her a warm smile that set Marian's teeth on edge. "I am not moping, Mamma. It has been a trying week, and the preparations for tonight have left me fatigued and disinclined to socialize at present." She nodded at the floral arrangements that had taken far more time than Mrs. Atwell had anticipated, precisely as Marian had predicted. "Yes, but you are wasting time. You have not spoken to Mr. Highmore tonight," said Mamma, glancing over her shoulder at the fellow in question. "Do not spoil the opportunity. I am certain you will secure him with a bit more effort, and your father and I would prefer you to find a husband of your choosing. Do not force us to decide for you." Marian held back a laugh, for there were far too many humorous things in that statement, none of which her mother would appreciate knowing, including the fact that she had turned down an offer of marriage just that week. Oh, that man. A proper pique had been impossible to maintain against Mr. Finch. While it surged at times when she considered his interference with Mr. Clements, Marian need only remember the gentleman's willingness to offer himself up as a sacrifice to her father's dictates. While it had felt like a jest at first, time and a clear head allowed her to see the proposal for what it was. But though her dire situation was partly of his making, Mr. Finch need not bear the brunt of it. "Are you listening to me, Marian?" Pushing Mr. Finch from her thoughts, Marian apologized. "I assure you I shall speak with Mr. Highmore, Mamma, once I've finished with my work." "Good girl." The lady's expression brightened with a smile, and she patted her daughter on the hand before turning away to join a circle of matrons. Taking a deep breath, Marian's gaze sifted through the crowd and landed on Mr. Clements, whose eyes met hers for only a heartbeat before darting away and focusing more intently on his companions than warranted. Marian's cheeks pinked, and she wondered if the gentleman would ever be at ease in her company again. But after the scene she'd made during their last conversation, it was little wonder that he avoided her. Her attention drifted to where her father stood, circled about with gentlemen of his age and bearing, all puffed up like frogs as they expounded about subjects that were of no interest to anyone but themselves, content with the magnificence of their person. Some of them even had the complexion of an amphibian. Marian winced at that unkindness. One ought never to judge, especially when it came to things that were beyond a person's control. But those physical aspects felt like manifestations of the men's pompous, self-important, condescending behaviour. Yes, those descriptions meant the same thing, but the gentleman had such a great amount of that quality that it deserved multiple mentions. Moving on, Marian studied Mr. Highmore, who stood to one side in the midst of a group of people. Truly, he was not such a poor choice. He was not attractive, but more importantly, he was not repugnant. And the same could be said of that which lived below the surface. Mr. Highmore was an adequate suitor. Marian did not desire his company, but she didn't loathe it either. Sad though it may be, that was a coup. And he continued to show an interest in her, which was a mark in his favour. She simply needed to avoid the mistake she'd made with Mr. Clements. Hold her tongue, maintain her equilibrium, and above all else, do not make a fool of herself with a ridiculous display of emotion. In the past few weeks, she'd had more than her fill of such things, and she would not allow herself to fall to pieces again. Calm and collected, surely she could manage that. It would help if this wretched concert were over and done, and if she could avoid thinking of Papa, or the 4 remaining weeks. 4. "You made some interesting choices with the refreshments, Miss Wakefield," said Mrs. Norwich. Clearly, Marian was going to be tested once more, for the lady's words seemed complimentary, but her tone said that interesting was a euphemism for less flattering descriptions. Mrs. Norwich surveyed the spread. "You laid it out beautifully, though I am surprised you made so many changes to the menu we had decided upon. I hadn't thought Mr. Hilton's bakery made such rustic fare." Raising an eyebrow, Marian glanced at the array of spice cakes. "I spoke with some of the families in town who have kitchen staff, and they agreed to donate them." With a gape, Mrs. Norwich patted Marian's forearm and said in a genuine tone of shock, "Doing so is far more effort, which is why we decided to order from the bakery. No wonder you have been so out of sorts of late. You've been working yourself to the bone." Purchasing food is easier, but coordinating the donations isn't difficult if one does so in an organised manner. Marian refrained from adding that it had taken fewer hours and stirred up less anxiety than the decorations. They were happy for the opportunity to participate, especially as I chose simple fare. As much as I love a good lemon tart, there is nothing better than a slice of spice cake at this time of year, don't you think? "It does pair well with the cider," murmured Mrs. Norwich, though her tone was more dubious than delighted. "Though I am disappointed we don't have a proper punch. It doesn't seem like a social event without a glass." As most such drinks were a shocking shade of pink or red, Marian never understood why so many served it at functions with an abundance of fine clothes that were ruined if even a drop touched the fabric. "I purchased lemonade and cider from some of the poorer families who sell such things," said Marian, pointing toward the array of drinks. "If we are going to spend funds on the refreshments, they ought to go to the sort of people we are trying to help, rather than Mr. Hilton's or any of the other thriving businesses of Bentmore." Mrs. Norwich gave a forced smile, studying the selection, and no matter how Marian explained her decisions, the lady's displeasure didn't ease. The refreshments weren't as fine or fancy as the committee usually provided, but surely they weren't deserving of such censure. Marian gritted her teeth, forcing her smile not to grow brittle as Mrs. Norwich gave a few hollow compliments. They had placed her in charge of refreshments, and Marian had done her best, yet even that did not meet their standards. And though Mrs. Norwich thanked her profusely, she couldn't help but suspect that any future planning efforts wouldn't include Marian Wakefield. When Mrs. Norwich finally took her leave, Marian gave a silent prayer of gratitude. This was precisely why she hid behind the refreshments. For all her determination to maintain control of her emotions, it was a struggle in such fretful situations, especially when weighed down by exhaustion. Frowning to herself, Marian sighed, her shoulders drooping. At times, it felt as though her heart could not contain all the emotions flowing through her. She didn't think herself an angry person, but the evidence of late proved the opposite. Why could so many hold on to their equanimity? How did others allow the frustrations of life to flow past them like the downy fluff of a dandelion blown about by a summer's breeze? Did they simply not care about things? It wasn't as though every upset in life drove her to distraction, but unwarranted and unsolicited censure strained her patience. How much easier life would be if others desisted in denigrating that which she valued. Marian knew there were differences of opinions, but could they truly not see that the decorations were admired for only a brief moment before being forgotten? The same could not be said of the programme, and for all that Mrs. Norridge looked askance at Marian's rustic offerings, a word that among their class far too often meant unacceptable, there had been compliments aplenty of the simple yet delicious fare. The pressure built in her chest, her muscles strained, her mouth pinched so tightly that her lips disappeared altogether. The usual signs made themselves known, drawing Marian's attention to her growing fury. It was as though her body had a will of its own, taking in all those little frustrated thoughts and giving them life in the physical realm. This was not the woman she wished to be. She clung to that thought, and her mind filled with images of Mr. Finch standing before her, telling her to breathe. She followed the prompting, allowing his peace to help her find a bit of her own. The fellow may be infuriating at times, but he was a rock to cling to in the midst of a gale, the sunlight in the storm. And then Marian saw him moving through the crowd toward her. Chapter 29. George nodded at the passing people, giving enough acknowledgement to satisfy their pride, but without slowing his progress through the room. His gaze fixed on Marian, and a series of greetings flowed through his thoughts. He wondered which might be the best, given the circumstances. But for all his musings, there was nothing he needed to do, for Marian bypassed all niceties when he arrived at her side. "Keep me from doing anything foolish, Mr. Finch." His brows rose, a smile coming to his lips. "Are you in danger of that?" With wide eyes, she gave him a sharp nod. "If one more person gives me a silly compliment about this disaster of an evening, or comes to criticize something that is none of their concern, I will unleash the full power of my fury." "And heaven help them if you do." George felt like laughing at that, and he blinked at the lady standing before him. This was certainly not the reception he'd expected after their last interlude, but he was not about to look a gift horse in the mouth. "But I would hardly call the evening a disaster." Marian studied him with narrowed eyes. "Are you going to assure me it was entertaining, even though it was clear that the audience was restless through most of it?" George considered that, sorting through the fine balance between avoiding a lie and adding to her frustrations. But it was unnecessary, for she held up her hand and added, "Do not tell me it was wonderful. I grant you that disaster is too strong a descriptor, but the evening was passable at best. And why is it that I must content myself with passable when a little bit of effort could have made it a fine evening?" "The pieces were organised somewhat haphazardly." That concession had Marian nodding in a manner that was liable to shake her head straight off her shoulders. "There were long periods of silence as the musicians shifted between each piece because there was far too much hesitancy about which was next. What good does it do to spend money printing programmes if you change your mind at the last minute, shuffling several of them around? Had they done a simple rehearsal the night before, there would have been no confusion. And then they demoted me to refreshments, but my efforts have been labelled rustic." "Rustic?" The tone with which she spoke the word said it wasn't a compliment, though George did not understand the slight. "Rustic," she emphasised that word with a nod. "To say nothing of the decorations." Marian paused, turning her gaze down to her hands as they twisted together. Her shoulders rose and lowered as she took a few calming breaths. Then, shaking her head, she met his gaze with a chagrined smile. "I apologize, Mr. Finch. I keep thinking I have a hold on my emotions, and then they spin out of control once more." George's expression shifted, a warm smile coming easily to his lips. "You will forgive me if I disagree, but you've kept them in hand. Yes, you are overwrought, but you have not lost control." Brows pulled tight together, Marian considered that. "I suppose so. But if that is true, I cannot take the credit. Your voice is the one that reminds me to calm myself and helps me to do so." Her cheeks grew rosy, her gaze faltering as she shifted the cup stacked beside the punch bowl, and George couldn't fight the grin stretching across his face. To have any influence over her was a heady thing, but to know he'd helped her after so much bungling made him feel as though his waistcoat were 2 sizes too small. His buttons might burst at any moment. "I am glad to be of assistance, but it is you who had the strength to do so, not I." George infused as much warmth as he could into his tone, hoping she would believe him. But all the earnestness of his expression was lost on her, for Marian ducked her head, unable to meet his eye, though George did not miss how flushed her cheeks had grown under his compliment. The years stripped away, catapulting them back to that time before confessions and crushed hearts, when their friendship had been easy and comfortable, when every outing saw the pair of them tucked away together, the long conversations, the shared laughter. Thinking about it all, George wondered anew at how blind he had been. His eyes had seen only a friend, but his heart had recognized its other half. Goodness, he wanted to kiss her. "It is just so taxing at times," she said with a sigh, her gaze not rising to meet his. "I try so hard to do my best, only to be told my efforts are unnecessary. They are blind to important matters, focusing instead on frippery and frivolousness. When I draw attention to potential troubles, I am told that everything will sort itself out, as though success can simply spring forth without effort and planning. And they do so without recognizing their hypocrisy, for their efforts are far more involved and overly planned than anything I suggest." Marian filled her lungs once more and straightened to face him. "But I am trying to focus on my efforts and not on that which is beyond my control. Working myself into a dither helps nothing and makes me miserable." George opened his mouth to agree, but she hurried to add with a pleading expression and only a hint of exasperation in her tone, "But at least my ideas do not add to the expense. For goodness sake! The point was to raise money for a charity, not to spend it on a party for our friends and neighbours." Attempting again to get a word in, George opened his mouth and was quickly cut off when Marian shook her head with a wince. "But here I am, going on about myself. When did you return?" she asked. "Your mother assured me you wouldn't return from Manchester until tomorrow at the earliest." George held back a chuckle at that shift. The flurry of words darting back and forth was so very like his dear friend that he couldn't be annoyed at it. "My business concluded sooner than anticipated." Of course, there was far more to the story than he was going to say, but Marian needn't know it was a miracle he'd made the journey so quickly, or that the Littles had been kind enough to allow him use of a bedchamber so he might change into appropriate and clean attire for the concert when it was abundantly clear he had not the time to stop at Farley Manor. No doubt he would feel the effects of that haste tonight when he collapsed into bed. Leaning forward, George cast a glance to the side, though no one stood nearby. "Did you receive my letter and flowers?" Marian gave him a crooked smile. "And the sweets as well, Mr. Finch." "I am so very sorry I have not been a better friend to you." George felt every one of those words. They burrowed into his heart, dredging up his mistakes and strengthening his resolve. "A friend does not scheme or manipulate." Marian's words came back to him, and though his heart shuddered at the thought of what a true friendship might require of him, George knew he needed to love and support her without the hope of winning her heart. Was it true love if his actions only worked to secure his happiness? Granted, he couldn't imagine her being as happy with the other fellows as she would be with him, but if he truly cared for her, he would do all he could to help her attain her dreams, even if they did not include him. His stomach turned, knowing exactly how difficult this was going to be. Hopefully, his devotion would win her affections, but he could no longer lie to himself and say that love drove him between Marian and her beaux. Jealousy and desperation, certainly. But love wasn't selfish, and, good intentions or not, George's actions had been that of a self-serving cad. Marian rested a hand on his forearm, giving it a tender squeeze, which echoed through his heart. "You needn't apologize again, Mr. Finch. I will not lie and say I was unaffected by your actions, but I am not without hope, and your intentions, however misguided, were good." "You are most certainly not without hope, Marian," he said, his smile broadening, but before he could say another word, she held up a staying hand with a chuckle. "I have already accepted your apology, and you have been quite gallant in your expressions of remorse. You needn't offer yourself up as a sacrifice to my father's edict." "And what if I am in earnest?" George didn't know how he got the words out, but there they were, floating in the air around them like a miasma determined to choke him. Marian raised her eyes to the heavens and huffed. "You are a dear for suggesting it, but I shall sort it out, Mr. Finch. There is no need for both our futures to be dictated by my father's well-meaning but foolish intentions." If George had had any doubt about the opposition his new resolution was going to face, he knew it in that instant, for everything from Marian's lightness of tone to the spark of humour in her gaze said she thought his offer of marriage born of pity or jest. That did nothing for George's poor pride, which had taken quite the beating of late. "But enough of my troubles," said Marian, turning away from her work at the refreshment table to give him her undivided attention. "Were you able to sort everything out? Though I suppose that is a silly question, as you would still be in Manchester otherwise."
"In the end, it took little to resolve. Merely a squabble that required a bit of negotiation, which, for many gentlemen, merely means I ply them with compliments and fine foods. The travel took more time than the work itself."
Marian moved away from the tables, and George offered his arm to her. It wasn't as though she needed an escort or assistance, but it wasn't wholly out of line, and the feel of her arm slipping through his helped to settle his heart.
"I am only sorry you were left to fend for yourself during all the final preparations," he said.
With a sigh, she nodded. "I could have used a confidant, but all in all I am proud of myself. I cannot claim to have the firmest hand on my heart, but I feel I have made some progress." She paused, considering that with a chagrined smile. "Though I suppose ranting at you hardly supports my claim."
"Having seen you in a full temper, I would disagree, Miss Marian."
The lady grimaced. "Yes, I suppose you have seen it quite a lot of late."
"Which I fully deserved."
But George's words drifted off as Marian's attention strayed from him. He followed her gaze to find Evelyn standing in a corner. In his haste to arrive, he hadn't noticed his family was in attendance, though it was not surprising. Even during the performances, he was more aware of Marian's location than the music. But his sister's presence wasn't what had him and Marian staring. Evelyn stood there, her shoulders straight and her head held high, but there was a pinched quality to her lips that made George frown. Though her expression seemed accepting of her solitary state, her play-acting was not good enough to fool her family. Or, apparently, Marian. Her free hand came to rest atop his forearm, her fingers squeezing it in silent question, though he required no further prompting. Turning them toward his sister, George wove them through the crowd. Chapter 30. Surely there was an explanation. Evelyn was not a foolish girl. Though not a scholar or academic, she was capable of understanding the world around her. She saw reason and discerned truth. But no matter what logic she employed, she couldn't comprehend her present state. Experience had taught her gentlemen may be kind and friendly, but that did not mean their intentions were romantic, and Evelyn knew to guard her heart. It wasn't always easy to do so, but she had learned caution. She had welcomed Mr. Townsend's attention, but it was others' assurances and proddings that had prompted her to throw her whole heart into the possibility of being the future Mrs. Townsend. Yet there the gentleman stood, chatting up Miss Virginia Fernsby with an animation that made all the world think she was the most interesting and amusing lady present. It was precisely the sort of look he'd given Evelyn so many times before, and the reason why so many had believed him to be enamoured with her. Even as her heart crumpled like the dry autumn leaves littering the ground outside, she tried to find some reason for her present situation. But there were only two conclusions. Mr. Townsend's affections had been false all along, or she had done something to drive him away. Had it been only her heart reaching out to embrace those fledgling feelings, Evelyn could easily believe she had been mistaken about his. But others had supported that belief. They had spurred her on. They had seen his preference. It was not just her imagination. "Evelyn?" George's voice cut through her thoughts, making her flinch at his sudden appearance. Miss Wakefield was on his arm, and the pair watched her with furrowed brows. "I didn't think you would return until tomorrow." Evelyn forced her lips into a smile, though her heart felt as though it would crack beneath the strain. But her brother would not be put off by the false cheerfulness in her tone. "What is the matter?" Evelyn opened her mouth and closed it, her brows knitting together. As she couldn't comprehend what was happening, how could she explain it? Miss Wakefield turned her gaze to the crowd, her eyes falling quickly on Mr. Townsend, before turning back to Evelyn with a flicker of understanding shining there. "It is of no significance," Evelyn whispered, though George shook his head. "You are clearly upset." She winced. "I have already made a fool of myself. Please tell me I have not compounded my shame." Began George, but Miss Wakefield silenced him with a squeeze of his arm. "I doubt anyone else would guess," said the lady. "I simply do not understand." Evelyn's voice hitched, and she scrunched her face, turning away with a shake of her head, waiting until she was certain she could speak without breaking her composure. "It was hardly a fortnight ago that his cousin confided in me. I cannot believe he would say Mr. Townsend cared for me if it weren't true. So what have I done to offend him? I can watch him flirt with other ladies. It is nothing I haven't suffered through before. But he knows I am here and hasn't even come over, not even a wave in my direction. It's as though I do not exist. What have I done to lose his good opinion so quickly?" Miss Wakefield drew close, bringing an arm around Evelyn as George stepped in front of them, giving Evelyn some semblance of privacy. At least she was not on full display where everyone could see her foolish little heart breaking over yet another gentleman who was only being a friendly flirt and not a beau. "Have I been too forward?" asked Evelyn, her chin trembling. "I tried to keep my feelings in check, but perhaps he suspects and is appalled. Or am I so detestable that he cannot stand to acknowledge me?" "That is impossible, Evelyn," said George with a firm shake of his head. "He is—" But his words were cut short when Mrs. Wakefield sidled up next to her daughter. "I do apologize for interrupting, but I really must steal away my daughter." "Might I have a moment, Mamma?" asked Miss Wakefield, her worried gaze turning between Evelyn and her mother. "Mr. Highmore is quite anxious to speak with you, and you have kept him waiting for some time." Mrs. Wakefield's tone was kind but firm, and Miss Wakefield sighed, her arm dropping from Evelyn's side. "I do apologize," she said with a sad smile for both Finches before taking her leave. George shifted in place, his expression darkening as he studied his sister, as though he couldn't decide between taking Miss Wakefield's place and remaining where he was to provide her shelter. Though the mention of Mr. Highmore likely hadn't improved her brother's mood either. Perhaps it was cruel of her, but some of the strain in her heart eased when she met George's troubled gaze.
She was not alone in her romantic frustrations. Though she didn't wish this pain on anyone, there was comfort in knowing Evelyn Finch was not the only person who struggled with love. Sighing, she shook her head at herself and tried to pull herself free of those debilitating and all too unhelpful thoughts. Evelyn, I cannot claim to know what you should do or what is going through Mr. Townsend's thoughts at present, but is he the man you wish to give your heart to? George's gaze warmed, his lips slanting into a crooked grin that was more kind than humorous. You are a wonderful woman, Evelyn, and you deserve a man who is desperate to be at your side, someone who sees the whole of you and loves you without caveat. Though Evelyn had been trying so very hard to maintain her composure, there was nothing to be done when her brother's loving words wrapped around her. Tears filled her eyes, and she wiped them, her lips and chin trembling as she tried to keep them at bay. George's own eyes widened, and he cast a look about as though searching for something to stop the tears. I am sorry, he began, but Evelyn shook her head. She tried to explain how much his compliment meant to her, but it only drew forth more emotions. Dearest, Miss Wakefield mentioned you wished to see me. Mamma appeared at George's elbow, her tone light and curious, but when she caught sight of her daughter, she quickly took Miss Wakefield's previous position, her arm wrapped around Evelyn's back. What has happened? Evelyn shook her head, and George quickly explained. Mamma's arm squeezed tight around her, and Evelyn struggled to stem her tears, but once freed, they would not return to their cage. At least she was not gasping and sobbing like a ninny, and with her mother and brother standing close, few could even see her, while even fewer paid her any mind. In a trice, Mamma and George had her through the crowd and out the door. Her brother sent word for the horses to be readied and to gather the rest of the family. All the while, Mamma maintained a calm expression, though her arm never released its hold on her daughter. It gave Evelyn enough strength to keep from losing her composure completely, but she couldn't help but wish she was tucked away in her bedchamber to lick her wounds alone. It was bad enough that so many knew of her folly. She did not need to add to her ridiculousness by falling to pieces in front of an audience, even if it was her family. Soon the Finches were gathered and the horses readied, and George stood on the pavement with a furrowed look that spoke of something more than mere concern for his sister. Evelyn suspected she knew the cause. Drawing close, she placed a kiss on his cheek and whispered, Stay, George. I do not want my foolishness to spoil your evening. But I would be far happier knowing you are here, wooing your Miss Wakefield. Treat her well. George nodded, and Evelyn gave him a watery smile as Mamma and Papa helped her into the carriage. The others settled around her, and though a few questions were raised, prodding her to speak, Evelyn shook her head and settled into the squabs. You are a wonderful woman, Evelyn, and you deserve a man who is desperate to be at your side. That played again and again in her thoughts, her mind bouncing between George's look of concern and Mr. Townsend's snub, and though Evelyn couldn't claim a healthy amount of pride, she wasn't devoid of the sentiment. You deserve a man who is desperate to be at your side, someone who sees the whole of you and loves you without caveat. Those words warmed her through once more, but now Evelyn considered them in a new manner. Did she love Mr. Townsend without caveat? There was no disputing that she loved parts of him, but there was a hardness to his humour and a flippancy to his personality that did not sit well with her. Did she truly want Mr. Townsend? Though part of her gave that a resounding affirmative, a negative whispered from deep within the shadowy fears she had hidden from view. Flaws were inevitable, it was true, and until now she had simply shunted them to the side and focused on Mr. Townsend's many good qualities. But when giving them due consideration, Evelyn couldn't help but feel that she had chosen to blind herself to the many aspects of his character that were unattractive to her. A more important question arose, taking hold of her as she considered it. Did she want a man who would treat her in such a fashion? Seeing it again in her mind, she replayed the moment her gaze had caught Mr. Townsend's this evening,
A brief moment of recognition that was usually followed by a smile or a raise of the hand. But the turn of his lips when he had considered her was hardly warm or inviting, and then, without hesitation, he had dismissed her entirely, turning his attention to Miss Fernsby, of all people. Evelyn's lungs expanded for the first time since catching sight of Mr. Townsend that evening. The air came in and out, filling her to the brim as she straightened in her seat, studying the passing landscape. No woman wanted to be snubbed in such a manner, but her jaw set as she considered the situation as a whole. Her heart creaked in her chest, but it was still beating, and though it fluttered at the thought of catching Mr. Townsend's eye, she forced herself to acknowledge that the idea of him had entranced her more than the gentleman himself. More than that, she deserved better than to throw her heart after a man who didn't treat her with care and dignity. Mamma sat next to her, giving a silent show of support, and Evelyn reached for her hand, taking it firmly. Tears still lingered, but that resolution settled into her heart, calming her frayed nerves. Damaged, but not broken, Evelyn would not allow Mr. Townsend, of all men, to crush her heart. Chapter 31. If not for the precariousness of his situation, George would never have tossed his sister in the carriage and gone about his evening as though nothing were amiss. As it was, he struggled to keep his thoughts on the conversations around him, especially while Marian stood at Mr. Highmore's side, giving that fellow the little smiles George had thought belonged solely to himself. But his wounded pride buoyed when the lady in question turned her attention to him, sending him a silent question in her gaze. George couldn't explain what had happened with Evelyn after Marian's departure, not in mixed company at any rate, but it warmed him through to see the concern in those glances. Giving her a faint smile in return, he hoped she understood his meaning, though it would be quite impressive to convey everything he felt at present in one little gesture. Marian turned back to Mr. Highmore, laughing at something he'd said, which was unworthy of being called witty. George's heart prodded him to draw her attention away from the bore at her side, but he tamped down the instinct. His chest burned, yet he held on to his smile. Resolutions were of no use if they were not tested, and though he had hoped for a bit more time to acclimate to the role of friend and support, he refused to cast aside his good sense and throttle Mr. Highmore, or shake Marian. She tittered and smiled, sending coy looks in the fellow's direction. Rationally, George recognised it was no more overt than any other lady's flirtations, but it felt as though she were throwing herself into Mr. Highmore's arms, and he fought against his frown. Mr. Highmore was not some grand specimen of perfection that deserved such determined pursuit. If anything, the gentleman ought to swoon over Marian. "Miss Wakefield, I must commend you on the refreshments." Mrs. Meacham gave her a broad smile and motioned toward the drink in her hand. "I understand from Mrs. Norwich that you are solely responsible for them, and I must say I adore your drink selection. It is wonderful and simply delicious. I cannot say I have tried lavender lemonade before, and it is a delight." Mr. Meacham nodded as he slid his wife's free hand through his arm. "Though I will say there is nothing quite like a good slice of spice cake and cider." Marian gave a demure smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she hesitantly accepted the compliments. But George couldn't let it stand there. "And she managed the whole thing on a minuscule budget," he added. "That which wasn't donated, she purchased from local families like the Buckets and the Gibsons." "That is wonderful," said Mrs. Meacham. "I shall have to follow your lead the next time I throw a soirée. It is such a blessing to help the less fortunate in whatever way we can." Then, leaning forward, Mrs. Meacham said in a conspiratorial tone, "And my maid thanks you profusely for providing something that isn't so quick to stain. I fear I cannot go an evening without a spot of punch on my dress." Marian returned that with a broad smile. "Precisely. For my sake, if nothing else, I wanted drinks that wouldn't ruin my gloves or gown." "Bless you," replied Mrs. Meacham. "And I know I am not the only one who is grateful." But the moment of camaraderie was broken when Mrs. Kempthorne said, "You made a valiant effort, Miss Wakefield, but I cannot help but think the offerings are a little too common for a gathering such as this. But you are young and still learning the way of things." "Forgive me, Mrs. Kempthorne, if I disagree entirely," said George, and his words were echoed by the Meachams. "Hear, hear," added Mrs. Hawker as she joined the circle. "Though a tad rustic for the setting, the refreshments are delicious, and I fear I have gorged myself." Few compliments were given to the music itself, though all in attendance agreed the room was lovely to behold. The corner of Marian's mouth quirked upward in a faint smile, and she turned her gaze to George. Her eyes narrowed in comical irritation that said as readily as words that she found the whole situation as amusing as it was frustrating. George gave a commiserating smile in return, slightly lifting his shoulders in surrender, which made her grin broaden. "I understand the concert raised more than £20, said Mrs. Kempthorne. "That is something to be proud of, a valiant effort." No doubt the amount would have been higher if the concert were managed better, but George wasn't about to say that. It was clear from Marian's expression that she knew it, but she graciously accepted the compliment, even if it had an edge of condescension to it. "I have to wonder what they will do with the funds," said Mr. Highmore. "Whatever do you mean?" asked Marian, in a tone that was more vapid than alluring. For the life of him, George had never understood why ladies feigned ignorance. What man wanted a senseless wife? But flashes of Juliet came to mind, and he was forced to amend that thought. Only fools wanted senseless wives. Looking back on it, he couldn't recall why he'd welcomed such flirtations. Watching Marian mimic that behaviour gave his stomach a sour turn, and for once, that unsettled feeling had nothing to do with jealousy. "You have raised £20, which is no small sum," said Mr. Highmore. "I know it is going toward the parish charity, but shall Mr. Clements decide how the money is spent?" "The committee as a whole shall divide it amongst the needs Mr. Clements has identified," replied Marian, in a tone that sounded far more like her own, though her smile was still as simpering as before. "So it shan't be left entirely in the ladies' hands," said Mr. Highmore with a nod. "Mr. Clements will ensure it goes to the truly deserving." "As opposed to the partially deserving?" asked Mrs. Meacham with a wry smile. Mr. Highmore's expression lightened at her turn of phrase, but shook his head. "Simply meaning that not all the poor deserve assistance. Though some are truly desperate, most are lazy and simply need to work harder." George stared at the fellow, wondering if he saw the hypocrisy in spouting such nonsense whilst living off wealth that had been handed to him. But as much as he wanted to say just that, George wondered why Marian hadn't. That was precisely the sort of nonsense that set her teeth on edge. Yet she stood there, holding on to a demure smile. "I hardly think it our place to judge others," said Mr. Meacham. Just as he lifted his cider glass to his lips, he added in a wry tone, "I am fairly certain there are some strongly worded scriptures to that effect." Mr. Highmore nodded. "True, but giving money to those who squander it isn't a kindness. Far too many charity cases are mere layabouts, who could live quite comfortably if they shouldered their responsibilities and worked hard. The men carouse and sprinkle their byblows all over creation, and the women fritter away their virtue, to say nothing of their heartlessness, if the number of abandoned babies is any indication. It is scandalous how many foundling homes are needed to care for their abandoned offspring." With an arched brow, Mrs. Meacham narrowed her eyes. "As I see we are not going to agree on any point, Mr. Highmore, I see no reason to continue this conversation." The Meachams took their leave, something George longed to do. However, he couldn't tear his eyes from Marian. Mr. Highmore's beliefs were the sort of tripe too many of their class believed. All trials and blessings were granted from the divine, as though he were some grand puppet master controlling every aspect of each life. Being born to a wealthy family was a clear demonstration that one was more righteous than the lower classes, and their continued prosperity reinforced their divinely appointed status. Never mind that Mr. Highmore's description of the lower classes' morals could easily be attributed to the gentry and nobility as well. The Marian that George knew would not stand silent as someone spewed such malformed beliefs. Yet she held her tongue, despite the tension in her jaw and the strain in her smile. This was not the lady he loved. This was not his Marian. Slanting admiring glances at Mr. Highmore, she stood there like any other tittering, silly debutante who flattered and flirted, never speaking a word that might contradict the opinions of her beau. His honour twisted about, demanding that he defend the defenceless, yet he had given his word to be Marian's friend. With jealousy driving so many of his actions of late, George wasn't certain that dark sentiment hadn't snuck its way into this moment, mimicking concern and righteousness. Hadn't he used such justification with Mr. Clements? Would speaking out now cause a rift? Or was it the right thing to do? But the conversation quickly shifted away, as Mrs. Hawker and Mrs. Kempthorne did not wish to discuss such unseemly subjects as the poor and needy at a charitable event, and George stood there, unable to speak or contribute, as his thoughts were fixed wholly on Marian. Chapter 32. Placing her hands at the small of her back, Marian stretched, her spine cracking and popping like an old woman's as she groaned. Except for sleeping, what little there had been, she had spent the entire day at the Norwiches, and she was quite ready to fall into bed. Her head rang from the remnant noise, her mind so very clogged that she was certain she could not form a coherent thought. Rest and quiet were precisely what she needed. Though much of the mess could wait until tomorrow, the refreshments required immediate attention, leaving Marian trapped at the Norwiches' home long after everyone else had left and the family had retired. But with the maid's help, the leftovers were now wrapped in linen, ready to be delivered to the needy. Yet another bit of good to be done. Marian pulled her shawl close and stepped out into the night as a servant locked the door behind her, no doubt glad to be done with their labours. A shadow moved before her, and she leapt backward, but it raised its hands in apology as it hurried to her side. "I didn't mean to startle you," said Mr. Finch. "What are you doing here?" Marian cast a look around the street, half expecting others to emerge from the darkness. Mr. Finch lifted an arm, pointing at it with his other hand as he smiled. "I suspected you would be here late, and didn't want to leave you unescorted." Marian smiled and slid her arm through his, squeezing it as she replied, "You didn't need to. It is not far, and I am safe enough." "It is my pleasure." The autumn air nipped at her, and Marian drew the shawl closer, though it did little good. With the sun out, the days were warm enough that a proper jacket was unnecessary, but with evening passing soon into morning, Marian shivered. Releasing her arm, Mr. Finch shrugged off his greatcoat and settled it over her shoulders. It smelled of him, though she could not put a finger on what that scent was precisely. Mr. Finch was not one to use cologne, so it was not the spice or bright zest of so many other gentlemen. It was simply him, and was as familiar and welcome to Marian as roses or lavender. "You needn't be miserable simply because I am too silly to bring a jacket of my own," Marian said with a laugh. But Mr. Finch ignored her protest and straightened the lapels of the coat, pulling it close around her. "Thank you," she whispered, and he met that with a smile that held a hint of sadness. He threaded her arm through his once more, and the pair strolled along the empty lanes in silence. Except for the grasses and leaves shivering in the breezes, the world was silent, and Marian could not bring herself to break it. The moon hung high in the sky, though a sliver of it still hid in the shadows, not ready to reveal its full glory for another few days. And still, Mr. Finch said nothing. His pensiveness felt different from her own silent mood. Where her attention was turned outward, to the muted beauty of the night, Mr. Finch's attention was inward, his thoughts churning so much that Marian could hear them spinning into butter. The more introspective he became, the more her attention became fixed on him. It wasn't until they reached Wrenwood Lodge that her curiosity was too great to keep her silent any longer. "You wait for me out in the cold night air for ages, and then say not a word to me. Do I need to beg you to speak your mind, or are you going to leave me dying of curiosity?" asked Marian with a teasing smile as they halted on her front steps. Mr. Finch stood before her, but he did not meet her gaze. For all his energy of spirit earlier, he seemed quite empty at present, except for those roiling thoughts that remained hidden away. "I have much on my mind at present," he said. "One of the joys of friendship is not needing to suffer through such things alone, Mr. Finch. You might feel better if you unburden yourself. Heaven knows you have listened to my problems countless times." Marian spoke in a light tone, hoping it would put him at ease, but it did no good, as Mr. Finch did not look at her. "I fear this is something you do not wish to discuss." Marian's brows pulled low. "You cannot pique my curiosity with such a statement and expect me to let it be." Mr. Finch drew in a breath, letting it out in a heavy sigh, his eyes turning to finally meet hers. "I wish to be a good friend to you, to support you. I do." The fellow paused there, his tone rife with unspoken things, though Marian did not know what he intended to say. Mr. Finch's brows knotted together, his expression grim, and her heart sank when she considered all the possibilities. "But," she prodded. "But I cannot watch you alter yourself so entirely to please a man." Scratching at the back of his head, Mr. Finch turned as though to pace, though there was no space on the steps. "Tonight you held your tongue again and again despite the nonsense Mr. Highmore spouted, acting for all the world as though you were some docile mouse who lives to do her beau's bidding. I wish to be your friend, but I cannot bear to see you reduced to that." Marian's shoulders fell, her fingers fiddling with the edges of his jacket as she studied the large buttons. "It sickened me to say nothing, Mr. Finch, but I have little choice. Mr. Highmore may not be an ideal match, but he is far preferable to anyone my father chooses for me." A shudder ran through her, settling into her heart as she added, "And being true to myself has not won me any suitors. Clearly I lack the attractions necessary to win a husband, so I must make some alterations if I wish to gain Mr. Highmore's good opinion." "No!" The word was firm, unyielding, and unlike any tone she had heard from him before. His expression hardened, his eyes lighting as though candles blazed within them, and he drew closer until he was nearly touching her. "You do not need a man who douses your spirit, Miss Marian. You need someone who adores your passion and fire. Yes, your temper gets the better of you, but you are learning to control it, which is entirely different from snuffing out your heart and soul." Marian didn't know when he'd drawn closer, but Mr. Finch's arms circled about her, his eyes holding hers as he spoke, and she couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. Blinking, she tried to comprehend what was happening. But between the lack of sleep, her efforts with the concert, and the sudden shock of having Mr. Finch holding her so close, she couldn't grasp what was going on. "You love deeply, and you should be with a man who adores that passionate heart of yours. Anyone else isn't worthy of you." Mr. Finch's voice was little more than a whisper, though he spoke as sure and certain as if he had shouted the words. His hands had a mind of their own, for though George knew he ought to step away, he could not release her. One remained firmly at her waist, and he cursed himself for having given her his coat, for it kept him from feeling her. His other hand rose to her cheek, feathering a touch across the edge of her jaw. "Marian." Though he had thought of her in such intimate terms for so long, speaking her given name without title or formal address filled him with warmth. Wrapped in the darkness, and with her encircled in his arms, George couldn't bear to distance himself in any manner. She gazed at him, her eyes shining in the moonlight, and his heart shuddered at the sight of her confusion. Surely this was not such a great surprise. How else could one explain all the time he spent at her side?
A man did not wait for hours in the cold autumn night to walk a lady home for no reason. There were so many things he wanted to say, but George's lips could not form the words. Of course, he could hardly speak, and it felt as though he had eaten sand. His heart pounded against his ribs, threatening to burst straight through him as he considered how to convince her. But she hadn't believed his marriage proposal. What if she laughed once more? His gaze fell to her lips. Perhaps action was the better course. Not allowing himself to reconsider, he leaned forward, his lips brushing hers. Marian's hands rested against his chest, trapped between them as his eyes slid closed. It felt as though the very world around him sighed at the touch, as 1,000 daydreams culminated in that simple kiss. But when Marian remained rigid in his arms, his eyes opened to find her staring at him, her own opened wide in shock. Her fingers rose to touch her lips. Marian blinked at him, her brows fixed so high up on her forehead that they might never come down. George couldn't breathe, wasn't certain if he ever would again as she stared at him. Then she pulled away, her hand reaching backward for the door handle as she slid the greatcoat off her shoulders and shoved it at him. "I must go to bed," she whispered, stumbling through the door and shutting it in his face. Letting the coat fall to the ground, George sank to the stairs and groaned, covering his face with his hands. Back pressed against the door, Marian stared at the dark hallway. Hallucinations were a byproduct of exhaustion, weren't they? She was certain she had read that somewhere, though she had never experienced it herself. Surely she wasn't so worn out that her mind was playing tricks on her. But what other explanation was there for that kiss? She touched her lips once more, certain they would burst into flame. During the first months of their marriage, Rachel and her brother had not been discreet in their affection, and Marian had seen quite a few passionate embraces. This kiss had been nothing like that, yet she felt his faint bust to her very core. It slid through her with a strength and power that made it difficult to remain on her feet. It couldn't have happened. She had dreamt of just such a kiss for so long that her exhausted mind had conjured it up. A waking dream, that was all. Though she had been nearly asleep on her feet mere moments before, her body now thrummed with energy, and she scurried up the stairs. Slipping through the hallway, Marian locked herself in her bedchamber and hurried to the window. She looked out over the front walk and found Mr. Finch standing there, his shoulders slumped and head hanging low. Holding back the curtains, Marian watched as he trudged down to the lane. Turning back to the house, Mr. Finch looked up at her, and she flinched, pulling the curtains in front of her, though even in the dark he must have seen the movement. She inched the curtains open a crack and watched him as he stared up at her window. That was real. Mr. Finch had kissed her. Marian's eyelids fluttered as she considered the situation. Ought a lady to call a man by his given name in such a moment? They had kissed after all. Shaking her head, she tried to gather her frenetic thoughts, but they bounced about, slipping through her fingers. Mr. Finch had kissed her. Of that she was certain. She could still smell the scent from his greatcoat lingering on her skin. George had kissed her. No matter how many times she repeated that sentence, she couldn't believe it. Though she had been party to it, she couldn't accept it any more than she could his half-hearted proposal. What did it mean? No doubt Rachel would laugh at that question, for it would seem quite clear to her, but Rachel did not know George. His voice echoed in her ears, whispering words from the far past, ones she had repeated so many times that they were undiluted by the years. "You are my dearest friend, but I have always thought of you as a sister, not a woman. Of course you are a woman, just not a woman, the sort I would court and marry and—" George's rejection had been as much about her as it had been about Juliet Hutton. Then Papa's voice entered the fray, whispering, "Widowers are far less interested in the whole courting dance. and you might come to an understanding with him."
A proposal and a kiss. Marian hadn't thought to receive either of those from Mr. Finch, but they had happened. Yet not once had the man spoken of love. Her thoughts replayed all the many wonderful things he'd said throughout the weeks, but even as her heart argued with her, she had to admit George was free with compliments. He had said such things before, all while he'd been enamoured with another, all while Marian was not a woman. She stared at the man, though she couldn't see anything of his features, shrouded as they were in shadow. But George's posture was so dejected that she couldn't help but wonder if he truly was disappointed. Was it due to her kiss, or her reaction to his? Her breaths quickened, and she struggled to keep her hands from shaking as she considered a possibility. It wriggled past her protections, burrowing into her heart as she watched him. What if George were in earnest? What if it were true? What if he kissed her not out of obligation or wanting to rescue her from her father's edict, but because he desired it, desired her? Marian's heart groaned as long-dead parts shuddered to life. What if George's feelings had changed? The thought quickened her pulse in a manner that was both thrilling and terrifying. She bit her lip, worrying that bit of flesh as she tried to sort things out. But both emotions increased in equal measure until she wasn't certain if she was more terrified to marry a man of her father's choosing or George. The latter had far more power to destroy her heart. Peeking out from around the fabric, she watched as George pressed a kiss to his fingers and raised it in farewell. Dropping the curtain, Marian collapsed onto her bed and stared at the shadows. Sleep was not going to come tonight. Chapter 33. "Stop fidgeting!" Mother's tone was more humorous than censorious, and George forced himself not to tug at his jacket sleeves. Straightening, he slanted a look at her, though she was already occupied with another guest, greeting the newcomer with a smile and a few words of welcome. George cast a glance at his sister beside him, and Evelyn gave him a rueful grin and patted him on the arm before curtsying to the next guest. Receiving lines were torturous. Few enjoyed the pomp and circumstance of it all, and there were always those guests who couldn't bear to give their host and hostess a simple greeting before moving along. They remained far longer than necessary, determined to have a proper conversation, which slowed down the line. When that inevitably happened, George always found himself standing before a lady or gentleman who was not a friend and had nothing to say beyond vague pleasantries. So they stood there, staring at each other, whilst hoping the one slowing the line got a move on. As he and Juliet hadn't had the space to hold large gatherings, George had been spared receiving line duty for the last few years. He'd hoped to avoid it for some years to come, but as a member of the Finch household, he was expected to participate. The experience was not improved by the fact that George's attention was more fixed on the doors than on his duty to his family's guests. Surely the Wakefields would attend. As the Finches' Michaelmas ball was one of the foremost celebrations in the area, nothing short of serious illness would keep people at home, and for some, not even that would hinder them. George needed to see her. Though he had used business as an excuse to avoid Marian all week, the truth was that he hadn't mustered the courage to see her again since... George wasn't certain what to call that interlude they'd shared, for it was a mockery to kisses. Had he done it properly, Marian would have been too busy swooning to run away. And the look in her eyes. It seemed he and Marian must begin again once more. George pinched his nose, and Evelyn slid her arm through his, giving him silent support as he faced yet another guest. "George," whispered Mother, with more than a hint of a laugh in her voice, "you shall worry yourself into the grave. Breathe, dearest. All will be well." Evelyn gave his arm another squeeze, and George nodded. Clearly he had surprised Marian with his embrace. It had shocked him as well. A friend didn't steal kisses, but he hadn't been able to let that moment pass.
A man's resolve could only be pushed so far before it crumbled. Just as he was giving himself yet more assurances and forming more plans for the evening, Mr. and Mrs. Wakefield stepped through the door, their eldest son and daughter-in-law following behind. And then there was Marian. Her gown was a sight to behold. The gold hints of the dress complemented her colouring to perfection, giving a richness to the brown of her hair and eyes. Though other gowns utilised frills and flowers to an absurd degree, her dress typified understated elegance. The silk was the colour of champagne, making up for the dress's lack of ornamentation with the inherent beauty of the fabric. It swept down her skirts with nary a wrinkle or blemish besmirching the perfection, and the sheen caught the candlelight, setting her aglow. Marian's coiffure was equally lovely, combining several twisting braids and accented by a few stems of flowers. Not an explosion of greenery and blossoms, but an artful application that highlighted the rose of her cheeks, enhancing, not overpowering. George was not normally one to pay so much mind to a lady's toilette, but this was no normal moment, and he knew that when lying on his deathbed many decades from now, he would recall how lovely Marian looked this evening. His eyes caught every detail, etching her into his memory. The whole look gave a nod at fashion while being something altogether different, rather like the lady herself. As Marian followed her family through the entrance, her gaze found George's and darted away, the pink of her cheeks deepening as the Wakefields took their place in the receiving line. George managed all the polite salutations required of him, though his smile strained when her father stepped before him. Forcing himself to relax, he reminded himself that Mr. Wakefield was no villain. Careless and thoughtless, yes, but that did not make the man evil, and as George hoped to be his future son-in-law, it was best to maintain civility. Luckily, the line moved quickly enough that they were saved from having to make conversation. The younger Mr. Wakefield paid George as little mind as his parents, and though his wife gave a few added words, George's thoughts were entirely on the final person in their party. Bless his parents. They stopped the elder Wakefields to engage them in far more conversation than a host and hostess ought. Marian Wakefield stood before him, looking every inch the picture of perfection, as though she had emerged straight from his dreams, even if she was staring at her toes. "Did you receive my flowers?" he whispered. Eyes darting up and down, back and forth, Marian nodded. George would have preferred to see a smile in her gaze or her expression lighten, but he contented himself with the knowledge that her eyes often drifted to his lips. Surely that was a good sign, even if the lady fidgeted even more. "Come, Marian," said her mother. "Do not commandeer Mr. Finch's time." George huffed, his shoulders dropping as Marian hurried to follow her mother's instructions, though she cast a lingering look over her shoulder as they entered the throng. His heart shuddered at the sight of fear and uncertainty in her gaze, yet buried amidst the swarm of emotions, there was a glimmer of something akin to interest. Hope, perhaps. Or was George inferring those warm sentiments? Leaning around Mother, Father frowned at his son and whispered, "Don't just stand there, George. Follow her." George glanced at the other guests queued up for their hosts, but Mother brushed his concern aside and said with a hint of a laugh in her tone, "I assure you we can manage a receiving line without you, dearest." Requiring no further prompting, George gave his mother and sister a quick buss on the cheek and hurried after Marian. "Mr. Wakefield," he called, with far more determination than decorum. When the gentleman and his wife stopped and turned to face him, George slowed and attempted to gather his manners once more. "Might I be so bold as to ask to escort your daughter tonight?" Marian dropped her gaze to the floor, her cheeks flushing. "Certainly, my boy," said Mr. Wakefield, his chest puffing like a peacock as he gave his daughter a triumphant smile, and George felt a strong urge to give the preening fellow a set-down for the heavy-handed treatment of his daughter. Leaning closer, her mother whispered, "I told you, Marian, if you simply put forth more effort, gentlemen would take notice." Mrs. Wakefield spoke quietly enough that George pretended he hadn't overheard, but Marian's gaze flew to him with such mortification that he suspected she knew the truth. George offered up his arm, and Marian took it, though she hardly touched it as he turned to lead her away. "You see, Marian, I was correct," said Father, not bothering to muffle his words, and though George did not grasp his meaning, it was impossible to ignore how Marian stiffened at the implication. As much as George wished to ask after its meaning, he knew better than to dredge up that secret if she did not wish to offer it willingly. So, with more haste than care, he hurried Marian away from her family, not stopping until they were situated in a quiet corner of the ballroom some distance away. The discomfort in her posture and expression did not ease as they stood together, and George scoured his thoughts for anything that might alleviate her nerves. From the moment they'd met, conversation had flowed between them with the fluid ease of a summer brook, but at present they were in a drought. There had only been one other notable time in which this had happened, and he supposed the solution would be the same. Equivocating would only strengthen the awkwardness. Confronting it was the best course. "Did I offend you with my kiss?" he asked. Marian's eyes widened, her gaze snapping to his before searching the area, though no one paid them any mind. George smiled, though he tried for a self-deprecating expression. It was more weak and uncertain. "From your reaction, I would say I am a wretched kisser." Marian bit down on her lips, her cheeks blossoming cherry red, and shook her head. Then, pulling in a sigh, she let it out in one long breath, her words slipping out as though pulled from her. "You are not a wretched kisser, not in the slightest." George wanted to press the issue, but saw the thoughts churning in her mind and remained silent as she sorted through them. It was hardly more than a few heartbeats, though it felt like time stilled until he was standing there for minutes, even hours, as he waited for enlightenment. Scrunching her eyes closed, Marian clenched her jaw, seemed to shake off whatever was holding her tongue, and faced him. "I do not know what to make of it, George." Stiffening, her eyes widened as she hurried to correct herself. "Mr. Finch." But the words were spoken, and a smile stretched across his face. George didn't bother to hide it. Not that he could have, anyway. Such a slip meant she thought of him in intimate terms, so surely her heart was not closed off to him. Holding her gaze, he moved closer. Not enough for others to take notice, but enough that she would hear his whisper. "That kiss meant precisely what it was. I wished to kiss you, and I want you to be my wife." Rather than relax at that reassurance, Marian's body tensed even further, and she stared at him as though she expected him to lash out like some drunken lout. George's ribs constricted, pressing down on his heart as a ripple of pain swept through him at every heartbeat. She should never look so frightened, certainly not when faced with his declaration. "You needn't answer now," he said, filling his voice with all the soothing kindness he could manage. "I do not mean to rush you into anything, but you must know I was, and am, in earnest." Chapter 34. Marian's gaze broke from him and swept through the crowds as she put a touch more distance between them. George shifted to stand at her side again, tucking his hands behind him as though they were merely standing about, gabbing about all the ridiculous nonsense that punctuated the rest of the conversations in the ballroom. But that term was a bit of a misnomer. Yes, this was the room in which the ball was being held, but, like so many other estates, Farley Manor did not have a proper ballroom. With a few adjustments, one could be fashioned together from the formal gallery and drawing room, with the sitting room and a few others on the ground floor being pressed into service for cards, dining, and anything else the party required. Once decorated with all the trimmings, one couldn't tell the difference between it and the ballrooms found in the finest of homes. And so, the rooms were called by their individual names when used for their original purposes, but when considered as a whole, the family referred to it as the ballroom. Rather odd,
but that was the way of things. Was he truly thinking about ballrooms when standing beside Marian? After waiting nearly a sennight to speak with her again, George had anticipated some grander scene to play out between them, but he was content enough knowing that she hadn't sent him packing when he'd asked to escort her about tonight. Of course, her parents hadn't given her a choice in the matter, but only a fool would assume Marian Wakefield would remain at his side if she didn't wish to be there. "You invited Mr. Highmore?" Marian's question took him by surprise, and George needed her to repeat it before he fully grasped the words. Turning his gaze to where she was staring, he caught sight of the fellow standing with a group of gentlemen, engrossed in their conversation and completely oblivious to the lady Mr. Highmore claimed he was courting. "I did not send the invite personally, but I asked my mother to include him." The words tasted sour on his tongue. With brows raised high, Marian turned to face him, her gaze holding his with more firmness than anything she'd shown so far tonight. "Why would you do that? After Mr. Clements—" Her sentence drifted into silence, for there was nothing more to say. They both knew her meaning, so additional words were a waste, even if George wished she would speak them to give him more time to formulate an explanation. Shoring up his reserves with a deep breath, he sighed. "I know I behaved abominably before, and I do not wish to repeat my mistakes. I have made my intentions clear, but if you desire Mr. Highmore instead, I shan't stand in the way." Even if it made his insides twist and wrench at the thought. Luckily, George was able to deliver his speech without a single quiver or faltering word. Quite the accomplishment. "I do not know what to say to that, Mr. Finch." George forced himself not to wince at the use of his surname. It was well and proper, but now that he'd heard her speak his given name, he couldn't help but long to hear it again. It sounded so delightful when spoken from her lips. His mind conjured the image of drawing her into his arms and asking her to call him George. Of course, then he would need to kiss her again. All of which was quite unacceptable at present. "My actions have not always demonstrated it, but I only wish for you to be happy, Miss Marian," he replied, forcing himself to use her proper address, or as much of it as he could stand when it was just the two of them speaking together. "If being Mrs. Highmore makes you happy, then so be it. However, I do stand by my previous assertion. You ought not to give yourself to a man who does not adore your passionate heart." George caught her gaze and held it, hoping beyond hope that whatever passed between them, she would believe that. The thought of losing her to anyone was painful, but at the very least she ought to find someone who cherished her as much as he did, though he didn't think such a man existed. Raising her gaze to meet his, Marian held it, and George's heart soared as the last of her nerves slipped from view. He was not foolish enough to think them erased entirely, but for now she was at ease, and that was enough. Of all his features, Marian adored George's eyes the most. But then there was something to the slope of his nose and that lopsided grin of his. Who was she trying to fool? Marian thought all his features quite nicely put together, and standing there, held in his gaze, her heart began to do some very silly somersaults. But then, he'd always had the ability to drive her to distraction with merely a look. When the whole of his attention was turned on her, Marian was powerless. However, it wasn't his eyes themselves that captured her so. George had a way of looking at her, seeing her, as though he knew the whole of her and approved heartily of it. It was the look that had stolen her heart all those years ago. It warmed her on a chilly day and lightened her spirits when nothing else could. "You look lovely tonight," he said, his eyes sweeping her figure in a manner that had Marian blushing once more. Would her cheeks never cool? "The colour is so becoming on you." Marian's heart fluttered, bounding about like an energetic bumblebee, and, as she met his gaze, she found herself wondering anew at this whole situation. Truly, she could not sort it all out. Many might think her a fool for questioning the meaning behind a kiss and marriage proposal, But how many times had she stood by his side and heard him spout lovely words to her, telling her how grand a lady she was, only for him to be horrified when he discovered that she loved him.
"You see, Marian, I was correct."
Father's words ricocheted through her thoughts, and though she knew George could not know their meaning, it was not lost on Marian. Widowers did not need romance. A marriage of convenience, that is all. What would be better than a friend as his bride? They rubbed along, after all.
"I dare say you outshine all the rest of the ladies, Marian."
Giving that a wry smile, Marian strove for a lighter tone when she replied, "You must forgive me, Mr. Finch, if your compliments lack weight."
George frowned. "I have only ever been honest with you."
Marian turned her gaze to the crowd, holding her dignity close and shielding her heart as she revealed a small piece of it. "You have always been generous in your praise, and it is hard to pay your compliments any mind." Stiffening, George narrowed his gaze as he studied her.
"Is that why you have warned me off so many times, saying I needn't ply you with compliments?"
"I will remind you that on the same night you claimed I was radiant and fetching, you also said you did not see me as a woman." Marian attempted a light tone, and though her effort was middling, she managed not to convey all the pain prickling in her heart. With a sigh, she shook her head and held up a staying hand. "I apologize, Mr. Finch. You have done your best to make amends, and it is not fair of me to dredge up the past."
"I did not say you weren't a woman," George said with a wince.
Though phrased like a statement, there was a question rife in his tone and a fair heaping of chagrin that made it clear he did not recall the precise wording, nor did he wish to. "You were emphatic on the subject, in fact. So I beg your pardon if I find it difficult to believe your compliments now when they meant little before." George rubbed his forehead, pressing a firm finger to the spot between his eyes that grew so very stiff when he worried.
"Allow me to set the record straight. I never thought you were plain, not ever. My compliments were always honest, and I meant every word. I did not think of you as a romantic prospect, which is why your declaration startled me so and may have led me to react in a manner that was—"
He let out a sigh and shook his head.
"Well, a manner that was altogether unflattering for both of us. But no matter what impression I gave in that wretched moment, I never thought you as plain as you seem to think you are."
Though his expression at the time seemed to contradict that assertion, Marian couldn't dispute the deliberate and honest manner in which he spoke of those times. George was no liar. If her heart conflated his compliments into something greater than they were, that was her own doing, and it was unfair of her to distrust everything he'd said simply because she'd inferred more. Marian opened her mouth to say just that, but George forestalled her. Standing before her, he took her hand in his, as he'd done so many times before. However, the warmth in his eyes was something altogether new. It flowed from him and into her, stilling her breath as her heart beat a rapid rhythm. George's voice lowered, his words coming in with quiet firmness.
"Whatever happened that night or any of the nights before, you should know that for some time I have considered you the most beautiful woman of my acquaintance."
Eyes glued open, Marian stared at him, unable to move or speak at such a confession. His thumb brushed across the back of her hand, tracing a circle across her glove.
"I cannot explain it. Your face hasn't changed one jot, but it's like I was in darkness, and then the sun rose, bathing the world in light, and now I can see." His eyes traced the lines of her face, searching her features with such admiration that Marian couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then, with words that were hardly more than a whisper, he added, "You are beautiful, Marian, not just tonight, but always." Her chin trembled and she fought to take a breath, but her lungs wouldn't work. Batting her eyes, Marian tried to gain control of her tear ducts and cursed her situation. Why now?
No one noticed them in their little corner, yet she was not free to say or do any of the things that filled her thoughts. George thought her beautiful, lovely. No one outside her family had ever used such vernacular with her. Though she had heard it with her own ears, Marian struggled to believe it. Her mind picked apart each word, trying to see beneath the surface to discern its meaning. Did he wish to sway her from Mr. Highmore, or puff up her vanity to brighten her evening? They were the words of a lover, yet Marian had heard similar things spoken as a token of friendship and not romance. George. She didn't mean to slip into the familiar, but it was so difficult to keep him at a distance when discussing such things. But even as she corrected herself, she did not know what she intended to say after it. "Miss Wakefield?" Mr. Miles Finch appeared beside his brother, giving her a quick bow. "Not now, Miles," said George, shooing him away, but his brother shook his head. "The first dance is about to start, and I was hoping Miss Wakefield would do me the honour of standing up with me." The younger Finch glanced between the pair, his brows knitting together. Before George could argue again, Marian stepped forward. "I would be delighted." Chapter 35. Snatching Mr. Miles Finch's arm, Marian hurried toward the dance floor, dragging the gentleman along. Her heart prodded her to return to George's side, but time to sort out her thoughts was precisely what she needed. Getting swept up in a moment hadn't done her any good before, and she wasn't about to allow herself to repeat that mistake. Hasty decisions rarely led to happy hearts. She had hardly a moment to think about George, because the dance began, and she was swept into the steps. Of course, he lingered in the back of her thoughts, but as he had taken up permanent residence there long ago, that was nothing out of the ordinary. "You are a fine dancer, Miss Wakefield." "And you are being too generous in your praise, Mr. Finch." Her statement was punctuated by a misstep. "I fear I haven't danced much in recent years, and I am a touch out of practice." The young man shook his head and gave her a broad grin. "Nonsense." "I would think it obvious I do not dance often. Otherwise your brother wouldn't have pressed you into service," Marian replied, with a spark of mirth in her gaze. "Though I suppose he is regretting that at present. What did he offer you to keep me occupied during the dances he couldn't secure himself?" Mr. Miles Finch shook his head, his mop of red curls catching the candlelight. "George offered me nothing." But there was something in his tone that confirmed Marian's suspicions. "Though we have met a few times, I cannot claim to know you well," said Mr. Finch. Then, with a spark of mischief in his gaze, he added, "I've been curious about the lady who has captured my brother's heart." The dance pulled them apart, and Marian was grateful for a moment to gather herself. George's kiss had upended her view of the world, and tonight was only serving to further dishevel her orderly life. She had come to accept that George was beyond her reach, and now he was here in this very room, claiming he loved her. But that gave her pause. He hadn't said anything of the kind. George had praised her, which was nothing out of the ordinary. He had proposed, they had kissed, but not once had any sentiment beyond friendship been mentioned. People embraced and married for a multitude of reasons, many of which had naught to do with love. Could she truly believe George's motivations were romantic? Marian scowled at herself, for these thoughts had been plaguing her since that wretchedly wonderful kiss, and she was no closer to discerning the truth. When the dance brought her back to her partner, Marian offered the only response she could think to give. "That is kind of you to say, but your brother is a friend, that is all." "Forgive me for disagreeing, Miss Wakefield, but I've seen George's behaviour of late, and have heard him speak at length about you in private. I'm not being generous at all when I say he is enamoured with you." Marian shifted in place, unable to meet her partner's gaze as she replied, "As he has not seen fit to say such things to me himself, you will forgive me for being wary about accepting another's word for it." The fellow nodded, though his expression darkened, his forehead furrowing as he studied Marian. Then his features relaxed, evidently brushing his thoughts aside as he gave her a broad smile. "I understand you enjoy Mr. Irving's novels." Marian's brows rose, and she took Mr. Finch's hand as he led her through the dance. "I can tell from your tone that you are an avid reader of his works as well." And with that, they launched into a discussion of literature. The dance pulled them apart, breaking their conversation into pieces, but it did little to impede the flow of subjects, or Marian's awareness of George. Whether it was his physical presence or the echo of his words, he followed her about the dance floor, forever inserting himself into her thoughts. His brother was just as lively, though not nearly as witty, and Marian found herself searching the gentleman's features for the similarities to George's. When the dance finished, another gentleman took her partner's place, spinning her about the floor with the same enthusiasm and interest, and he was replaced by yet another. If Marian hadn't recognised George's hand in the situation, she might have been perplexed by the sudden increase in dance partners. But though no gentleman hinted that he had been pressed into duty, she knew the truth. Perhaps that ought to bother her, but it was impossible to work herself into a dither when it brought her such enjoyment. Never had she danced so often, and each of the gentlemen was kind and engaging, just the sort of partner a lady longed to have. And, all the while, George was with her. Though he stood up nearly as many times as Marian, each with a different lady who graced the edge of the gathering, she felt his attention on her. His gaze caught hers, and though brief, it flashed through her in a rush of heat. Marian's heartbeat thumped erratically, and she struggled to keep from stumbling. How could one look hold so much power and weight? What if he were in earnest? Was his brother correct? Did George adore her? With each subsequent moment, those frightful thoughts began anew, spreading and gaining strength in her heart. Struggling to keep her breath steady, Marian tried to consider the whole of her situation, but even as the tide turned in her heart, other questions pricked at her. Was she reading into his actions more than he intended? Was it merely admiration and friendship? Was Papa's threat pushing him to rescue her? Her judgment had led her to disaster before, so she could hardly trust it. Like poor Miss Finch, Marian knew too well how easy it was to convince herself that an offer of friendship meant something more. And even with Mr. Miles Finch's words lending strength to George's, she kept returning to that irrefutable truth. She could not trust herself. The song ended, and her partner moved to escort her from the dance floor, but George appeared at his elbow. "Miss Wakefield, would you do me the honour of standing up with me for the supper dance?" Marian straightened, casting her eyes about for a clock, but as there was none to be found, she had to take George's word for it. She could hardly believe the time had flown so quickly as that, but there was no denying the fact standing before her. George held out his hand, waiting as she stared at it. A heartbeat later, she took it as the strains of music began again. It was a waltz. Marian didn't know whether to weep or beam when his arms settled around her, pulling her close. George's eyes held hers, that faint smile on his lips, drawing her even closer until it felt as though they were bound together. And perhaps they were. Marian was a complete person on her own, but there was something about George that made her feel more so, as though, together, they were stronger than apart. Goodness, what was she to do with herself? "Is every gentleman present going to ask for a dance?" she asked, for teasing was better than thinking of everything else. George's brows rose, though there was far too much feigned surprise for him to be wholly innocent. "I haven't the foggiest notion what you are referring to." "As a successful night for me includes a mere 2 dances, you will understand if I do not believe tonight's abundance is mere coincidence." But then he stole her breath away as his expression softened, something Marian hadn't thought possible, as he was already gazing upon her in quite the warm manner. And in a low tone he said, "I have given you so many reasons to frown.
I wanted to make you smile." Well, that did it. Marian couldn't help it when her lips stretched wide, her eyes shining. But before she could spend any more time questioning the world around her, George swept her into the dance. The strains of the music surrounded them, but it was their conversation that filled Marian's ears, lulling her into that old familiar banter she had missed for so long. One of the joys of being the hostess's daughter was that Evelyn needn't wait until supper to eat. At other balls, she was forced to hold off until the appointed hour before she could calm the rumblings in her stomach. As it was unlikely she would dance, she didn't shy away from indulging before the ball. But standing about for hours on end gave her nothing with which to distract herself. At least when the ball was at home, she could sneak into the dining room and filch some bread or cold ham, a tartlet as well if she were lucky enough to avoid detection. But still, it was a treat when the doors to the dining room finally opened and the guests could avail themselves of the full array of food, not only for the proper meal, but because the seating ensured she would be surrounded by conversation and others might feel more inclined to speak to her than previously, even if it made it all the clearer that she was alone, as no gentleman waited upon her. And so, Evelyn sat at one of the tables situated throughout the room. Many continued to dance, play cards, or otherwise entertain themselves, but there were enough here that she was able to insert herself into a conversation without seeming rude. Miss Wakefield sat a few seats down, and Evelyn smiled into her glass as she watched George hover at the lady's elbow, eager to fetch her any morsel she desired, with all the devoted eagerness a gentleman ought to bestow upon his dining companion. Far too many were more concerned with their own meal than fulfilling their duty to their lady. The pair looked so well together. Though there were plenty of others whispering about the sight, Evelyn couldn't fight the smile that grew as she watched Miss Wakefield blushing at George's gallantry. No doubt they were well on their way to an understanding, and Evelyn raised a metaphorical glass in their honour. Good for them. She couldn't recall the last time she'd seen George so happy, even if Miss Wakefield left him equally distressed at other times. A beau ought to be kept on his toes. "I hope that smile is for me." Mr. Townsend's voice chased away Evelyn's contentedness, and she forced herself to hold on to her equanimity, though she longed to deliver a swift kick to his shin. The bounder's expression was open and eager, looking entirely content to cuddle up to his dear friend, and the sight of it made her feelings sour all the more. How had she allowed herself to be so blinded by the gentleman? What a fool she was! Evelyn didn't know why he deigned to acknowledge her now, but it altered nothing. She refused to moon over fickle men, and she was not Mr. Townsend's toy to abandon and retrieve whenever it suited him. "I am not smiling because of you, sir. I was thinking of something entirely unrelated," replied Evelyn with a touch more sauciness than intended, though her heart lightened at her nonchalance. Taking the chair beside her, Mr. Townsend lifted a hand to his chest. "You wound me, Miss Finch. I had hoped for a pretty little blush, and received a blow to my pride instead." Had Mr. Townsend said such a thing a se'nnight ago, he would have received the gratification he sought, and, knowing that her resolve held firm against his overtures, Evelyn's heart lightened, filling her with contentment. "To be honest, sir, I am surprised you wish to speak to me at all." Mr. Townsend's brows rose. "And why should you think that, Miss Finch? Don't tell me you are jealous that I haven't danced with you." Chapter 36. Those words carried far and wide. Though not everyone in the dining room would have heard it, the many covert glances pointed in their direction made it clear that the ambient noise was insufficient to mute Mr. Townsend's impertinence. Evelyn's fork paused halfway to her mouth, hanging there as she stared at the fellow for a heartbeat. Forcing the bite in, she dabbed at her lips with a serviette whilst considering that statement. Though he hadn't elicited a blush before, a flush of heat touched her cheeks, and Evelyn drew in a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm.
With careful movements, she replaced the napkin and continued with her meal as though Mr. Townsend hadn't spoken. From the corner of her eye, Evelyn noticed her brother's gaze narrowing on Mr. Townsend, and she prayed George and Miss Wakefield were far enough away that they hadn't overheard, though she suspected that was a useless hope. Giving George a quick but comforting smile, Evelyn turned to Miss Blythe across the way and said, "I understand you purchased a new horse." The young lady beamed and nodded, launching into a description of the creature, and Mr. Townsend joined in as well, though his meagre skills in the saddle contributed little to the conversation. Evelyn watched him as he spoke and wondered if he'd always been quite so sharp in his comments. Mr. Townsend joked and laughed a great deal, but there was a bite to his words that made them less witty and more mocking. She studied her plate, poking at the goose and blackberry sauce. Had he altered during their time apart, or had she simply never noticed it? Evelyn's insides squirmed as she skirted the truth. She had been too desperate to catch herself a suitor, and she had ignored all his many undesirable qualities. Her throat tightened, and she took a sip from her goblet, hoping to ease the pain there, but there was nothing to be done as the emotion squirmed through her. "Might I say you look quite fetching tonight, Miss Finch?" Mr. Townsend's voice was too close to her ear, and Evelyn leaned away. "You are kind to say so," she replied with a tight smile. Mr. Townsend's brows lowered as he studied her, though Evelyn ignored him in favour of her roasted asparagus with butter sauce, which was one of her favourite vegetables. That and Brussels sprouts. And if she were to be entirely honest, steamed cabbage was heavenly, though most considered it too common for fine tables. She felt his regard and feigned ignorance. Vegetables were far more interesting than he. Evelyn couldn't understand Mr. Townsend's changing moods, or why he deigned to give her his attention as suddenly as he had withdrawn it at the concert. That niggling question aside, she didn't like the fellow well enough to be his plaything, and if he was hoping to bait her into liking him again, he was going to be sorely disappointed. "All young ladies adore a ball," he announced to the table as a whole. Though the others thought nothing of the announcement, Evelyn's brows rose at that sweeping statement that showed how little Mr. Townsend knew ladies, for he insisted on speaking of them as if they were of one mind. "I swear my sisters spend hours primping and preening before a ball, readying themselves in the hopes of entrancing some young buck enough that he might steal a kiss." Evelyn's brows furrowed at the flirtatious tone he took, and she found herself wondering if he was actually listening to his words or simply spewing nonsense. She couldn't imagine her brothers being so cavalier about her seeking out trysts. At present, George looked ready to pummel Mr. Townsend for merely suggesting such a thing, even if only through an insinuating tone. As there was nothing to say to such statements, Evelyn remained quiet, keeping her attention on the meal. "What about you, Miss Finch?" he asked with a smile that was likely meant to be sultry. "Have you readied yourself for a young man?" Evelyn scoffed, nearly choking on her drink. Setting the glass back down, she dabbed at her mouth. The conversation around them had lessened, making his forward question seem all the louder. "I dress for my pleasure, Mr. Townsend, and not for anyone else's." Evelyn cast a glance to either side, and though no one looked at them, she felt their regard. Her thoughts whirled, trying to piece together Mr. Townsend's meaning and motivation. Why was the fellow bothering her so? He ignored her one moment, and then asked inappropriate questions the next. She preferred his snubs. Mr. Townsend laughed. "Don't be coy, Miss Finch. I've heard it said a ball isn't complete without a kiss. Have you gotten yours yet?" Straightening, Evelyn stared at him with brows pulled tight together. "That is none of your business, sir. But if you are so very eager, which your fixation on the subject implies, you will have to find another young lady to oblige you." It was Mr. Townsend's turn to stiffen, and his eyes narrowed as he studied her. "You act coy, Miss Finch, but everyone knows you've been madly in love with me from the moment we met, practically throwing yourself at me." The world fell silent.
or it felt so to Evelyn, for not a soul stirred. Conversations died mid-syllable. Forks hung in the air mid-bite. Everyone within hearing distance, and that was a fair number, stared silently at Mr. Townsend. It felt as though time stretched out as they sat there. How she wished to vanish into the ether. Clinging to her composure, Evelyn forced herself to breathe, though her heart thudded painfully at the thought that he was entirely correct, for she had been deeply and thoroughly enamoured with him. Yet, as she considered her behaviour, she found nothing of which to be ashamed. Yes, she had foolishly thrown herself into loving an undeserving man, but she had comported herself with dignity, and though Mr. Townsend had ascertained her feelings, there was nothing overt to condemn her. Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest as though staring down a raving animal or something far more perilous than a crowded dining-room, but she forced her voice to remain calm and even as she held Mr. Townsend's gaze with equal firmness. "You say I threw myself at you, Mr. Townsend, but I will remind you that I have never once sought you out in public or private. It was you who came to my side during assemblies and parties. It was you who wrote me notes and called on me. It was you who asked me to join you on drives and outings. I never once prodded you to do any of that. So if anyone is throwing themselves at the other, it is you." Thankfully, her voice held steady. Had it quivered in the slightest, she'd never have managed that speech. But Evelyn's words were clear and strong, fortified by the knowledge that her actions all supported that assertion, and Mr. Townsend knew it. His complexion reddened, his mouth hanging agape as he stared at her, but Evelyn did not blink. Throwing down his napkin, the bounder shot to his feet and stomped away. "Brava!" Miss Blythe spoke the word so quietly she wasn't certain she'd intended it to be heard. The people around her remained held in place, and Evelyn dropped her gaze to her plate, taking another bite, though a slight tremor took hold of her hands. Yet even as her body reacted to that unpleasant interlude, her heart lightened. Thumping happily, it pumped energy through her, adding to her general shakiness. The others around her eventually turned back to their meals and conversations, and her stiffness faded as their attention shifted away. Evelyn's nerves hadn't failed her, giving that cad a set-down that was far more eloquent and sharp than expected in such a tense moment. She couldn't comprehend why Mr. Townsend had chosen to toy with her, and she was certain the embarrassment regarding her feelings for him would haunt her for some time. Yet at that moment, Evelyn Finch had every reason to hold her head high. George clenched his fork as his gaze bored into Mr. Townsend's retreating back. In quick succession, his thoughts conjured up the torments of hell he might unleash upon that blackguard, though not a one was punishment enough for such an outrage. With shaky breaths, he tried to ease the pressure in his chest, but his breathing was more forceful than calming, coming in and out like the laboured huffs of a train. Marian set aside her napkin and rose, going to Evelyn's side. She said something, though George could not lay hold of it, except to note that it was light-hearted and playing to the audience as though nothing were amiss. The same audience who had witnessed Mr. Townsend's wretched behaviour, hearing every nasty word he'd lobbed at Evelyn, not caring if it tainted her reputation or embarrassed her. With exaggerated care, George rose from his seat and moved through the crowd, his gaze fixing on Mr. Townsend. Like a hound on the trail of game, instinct pushed him along, carrying him toward his quarry. Then a hand slipped through his arm and guided him away. George pulled against the hold, only stopping from putting his whole strength behind freeing himself when he realized it was Marian. "Release me," he said, forcing himself not to growl and snap at her. But Marian led him into a quiet corner of the ballroom that gave them a modicum of privacy. Then, turning to stand in front of him, she forced his gaze to hers. "Leave it alone, George. It will not help your sister." It was not the command as much as her use of his given name that calmed him enough to speak. "I cannot allow him to treat her in such a fashion and do nothing." "It will hurt her more if you do." Marian's hand rose as though to cup his cheek, but she paused before her fingers made contact,
her gaze flicking to those around them. Lowering it once again, she added, "If you confront him, it will only add to the spectacle he created." George shook his head. "I shall be quiet about it. No one needs to know." But Marian gave him a look of challenge, and he sighed, his shoulders slumping. "I know how you feel, George," she said, her eyes blazing with shared anger and fury. "I want to scream and rail against him. I want to hit him, bludgeon him, break his legs. I want to unleash a mighty fury on behalf of Evelyn and every other person who has been treated shabbily by ignorant, self-centered people like him. But for now, I am going to smile and pretend nothing has happened. I will give Evelyn the support and comfort she needs. I will not add to her burden." George let out a sharp huff and ground his teeth together. "But I am her brother, and that blackguard belittled her in her own home. I cannot let that stand. I must defend her." She defended herself quite admirably. Marian gave him a faint smile full of sympathy and understanding, though it did little to ease the ache in his heart. She handled the situation with dignity and aplomb, batting aside his barbs and giving him quite the blow in return. If people speak of what happened, I am certain it will be with full criticism for him and admiration for her. Do not steal away her victory to soothe your pride." George let out another frustrated sigh and stared up at the ceiling, as though some answer might come from on high. Surely he could have the retribution he craved without adding to Evelyn's burden. But no solution came. All he had was Marian's guidance, and it was too sensible to cast aside. "But how—" George's throat tightened, his gaze dropping as he shook his head. Evelyn's tears came back to haunt him, reminding him of all the hurt Mr. Townsend had heaped upon her in the past week. Luckily, Marian needed no further explanation. Her expression warmed, her eyes echoing the sympathetic smile tugging at her lips. "You will continue to love your sister as you have before. Be a listening ear when she needs it. That may not be as satisfying as feeling Mr. Townsend's nose break beneath your knuckles, but confronting him will only validate that wretched, odious man's belief that she is heartbroken over him. Be her support, George. There is nothing else you can do to make it right. Evelyn is strong. She will make things right for herself." George's heart expanded as she spoke, chasing away his agony in a warm burst of gratitude for this incredible lady. Marian saw things in such a different manner than him, shining the world in a new light, and he wondered why he had spent so much of his life in darkness. Marian must have sensed the shift in him, for her brows pulled together, her head cocking to the side as she studied him. He cursed crowds, parties, and everything else that kept him from simply taking her into his embrace once more. "You are a blessing, Marian." Chapter 37. Straightening, a wry smile quirked the corner of Marian's lips. "Have you had too much to drink?" George forestalled any further jests by taking her hand in his, and her gaze fell to their entwined fingers before meeting his eyes again, her brow furrowed. "My faculties are quite intact, and I cannot go another minute without telling you how much good you've done for me." His voice lowered, though it was still strong enough to carry over the strains of the music. "I would be lost without you." Marian's mouth opened, the lovely line of her throat swaying as she swallowed. Goodness, did he truly think even her neck was lovely? But he couldn't deny it. Marian Wakefield was glorious through and through. Before she could say a word to disagree with him, and George knew that was coming, he added, "You are generous and lively. You see the world in a way I cannot, and I thank the heavens that the Almighty placed you in my path to help me be a better man." Eyes widening, Marian stilled, though her hand clung tighter to his. Moving closer, George held her gaze, his heart filling with far more emotions than he thought possible for one man to feel. His chest couldn't contain it all. Admiration, gratitude, attraction, all vied for control as his free hand drifted upward. "Marian." "Miss Wakefield, there you are." The lady jumped at Mr. Highmore's voice. Schooling her expression, though there was a hint of confusion and frustration colouring her eyes, she turned to face the gentleman. Mr. Highmore gave her a short bow. "You promised me this dance." Blinking, Marian smiled, though the turmoil in her gaze testified that it wasn't a genuine expression, which helped to calm George's fraying nerves. This was her choice. He forced himself to remember that as he watched the two take their place on the dance floor. Father had thought him a fool for inviting the gentleman, but the past few weeks had taught George that love couldn't be selfish, and there was no other way to describe the manner in which he had shunted aside her desires in favour of his own. George could only present his suit, hope she accepted it, and love her enough to support whatever decision she made, even if it meant she married Mr. Highmore. Of course, he didn't need to stand here and watch the wretch court the lady he loved. Turning on his heel, George moved toward the nearest door. Never had Marian been more grateful for Mr. Highmore's monotone conversation than at that moment. Of course, she would have preferred that he hadn't interrupted George, but if she had to be trapped in a dance with someone, she was pleased her partner required no genuine responses. A few nods here and there, accented by a vacant smile, and Mr. Highmore hadn't a clue that Marian's thoughts were far from him. And she felt doubly blessed that the dance was a quadrille she knew so well that her feet moved of their own accord. "I would be lost without you." One might say that to a friend, but Marian's heart thumped a rapid beat as though shaking off that cold assessment. The look in his eyes bespoke of more than platonic affection. But that was precisely the trouble. Her feelings were never in dispute. Locked away for a time, perhaps, but Marian loved George through and through, and those sentiments coloured her interpretation of every word, tone, and action. What was one to believe when one's faculties were biased? "I thank the heavens that the Almighty placed you in my path to help me be a better man." One did not say such a thing to a chum, yet still George said not a word about love. Yes, they'd kissed, but only a tiny buss of the lips, little more than a brother might give a sister. Yet even as she thought that, the memory swept through her, flooding her cheeks with heat. Simple it may have been, but that did not lessen its power. Had George felt the same? The debate followed her about the dance floor, and Marian gained no ground on either front. Love or friendship? How was one to know the difference? A marriage of convenience was manageable, but a marriage in which her passion was met with friendly admiration was torturous. "Miss Wakefield." Mr. Highmore's tone held a touch of impatience, and Marian guessed the fellow had finally noticed her divided attention. So, pasting on a smile, she turned her thoughts to him. "Do forgive me, Mr. Highmore. I fear my thoughts strayed." Giving her a faint smile, he nodded in acceptance as they turned about the dance floor, the steps pulling them through the quadrille. "Entirely understandable, Miss Wakefield. A ball always has so many things fighting for one's attention that it can be difficult to keep one's mind on any single thing." "Is Albert on the mend?" "Quite," replied Mr. Highmore with a nod. "Otherwise I wouldn't have come tonight, which would have been a shame, as I have long wished to dance with you." Marian smiled, though his compliment drew no blush to her cheeks. George had claimed them all tonight, and she had not another to give. "I had hoped we might go on a drive tomorrow," said Mr. Highmore. Spiders skittered down her spine as she considered the implications. Ought she to reject the invitation? To do so would damage her chances with Mr. Highmore, and she and George had no understanding. They'd shared a few pretty words, to be sure, but placing all her faith in his fickle feelings was a mighty gamble, one she had already taken and lost. But everything inside her froze as he added, "I think I ought to speak to your father before we set out." There was no mistaking the significance in his tone, an offer of marriage. For over a month, Father's edict had hung like the sword of Damocles, except that fellow didn't know when fate would fall upon his head. Now, Mr. Highmore presented an escape, but ice filled Marian's veins. Had it arrived before George upended everything with that ridiculous kiss, she would have gladly accepted. Or even a sennight from now, after some time to discern George's feelings. Instead, she was dancing with a man proposing a sensible marriage, while her heart yearned to cast him aside and find the one who'd featured in so many of her fantasies, the man who may or may not love her as a woman. Despite her confusion, Marian recognized this pivotal moment. Saying nothing would raise Mr. Highmore's expectations. Telling the truth would destroy a decent opportunity in favour of a risk, placing her entirely at George's mercy. What if he thought he was in earnest, only to change his mind once again? The interlude with Mr. Townsend and Miss Finch was a stark reminder of the fickleness of men. How many made a game of engaging the affections of young ladies, basking in that pining and attention, only to cast the girls aside when they grew bored? But when Miss Finch slipped his hook, Mr. Townsend's inflated pride forced him to talk to her tonight. It was the same vanity that pressed men to pursue ladies with many suitors, more eager to win the coveted prize than the woman herself. Marian had seen such things often enough to recognize the signs, and though she thought George better than that, it was foolish to ignore that possibility. Would his attention wane when Mr. Highmore was no longer a rival? And candlelight was flattering, but what would happen in the light of day? Would his pretty words disappear like the morning dew? Question after question flew through her thoughts while Mr. Highmore expounded on his plans for their outing. With each word, it became clearer that not only did he plan on proposing, but he expected her acceptance. Marian's lips pinched together, and she let out a slow breath, forcing herself not to scowl at the fellow. Of all places, he broached this subject here, during a dance, not when they were in private, but sprung upon her amid a crowd where several ears were turned toward their conversation. At least he hadn't announced it to the ballroom. This was not the proposal Marian had imagined as a girl. The anticipation coursing through her as she and her beau stood together, just the two of them, an intimate moment that belonged only to them, a quiet engagement and wedding without all the pomp and circumstance inherent in such ceremonies. Simple and quick so the pair could begin their life together immediately, not putting things off for a silly party. And in every image and thought, it was George who featured as the groom. Marian's heart pounded, her breaths coming in shaky bursts as she considered the situation once more. A courageous, though foolhardy decision had hurt her so very much all those years ago, but fear was bound to cause her just as much anguish. Caution was well and good, but love required vulnerability. Clarity settled over her like a warm cloak, wrapping her in its comfort. Her insides wrenched and twisted. But despite all the unanswered questions, Marian was certain of one thing. She would rather believe George's affection than accept a mediocre life. Better to try and fail than spend her life wondering if she might have won his heart. "I fear I must decline." Marian's voice quivered, her mouth drying as the weight of her words pressed down on her with all the finality of her choice. "I beg you not to speak with my father, Mr. Highmore." The fellow gave her a pitying smile, as though he was about to pat her on the head like an errant child. "I do not think you grasp my meaning, Miss Wakefield." "I assure you I do, and though I am honoured by your regard, I fear I must decline your forthcoming offer. Your regard means so very much to me, but I cannot accept." Marian cringed at her wording. Surely there was some better way to explain the situation. She sounded stilted. Was it too forward to speak as though it was a foregone conclusion that he would have made an offer? Though she was certain that was what was to come, her insides clenched at the assumption. Mr. Highmore paused mid-step and nearly collided with a gentleman. Snapping back to himself, he continued through the movements, and Marian was pleased for a moment of peace to gather herself when they were forced in opposite directions. Yet she also wished the whole ordeal was done and over with. Stretching it out was only prolonging their agony. Once they were standing side by side again, Mr. Highmore turned his gaze to her. "I am shocked, Miss Wakefield. You have welcomed my attentions." "I have, Mr. Highmore, and I apologize if I have caused you any distress. But our time together has shown me we are not suited for one another. You would do far better with a different bride." "Nonsense," he said with a shake of his head. "The children adore you. Yes, your outspoken nature is concerning, as it is not a good example for my daughters, but you have improved much of late." Had Mr. Highmore given any other argument, Marian's courage might have failed her. But his words brought George's to mind, and the rightness of this action settled into her bones. A man who adored her passionate heart. A man who wanted the whole of her, not just the demure or motherly bits. Now, all Marian wanted was to be done with this wretched dance. "Plenty of ladies can fill the role of mother, and will make far better companions to you than I," said Marian, her eyes darting to the sides of the ballroom, though she found not the face she longed to see. "As you are determined in your course, I see no reason to continue this dance." Mr. Highmore offered up his arm and led her from the floor, depositing her to the side of the ballroom with a curt bow. She had pricked his pride, but she doubted the fellow would even recall this interlude in a year's time. But she couldn't spare him another thought. The die was cast, and all that was left was to see what rewards it gained her. Turning in place, Marian searched the crowd once more, but to no avail. Her heart thumped against her ribs, whispering to her that she knew precisely where George was. Whether it was the fact that she knew him so well, or that her heart was so attuned to his, Marian's feet walked the path without hesitation, slipping from the Finches' makeshift ballroom and out a side door. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night air nipped at her skin, though the heat from the dance and the coming conversation kept her skin flushed. Her slippered feet flew over the grass, taking the pathway down to the gardens. Memories rushed through her as she thought of all the times they'd sat amidst the flowers and greenery, and when she stepped beyond the hedges, Marian spied the bench they had so often shared. And there, George sat alone, staring up at the moon. Chapter 38. "You were saying?" The words floated through the air, and George was certain his wretched heart had conjured them, but movement drew his gaze from the sky to find Marian walking toward him. The shadows leached the colour from her, but the moonlight shone against her silk gown, making her look like some ethereal fairy from a long-forgotten realm. George shot to his feet and found Marian standing close enough that her skirts enveloped his shoes. Her dark eyes held his in place, and he felt something different in the air around her, though he couldn't decipher what it was. He couldn't think properly with her so near. The scent of the flowers drifted toward him, enveloping him like a blanket. "You were saying?" she prodded. Nodding, George opened his mouth, though his mind couldn't formulate thought. The sight of her lips called to him, and he longed to feel the touch of her skin once more. "I thought you were dancing with Mr. Highmore." Of all the things George wanted to say, and all that he ought to say, that had not ranked high on his list, but it was the only thing that sprung forth. "He didn't see the need to finish our set after I rejected his offer of marriage," she whispered. Though George wished he could remain collected after such an announcement, he couldn't help that his brows shot upward, and though he fully understood her words, he said, "Pardon?" Marian's lips trembled and her breath came faster, and George couldn't help but wonder if her cheeks were turning that heavenly shade of pink beneath the shadows. "I broke with Mr. Highmore." George felt her unspoken intention, and when she stiffened as though readying herself for what was to come, he saw the Marian of years past. Once more she gathered her courage to speak her heart, and he couldn't act quickly enough. Whatever may come, he needed to speak that truth, for though the words were years too late, he couldn't hold them back any longer. nor could he allow her to lay her heart bare first, yet again. "I did so because—" George's hand flew up, his fingers pressing to her lips and forestalling the truths she was about to share. "I love you, Marian Wakefield." It was not one of his practised speeches filled with poetic descriptions of her virtues and loveliness, but none of those flowery words seemed so proper. That simple declaration chased away the trepidation, casting aside all fears and worries. Dropping his hand, he freed her lips, and she blinked at him. "You love me?" Brushing a gentle touch along the sweep of her jaw, George gave her a self-deprecating smile. "From the very moment I returned home to discover you were still unmarried, I have longed to say those words. For weeks you have consumed my thoughts, driving me to distraction and pushing me to greater heights of lunacy, for I couldn't bear the thought of losing you again. Please tell me I haven't waited too long." Marian trembled, her eyes shining bright in the moonlight. "You love an outspoken lady who is forever flying into a dither? Someone who is bound to upend your calm and rational life at every turn? You, who has the sunniest disposition of anyone I know, love a veritable Tempest?" Unable to stop himself, George pulled her flush to him, his free hand coming to wrap around her lower back. Holding her gaze, he continued to stroke her cheek with his thumb. "I love a lady who is full of passion, someone who has so much love in her heart that she cannot contain it, someone who works herself into a dither because she cares so deeply about the world around her." Marian's mouth opened, her eyes widening as tears glimmered in her eyes. "Oh." "I may have a sunny disposition, but that calmness leads me to complacency. I married a woman who was nothing but sunshine as well, and it made me listless and blind to others' troubles, even those I claim to love." George frowned at himself, unhappy to recognize that he hadn't rid himself entirely of that flaw. But then he supposed that was the point of marriage. With Marian at his side, he needn't do it alone. "You might storm about at times, my love, but I need someone who challenges me and won't allow me to stagnate because I'm content with mediocrity." His smile grew, warming as he took in the sight of her, his Marian. "Can you not see that we are the perfect complement for each other? The world requires both tempests and sunshine to thrive." He drew closer, inching nearer until his lips brushed against hers. Marian's eyes slid closed, and though he longed to kiss her, George paused to study her features. He was certain he would forever remember the moonlight washing her in silver, her lips so soft and inviting. Then he closed the distance. Despite his gentlemanly intention for the embrace to be a sweet emphasis to his words, when Marian's arms drew around him and her ardour rose with all the strength of her indomitable heart, he lost himself in the feel of her. He felt like lifting her and spinning about like a madman, but that would necessitate him releasing her lips, and he was not about to do such a thing. When had she become such a weepy fool? Marian was not one to shy away from tears, but she felt on the verge of sobbing. This was no perfunctory kiss, no chaste sealing of a mutually beneficial arrangement. George burned for her. She felt it in his every touch, and it fed into her own passion. After so many years of broken hopes and dreams, she could not believe George Finch had finally chosen her, not out of need or convenience, but because he desired her. Every moment in the past few weeks played through her thoughts again, revealing themselves anew, and she wondered how she had not seen it. George loved her, not as a friend or a sister, but as a man loves a woman, a proper woman. But then thought was altogether impossible as her heart took control, and for once Marian did not fight it. She fell into the feelings he inspired, revelling in his touch in a way she had only dreamt of. But this was no fantasy. George broke the kiss, and if her wits were still intact, she would have been embarrassed at the whimper it elicited, but thoughts and logic were well and truly eradicated. "Will you marry me?" he whispered. His hands cradled her neck, his face so close to hers that Marian wanted to lean forward again and stop all the pointless talking. But then his question broke through her haze, and she blinked at him. "Marry you?" George's lips pulled into a lazy grin, and his thumb brushed tenderly across her cheek, sending a skitter down her neck. "Marry me, Marian. Please save me from myself." Her eyelashes fluttered. "If this is because of my father, you needn't rush things." Her words were cut short when he touched another sweet kiss to her lips. When she was well and truly dazed again, he added, "Your father has nothing to do with this, Marian. Nothing at all." George paused, his gaze breaking from hers as he searched his thoughts, though his hands did not release her. Not that Marian would have allowed him to. "I don't know when it happened precisely, but I realized my mistake quite some time ago." He winced and then leaned his forehead against hers, his whole pained expression filling her view. "I had to banish you from my thoughts, Marian. I knew my youthful folly had cast aside something beautiful, but I couldn't undo my mistake. Not at that time. So, I would not allow you into my life. I couldn't do that to myself or Juliet. And I assumed you did the same and found someone else who was not as great a fool as I was." Marian was certain she was physically capable of breathing, but her lungs were determined to prove differently, for they would not function. "And then I saw you in the street." George straightened, flashing her a self-deprecating smile. "I was certain you were not free, but I couldn't help myself. I had to see you. I had to speak with you. Just one more time. And then I discovered you were unmarried." George's breath hitched and his eyes closed. When they opened again, there was so much of his heart shining in them. Pain and relief, despair and hope. Marian lifted her hand and brushed his cheek, and George leaned into her touch, his hand sliding down to her waist. "I want to marry you because I cannot bear the thought of losing you again. I want you bound to me, body and soul," he whispered. "Marriage, courting, friendship. I will gladly accept whatever you give me. Just do not leave me, Marian." Her name was like a prayer on his lips. He spoke it with such reverence, adding its weight to his confession, and Marian was certain she would never breathe again. But gathering what little strength she had left to fill her lungs, she forced that uncooperative organ to function. "Marriage sounds lovely," she whispered. George broke into a grin, and it filled the whole of him, making him beam inside and out like the veritable ray of sunshine he was. He kissed her once more, though the pair were both smiling far too much. "Should we go tell our families?" he asked, his hands clasped together and resting on her lower back. Marian used the movement to shift even closer to him. Her skirts tangled about them, and she rested her hands against his chest, her fingers fiddling with the lapel. "Are you afraid I will change my mind if we don't announce it to the world?" "A man cannot be too careful," he replied with a chuckle. Marian couldn't help the small shudder in her heart that worried it would be he who changed his mind. But when her gaze rose from her fingers to his face, that fear evaporated beneath the warmth of his gaze. Holding that and his words close, she revelled in the knowledge that this was real. This was true. "I am quite comfortable where I am," she said with a smile, leaning closer until her lips brushed against his as she added, "I do not wish to move." George closed the distance, stealing yet another kiss, though she did not understand why they called it stealing, as she was eager to give him as many as he wanted. And, without his embrace anchoring her to the ground, Marian was quite certain she would float away. But a realization forced her to pull her lips free, for there was something she needed to say. George's eyes met hers with a puzzled furrow of his brow, and Marian lost herself in their depths. Good heavens, they were so very handsome. George's brow furrowed. "I know I have said it before, but it bears repeating, that I am so very sorry That snapped Marian from her stupor, and taking a cue from him, she pressed her fingers to his lips, forestalling any further apologies. "I love you, George Finch, and I would rather think of our future together than spend one more minute agonizing over our past." His only answer was another slow grin, his arms tightening around her before she gave in to impulse and stole a kiss of her own. There were odd days in which rain fell even when the heavens blazed with sunlight, and Marian felt as though her stormy heart typified that mysterious event. Light filled it, coursing through her with its golden beams, yet tears filled her eyes, her soul sighing out in relief that George was well and truly hers. Tempest and sunshine indeed. But thoughts of weather, her father's edict, and all the many people standing not far from them in the ballroom, whom they would have to face eventually, faded from her mind. The world itself disappeared, until it was only Marian and her dear George. Epilogue. 1 year later. A house required a butler, a footman at the very least, or so George's mother-in-law was fond of saying. Of course, it was generally in a hushed tone that one reserved for only the most scandalous affairs, and to her way of thinking, the fact that Mr. and Mrs. George Finch had only a single maid-of-all-work and a manservant was shocking to the highest degree. He couldn't comprehend why his mother-in-law thought a home as small as Cholmondeley Cottage required anything more. Frankly, they could do without the manservant, but as the fellow was a pleasant chap, needed the employment, and George could afford it, he was quite happy to keep a manservant. Newspapers spread across his desk as George's gaze fixed on the window. Their landlords were clearly fond of growing things, for they had developed quite the Eden, and Marian was equally fond of maintaining it. George simply enjoyed being out there with her, cuddled up on the bench they'd installed for such cosy moments. The study door flew open with an exasperated, "You will not believe what happened today." Marian strode in with her dander so thoroughly up that George struggled not to laugh. Pacing before his desk, she began a detailed account of all the silliness that had plagued her latest charitable undertaking, and George rose to his feet, taking her by the hand and leading her toward the sofa. As their home included furnishings, they hadn't needed to purchase any themselves. However, George thought the lack of sofas at Cholmondeley Cottage rather telling about their landlord's marriage. There was nothing finer than curling up before a fire with his wife nestled into his side, and so Marian had set about acquiring several and scattering them throughout the cottage, including his study. Her tirade did not ebb as George settled her there and took the seat beside her. Without pausing for breath, she shifted until she was nestled into the crook of his arm, her fingers rising to fiddle with his waistcoat buttons as she vented her spleen. "But you would be proud of me, George," she said, angling her head to look at him. "It's as though the ladies have no sense at all, but as much as I wanted to rail against all of Mrs. Norwich's ideas, I picked my battles well and made some improvements, and without the meeting devolving into a war." Then, with a sigh, she rested her head against his shoulder. "I feel quite spent. Mrs. Atwell only participates because she adores designing the decorations, and she's forever insisting we need to spend more on frippery, which eventually leads to disagreements. I wish she would sit out for 1 or 2 events, but she is determined to join us for each of them." Resting a hand on the swell that held their child, George placed a kiss on her head. "You ought not to rile yourself." She lifted her head enough to give him a teasing scowl and poked him in the ribs. "If you start lecturing me about my delicate state like all the others, you shall regret it, sir. This child is hardy and hale, and given how rambunctious he isn't going to be harmed because his mamma works herself into a dither from time to time." As though to punctuate that point, a little foot pushed against George's hand, and Marian laid her head back down, her hand coming to join her husband's, her fingers entwined with his, resting atop their child as the babe shifted. "I have thought of hosting a function on my own," she said, "but I am afraid of managing the whole of it. Do you think your mother and sisters might wish to join me?" With Marian's gaze fixed on the fireplace, She could not see the smile stretching across George's face. It filled the whole of him until he was certain he would burst.
I think they would like that very much.
Pressing another kiss to her forehead, George rested his head against hers. He'd thought the night of their engagement the finest of his life. Then came the wedding, which surpassed that. And then, the moment she announced their family was growing. Each brought a new wave of bliss, expanding until George was certain he had never understood what happy meant before Marian. But if those pivotal moments served as the bones of their joy, all these little snippets were the sinew that bound them together. These seemingly small conversations were nothing grand from an outsider's perspective, but meant so very much to George. Someone listening in might think Marian's question unimportant. She herself likely did not understand, but it was indicative of just how well his wife mixed with his family, blending together with more than mere politeness, but a true sense of friendship and love. Never was a man more blessed than he. Her husband presented Marian with a bit of a paradox. Her temper would likely never ebb entirely, but when George set his mind to calming her, she struggled to keep hold of her fury, which was a shame, as Marian thoroughly enjoyed the methods he employed in doing so. And thus she was trapped between loathing and loving her slips in control. Perhaps she ought not to improve too much. A bit of temper might not go amiss.
"Oh, I received word that Mr. Tomlinson suffered an accident," said George. "It seems he injured his leg and will be unable to work for some time. Perhaps we might do something for him and his family. With their newest addition, Mrs. Tomlinson has her hands full."
In a trice, her thoughts sped with all that might be done, and though her heart ached for the family and fretted over their future, Marian stilled as she considered her present situation. She lifted her head and studied her husband. He met her gaze, though his expectant expression lacked any awareness of what he had said. He truly did not see how often he did that of late. Though not always quick to solve such problems, George was a font of wisdom concerning the troubles of their neighbours and friends, for he was the sort of man in which others confided. The world requires both tempests and sunshine to thrive. Marian hadn't entirely understood George's words when he'd spoken them. Of course, much of that was the shock of having him spout such lovely things, and his kisses were quite divine. However, that statement came to her mind again and again as the months passed, and she noticed the little changes they wrought in each other. And for all that Marian had hoped for a knight in shining armour, she thought the reality that presented itself was far preferable. Not one saving the other, but the two helping each other. Touching his cheek, Marian guided his lips to hers. "I love you, Mr. Finch."
"And I love you, Mrs. Finch,"
came the smiling response, before George leaned forward to steal another kiss. This has been Tempest and Sunshine, The Finches Book 2, written by M.A. Nichols, narrated by Madeleine Brolly. Copyright 2022 by M.A. Nichols. Production copyright 2024 by M.A. Nichols.
If you enjoyed this video, check out M.A. Nichols' channel for more romance audiobooks and behind-the-scenes information. And don't forget to click subscribe to be notified when more become available. All of M.A. Nichols' romances take place in the Generations of Love universe. Each book is a standalone story and can be read in any order, with the titles being grouped together into family sagas, which span the Regency and Victorian eras. For more information about the rest of the series, check out the links below. All her books are available to purchase on Amazon and Audible.